Olympian, or the first rather, for Australia to compete in the Summer and the Winter Olympics. How cool's that for Yana? She went from hurdles to bobsled.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that in a million years.
How about Yana? I did some digging. She's 40 years old. She's competed at Winter and Summer Olympics. She's a doctor. She's got 6 kids. What a life she's led. She's 40. She's fit in like 4 lives in one. So shout out Yana Pittman. What we're looking forward to, nearly time for us to go, Lavender. Here's some highlights for the Olympics for the next few days. Obviously, the Aussie Sevens, we've talked about that. The Aussie women, who coming into the games probably had a better chance than the men, they start on Monday. The swimming kicks off in the next sort of 36 hours, which is extremely cool because Australia usually dominates that. And I also want to shout out Jess Fox, who starts straight after the opening ceremony the next day, which we've heard about the opening ceremony and how draining that is. Yeah.
Especially being flag bearer.
Well, hopefully she'll get to smoke bomb at some point because you're on your feet for hours when you're in like the holding area. And then I don't know if she's going. So
Does it go out?
She's on the boats. Then she'll go.
Alphabetically?
Yeah. So she'll be early, but usually they stick around, which could be hours.
Because it goes Greece and then it goes alphabetical, doesn't it?
I
Greece
think so.
then hosts, then alphabetical?
Yeah, maybe.
Or
Yeah,
the
maybe
host go at the end?
Host go at the end? I don't know. We'll see. You'll be able to hear it live on ABC Radio Australia if you're listening in Adelaide, Canberra, the NT, Gold Coast, Hobart, anywhere across regional Australia, which is very cool. Anything you're excited for over the next few days in the Olympics?
Like, I really, for the first time in a long time, I'm like, opening ceremony, I'm so excited to just sit down and watch the whole thing.
It'll be cool to see it go down on the sand.
Yeah.
So a couple of others. The hockey starts as well. Shout out to Eddie Ockenden as well, the other flag bearer. The tennis starts. Listen to this. Matty Ebden has Djokovic. Rinky Hijikata has Medvedev. It's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good.
It's nice of us to
try.
The
Matildas too. You've got the Matildas.
That's Monday morning?
Zambia. Yeah.
And then US next week?
Yeah. All right, we got to go. You're off to the footy if you're listening here on ABC Sport. If you're in regional Australia or all those cities I mentioned, you have got Olympics coverage coming out every which way, for the next 2 weeks. So enjoy it. We're off because the Olympics are on, so we'll see you in a few weeks. Lavender, enjoy the Olympics. Good luck with your night owl life.
You too.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Yvette Gray. Victorian police officers have rejected what was previously described as a landmark pay deal. State political reporter Nicole Asher has more.
In May, the Police Association reached an in-principle agreement that would have delivered major progress on entitlements for officers and PSOs, with the introduction of a 9-day fortnight by 2029 and 9-hour shifts. It also included a 16% pay rise over 4 years. But today, members of the Police Association have turned that pay offer down. The union says while a majority of its members rejected the offer, it was unclear why. The union, state government and Victoria Police will now return to the negotiating table in what's become a long-running pay dispute.
Four-time AFL Premiership player Cyril Rioli has lodged a statement of claim against the Hawthorn Football Club in the Federal Court in Victoria. National Sport reporter David Mark has the story.
Rioli is the lead applicant in the action, which also includes his wife, Shannon Assam Rioli, 2 other former players, Carl Peterson and Jermaine Miller-Lewis, as well as Miller-Lewis's wife, Montana, and the club's former Aboriginal liaison officer, Leon Egan. The ABC understands the players and their partners will allege Hawthorn breached the Racial Discrimination Act when they were contracted to the club. The court action follows a failed mediation process at the Australian Human Rights Commission between the players and the club. David Mark, ABC Sport.
Hawthorn Football Club President Andy Gowers says they'll continue to work towards a resolution in a fair and timely manner, and the federal court process gives the club an opportunity to respond to the allegations. Police believe missing Melbourne man Adrian Romeo has been dead for 5 months, even though his body has not been recovered. Here's court reporter Christian Silver.
A 5-month investigation reached its peak this week as police raided several properties and charged 58-year-old Robert Mantini with the murder of Adrian Romeo. Mr Romeo was last seen alive on the 10th of February when he left his home in Melbourne's north in his father's gold Toyota Camry. Court documents reveal police believe he was killed that day by Mr Mantini. Mr Romeo's body has not been located, and today further details of the allegations against Mr Mantini were not read out in court. He was remanded in custody with the case to return to court in December.
Women and children appear to have been specifically targeted in attacks that authorities say killed more than 26 people in the remote Sepik province of Papua New Guinea. Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jajets has more.
We know that a number of people have been killed. That's according to both police on the ground in PNG as well as the United Nations. What isn't entirely clear is the number. Local police have estimated that at least 26 people have been killed. The UN has suggested that the figure could be higher, perhaps 40 or 50 people. We don't yet have a completely clear picture, but we do know there does seem to have been a really substantial loss of life. And what's particularly horrifying is that it appears that women and children have been targeted particularly.
The Australian Prime Minister has united with counterparts in Canada and New Zealand to demand an urgent ceasefire in Gaza. The Prime Minister's warned any delay from parties to the conflict agreeing to the ceasefire deal outlined by US President Joe Biden will result in more lives being lost. It comes after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with Mr Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris during his ongoing visit to the United States. The final countdown to the Olympic Games is underway amid tight security in Paris. Susie Rains reports from the French capital.
In a matter of hours, Paris organisers will make history, staging an opening ceremony outside a stadium for the first time in Olympic history. Early rain is unlikely to deter ticketed spectators who'll line the banks of the River Seine, where athletes will be paraded in a procession of boats. The Australian delegation will be led by flag bearers Jess Fox and Eddie Ockenden, and they'll share a boat with Zambia and Zimbabwe. Only 80 of Australia's 460 athletes will take part. Others are planning their own march in the athletes' village, while some will be watching on from satellite sites outside of Paris.
To the weather, a strong wind warning has been issued for the west, central and central Gippsland coasts, as well as Western Port and Port Phillip Bay. For the state, cloudy along the ranges with isolated showers, dry and partly cloudy elsewhere, although scattered showers developing in the far southwest tonight with the risk of a thunderstorm. Melbourne, showers tomorrow, a top of 13 after an overnight low of 10. Sunday, a shower or 12. It's currently 13 degrees. ABC News.
I have never seen anything like what I saw that day.
Nobody knows the story like someone who was actually there.
I heard commotion.
Every fibre in my body just went into goosebumps.
From the Boxing Day tsunami to Nicky Winmar's iconic stand to the Beatles tour of Australia.
I screamed.
A brand new series from the creators of You Can't Ask That.
Oh my God.
I was actually there.
Gives me goosebumps, hey.
Tuesday nights on ABC TV and stream all episodes free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Craze Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a practice.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants bigger stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Works through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Right foot drop punch is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
In one of the most even AFL seasons we've seen in decades, the race of the top 8 starts to become a sprint with 5 rounds remaining. 2 wins separates second on the ladder from 11th. And the spotlight is firmly on Friday night footy to start round 20 of the AFL as the Blues battle injury and the fight to remain inside the top 2. The breaking news is Harry Mackay is out, while Port Adelaide look to fight and scrap to stay in the top 8 with Ken Hinkley coaching for his future. And a tough run home to conclude the home and away season. Hi everyone, Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. It's such an exciting time of the year with the Olympic Games set to begin across regional Australia. Live coverage coming up from Paris. We can't wait for the opening ceremony. Bruce McAvaney to be a part of our team, and Roy and HG are back all around the country. People, metal and cheeses to take you through all the action from the Olympics on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app, doing what they do best. We'll still have coverage, of course, of the AFL and the NRL in the usual places at the usual time. The beauty of our industry is you might cross paths with people at various events and you never get to sit alongside and call alongside them. It is a great thrill to sit alongside Kelly Underwood once more, one of the pioneers of broadcasting in Australia. Kel, we don't get to do this nearly as often as we used to, but great to see you once more.
That's the best introduction I've had all year. You can do every Friday night if you like, Clinchy.
I feel like it's 5 or 6 years since we last did a game together.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
I reckon you're right. And, I mean, for the listeners out there, it was you that dragged me along every Friday night. We'd sit in the top commentary box on the other side above the giant screen. You said, I want to learn to commentate. And I need someone to help me. And every Friday night I'd try and get out of it and say, no, I want to sit on the couch and be lazy. And you would make me come here and we would sit right up the very top where no one could see us, and we would practice every Friday night. So here we are. We're doing the real thing tonight.
We're doing the real thing tonight.
Huge news with Harry Mackay. I mean, Carlton's already missing, obviously. De Koning was a massive blow for them. Akers failed a fitness test yesterday on his injured foot, so he's out. And then Harry Mackay, who's been one of the big talking points all week, given that the AFL issued Carlton a warning because of the Blues doctor's delay in bringing him from the field to undergo a head injury assessment. They cleared him of concussion the next day, but he's woken up this morning, and the club has reported to the AFL that it's a viral illness. But from what I hear, the AFL is just going to ask a couple of questions. 5 days after a heavy head knock, Harry Mackay's woken up this morning and is not feeling well. So, and they've just put through the news as well that they've fined Brisbane for something very similar. So a lot to talk about with our special comments people, who I'll let you introduce.
There's a lot to work our way through, isn't there? So Harry Mackay is out, means Brodie Kemp comes in to bolster their defence. Jack Carroll and Quentin Narkle are the subs tonight. Injury ravaged and maybe a little out of form, the Blues, so what a golden opportunity it presents for Port Adelaide to try and get a win. Of course, the last time these two sides faced, it was a comprehensive win for the Blues. Patrick Cripps starred in the final quarter. There was no Connor Rosie for Port Adelaide on that occasion. The coaching icon, you hear him every Friday night and on Saturday on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse is here once more. Welcome, Mick.
Hello, Matt. Yes, just reading the news about a bit of Paris stuff, and, you know, there's a little bit happening over there at the moment. G'day, Cal, Lingy. I'll hopefully see Lingy tomorrow down at the sports ground. We might cross paths there, looking at son and grandson. And to all our listeners, this is we're not at the pointy end, but we're approaching the last straight, I reckon, and there's been a big build-up. I've always said that your pocket wins early, and I think Carlton and Sydney to a lesser degree. Mind you, Sydney have been on the lost 3 of the last 4, so Carlton have put them in the back pocket, which is nice and handy. But you cannot, where they are, take their foot off the accelerator. And it's this time of the year that you start to find that the length of the season starts to wear on a few players. If you can manage to get your group together, that's the side to win the premiership. So Carlton have got a couple, well, certainly with the Conning, he might be back. They're lucky they've got a good ruckman to take his spot. But the Blues just off a pinch, but mind you, I think Porter off a lot more than a pinch.
Premiership player, Premiership captain. Here's a Geelong legend. Cameron Ling is here once more for a Friday night. Welcome, Lingy.
Good afternoon, Clinchy, Mick, Cal, Hodgie, and everyone listening right now. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing, isn't it? This game of footy. Go back 5 weeks ago, and Carlton absolutely smashed the Cats, and Port Adelaide get destroyed by the Brisbane Lions, and you think, ooh, one's heading down and the other one's heading for a real shot at a premiership. And since those two games, spluttering has been the form, I think, of Carlton. It hasn't been convincing. They've beaten Richmond and North Melbourne, not two of the great teams of the competition this year, and have been beaten by the Giants and the Dogs. Whereas Port, they've managed to win against Richmond and St Kilda again, not two of the great teams of the comp, but they did knock off the Western Bulldogs, who are playing some good footy now. And maybe that was the catalyst to get the Dogs going a little bit that game. So it's hard to make a tip tonight, given De Koning's out, Harry Mackay's out. I'm unsure about their form. I think tipping Carlton's a good idea. I want to tip Carlton, but they played the last game of last round, the first game of this round. Everything that's been going on through the week, explains a lot. I don't know, Clinchy.
But you sold on Port, though?
No, I'm not. I think when I look at their midfield, and I think I get seduced by their names in there. And I think Rosie Butters and Horn Francis eventually, Rosie and Butters already are, two of the very best in the competition.
Yeah.
But what's around them, I don't have total belief in their consistency.
Their forward line 2 is a bit of a struggle, isn't it, really?
It is. Charlie Dixon's been a warrior for a long time, but he can't explode off the mark at all now. He's really just there to fight and bustle and try and bring it to ground and mark the odd one. Yeah, I don't know which way it'll go tonight, but I want to believe that Carlton are one of the best teams in the competition. I just haven't seen it since that Geelong game 5 weeks ago.
So no Harry Mackay laid out. Kemp comes in. No Tom De Koning. No Blake Acres. Mitch McGovern comes back in. You mentioned the form. Took 3 quarters to see off North Melbourne last week. Is tonight a danger game for the Blues? They had 2 points clear in second spot on the ladder. And as we mentioned at the outset, there is 2 wins that separate second to 11th. So lose your spot. All of a sudden you can no longer be fighting for the top 4. All of a sudden you're fighting for the top 8.
Yeah. And it is a danger game. Mick's right, though. Port Adelaide aren't convincing either, so they don't loom as incredibly dangerous. But, yeah, certainly a danger game. And with Port Adelaide's ability to move the ball fast, if they open them up a little bit, they could score really heavily. The Mackay thing's interesting. I always choose to take people at their word and clubs at their word, and I want to say that it's certainly a viral thing, but the short break, the concussion issues, it's fair enough to ask the question. I think last weekend certainly showed we need a mechanism in our game, a la the blood rule, that the game can be stopped and that player can be removed from the field.
You said it last week during the game, Lingy, didn't you? When Jordan Dawson was concussed, and the AFL looked into that and they cleared the Crows of any issues with that one. And the news late today, it's the Friday night dump from the AFL, and the games are about to start, is that Brisbane has been sanctioned $40,000 for breaching concussion protocols. 1/4 of that will be suspended. So it's over its handling of Harris Andrews. So they said that they had a delay in bringing Harris Andrews from the field. So Carlton were effectively just given a reprimand because they had a reason, in the sense that both doctors were preoccupied dealing with 2 other injuries. But their point is that you've got to get out there straight away, and they didn't, so that's why they were reprimanded. If the text comes through that there's an HIA that the ARC spots, you've got to drop the corky, you've got to drop the ankle injury, and you've got to get out there straight away. So that's why Carlton was reprimanded in regards to Harry Mackay. But Brisbane, with Harris Andrews, there was no extenuating circumstances. They just didn't... Once they got the text message, which comes through on the iPad, and the doctors didn't see it, they've been fined $20,000. $10,000 was hanging over their head from the AFLW Grand Final, where their star winger, she was an All-Australian, Sophie Conway, the same thing happened, where there was a delayed reaction in getting the text. Eventually she came off at 3/4 time. So that's why they've been hit with the 40,000, 10 suspended.
Cal, can I ask you, there's been a precedent to this. Port Adelaide got fined $100,000, I think, for their handling of Aliir and his concussion issues. Has the AFL explained why the difference in fine amounts between the clubs?
Well, Kane Corns wrote about this in The Age today, that Port Adelaide should be furious. And I understand that their footy manager has spoken to the AFL today just to get clarity on this situation. $100,000 is a lot of money. And the AFL will say, well, this is sort of the worst example. Aliir was friendly fire, wasn't it, with Lockie Jones? Yep. They both came off. But Aliir, from my memory, didn't have the scat test. One of them didn't get the scat test when they were clearly concussed, and they went back on and played and played out the game. So the AFL would say, well, this is the worst, most extensive example, extreme example you can see in this situation. But you called it with Jordan Dawson last Friday night, Cameron Link. We saw that he was concussed, and it's like, why are we now texting GMs of footy? It's so confusing. That's what the tweet they've made. Surely, if the ARC can spot it, the ARC can talk to the umpire who says, right, next stoppage. We do it for blood rules all the time. We have to do it for this.
Umpires on the bench, emergency umpires, have communication with central umpires. So they can say, stop the game. We're going to remove a player from the ground. It would be as simple as that, wouldn't it, Mick?
So bizarre. Well, we've been talking about... It wasn't only last week, Lingy. We've been talking about this for a couple of years.
Yep.
And we've been talking about it for a couple of years because we've got to take it away from the club doctors. The club doctors, my club doctor, my Carlton doctor is my personal doctor. Fantastic. I would never ever say that they don't do the right thing. In fact, they're downstairs trying to do the right thing. Now let's add on a little. Let's put a little bit of mayo on this. Both doctors are downstairs treating Petrarca, who has got the broken ribs and, for all intents and purposes, got internal injury that could be bleeding to death, right?
Yep.
And don't think that's over exaggeration. I've been part of a player who lost his spleen because of it. They don't know what's happening up here because they're trying to look after it. This is where the AFL have got to take responsibility and say, it's okay. It's another expense. They make that much money anyway. There has to be what Lingy just said. The blood rule is so ridiculous now. It's done and dusted. You stop the spare umpire or the emergency umpire stops the play. This is fundamental to we're talking about injuries that you don't look. We're seeing a few light concussions and they're not good. But you only need we haven't seen a decent one for a while yet, and I'm talking about where the player doesn't move for minutes. It's going to happen because this is the nature of the game, and you spoke about it, Lingy, that every player goes out there expects some sort of contact. Now, you've got to be able to stop the game, and that then brings that player off or gets carried off or whatever the case may be. Then you resume the game, ball up, or whoever's got the football, whatever they want to do with it. It's got to be AFL.
Yep.
Cannot be club.
Can I piggyback your point about the club doctors? Because, and let's use the Jordan Dawson example. We could see from here that the Adelaide doctors actually wanted to remove him from the field.
Exactly.
Now, the Adelaide doctor has no mechanism to remove him other than somehow saying, Jordan, get off the field. Now, if a player continues in their frantic, adrenaline-filled mind going, I'm fine, I'm staying out here, I'm the captain, I've got to be involved in this, and they can't remove him and there's no mechanism to do it, they're fighting a losing battle. So they need to have something where they can, so the club doctor returns to the bench and says to the emergency umpire, we want to assess that player. He is currently in a state of mind that we can't get him from the ground. We need to protect him from himself. Stop the game.
Yep.
And then the game stops and Jordan Dawson has got no choice but to leave the ground.
Do they do that in rugby? Don't they do that in rugby?
Yeah, well, they have an independent doctor in rugby.
Yeah, but they do stop the game.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying
that. And they send them off.
Yes. So remember Jeremy Cameron, 2 minutes to go earlier in the season, flew for the mark, came down, whacked his head on the ground. And it's just the worst look now in AFL when we're so serious about concussions and players, the likes of Brayshaw are forced into retirement because of concussions. And the poor Geelong doctor went out to him and it was obvious that he was a little bit rattled. But he just puts the thumb up to say, no, I'm right. And the doctor's got no other option but to come from the ground.
No option, because he can't grab Jeremy by the jumper and start dragging him from the ground. It's a ridiculous
and you don't blame
scenario.
Jeremy either, because he gets paid the big money to kick the goals. There was 2 minutes to go and it was a close game.
Yep.
But he's got to come from the ground.
Yeah, and we can
such a bad look.
And we can educate players as much as we like. Do the pre-season talks, do everything and saying when you're spoken to, you need to come from the ground, everything like that. Players get so caught up in the game. You're like, no, I'm fine. I know exactly where I am. I know exactly what I'm doing. Let's protect them by being able to... The club doctor tells, I want to assess that player, stop the game, bring him off.
It's even worse than that, though, too, Lingy, that you might say they get caught up in the moment. Sometimes the players have got no idea what's going on.
Mm.
Like, and I'll use this state. My first game. I don't remember my first game. I got knocked out, so I woke up on Sunday morning and hadn't realised I played my first game of football. So if someone said to me, "Oh, what happened out there?" I have no idea what happened out there because I played until half time. But there are players who get a good one, and they are totally oblivious to. Oh no, I'm fine. But they don't even know what day it is. So. There is a very simple method that the AFL have to take charge, take control. It's in their court. Here they are whacking the clubs, the doctors.
And
wrong.
A text to the general manager of footy is just getting someone else involved, and it's just
pathetic.
messy.
It's pathetic.
Kelly Underwood and Matt Clincher call the action. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with you for Friday Night Footy from Docklands. The late changes, Harry Mackay is out. Brodie Kemp comes in. Narkle and Carroll are the subs. So Laura Kane spoke about the dangerous tackle and the endeavours to try and not be outcome-based, but to try and eradicate that from our game, to try and make it as safe as possible. And then the question was around the actual handling of concussion, to which he said, we'll review all the protocols. If the protocols are found to not be followed, that's when we will issue fines. And I guess we immediately saw 3 clubs who were issued. Please explain. So Adelaide with Jordan Dawson, Carlton with Harry Mackay, and the Brisbane Lions with Harris Andrews. And as you mentioned, the Carlton one was the bizarre one that the doctor was dealing with Akers and Durden, so wasn't able to deal with Harry Mackay. So now the GMs will be having the notification. They're able to carry phones, so they'll receive the notification from the ARC as well to make sure the players are taken from the field. The most bizarre moment of the weekend happened when Ross Lyon fronted his press conference and said, I think it's great, the umpires will stop play, players can leave the field, and someone had to say to him, no, that's not what's happening here. That might be what potentially might happen, but not from this point going forward.
No, and that's where for a moment I was confused. For a moment during the week, I heard what Ross said. I'm like, oh, good. Oh, great.
It got to where we all thought we'd end up.
This is where we needed to be. And then I had to have it explained to me as well that, no, that's not where we ended up. And I was back scratching my head. Why not? You mentioned Laura.
You were back scratching your head.
That sounded weird, didn't it, Kel?
Only because you picked me up and I said the same thing.
The chat with Laura, I think it was Corbs who asked and said, and it was a really good point, players understand the risk that they take by taking the field. It is not a safe game. We are trying to make it safer, but we will never, ever make it a safe game. Totally safe. And we were asking Laura about the tackles, and Charlie Cameron's we thought was fair, Toby Bedford's we thought was fair. Then Corbin said, it's not necessarily the risk factor of being out there and the incident that people have chosen to sue the AFL and chase the legal option. It's been the medical and the handling and the recovery and the return to play and return to train that has caused these people who are now choosing to go down a legal path. So why not let's make the game as safe as possible without ever being able to make it fully safe, but why not get the handling and the treatment of the concussions right? And this seems like a simple answer to alleviating a couple of those other little ones where the player might want to stay out there, but they've clearly got to be brought off for an assessment. This seems so simple that we could just do it like that. It wouldn't... We've got the blood rule. They stopped the game to send somebody off with the blood rule. We can do it easily and remove a Jordan Dawson from the field. Now, Clinchy, Jordan Dawson might have... I know it turned out he was concussed, but let's pretend he came off when a full assessment and was deemed to have not been concussed. Fine. Put him back out in the field. But at least that process took place and the calmness of the bench and not running around in 30 seconds out on the field. Seems so simple. Let's do it.
We've got to empower the umpires to be able to stop the game, allow the players to leave, be assessed, and the doctors might do the SCAT 6S. As they're walking from the field, they'll get to the bench and be able to say, righto, he's passed, he's good to go back on. But we've got to tick the requirements to make sure the players are right to return. Port Adelaide have made their way out onto Docklands. Willem Drew is celebrating his 100th game. And I'm led to believe around 30 friends and family have made the trek from Warrnambool up to Docklands to be here for round 20 of the AFL. You, of course, can join us on the SMS tonight, 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought or observation, so many crucial games that come across the weekend. The Q Clash, Gold Coast and the Brisbane Lions. It's a home game for the Gold Coast Suns.
They win at home, don't they, Clinchy, every time?
Chris Fagan's joked that maybe Joe Danaher might play in defence, given Harris Andrews is out and they have no more tall defenders. Melbourne and the Giants on Saturday night. The season is quickly slipping away for Simon Goodwin. He's been sick this week, but Max Gawn is back. Giants all of a sudden have found their best. And Sydney and the Western Bulldogs from the SCG on Sunday.
It's hard to say this. 3 from the last 4 they've lost.
Yep.
You just look at the ladder and you go, really? They lost 3 from the last... It
all by single digits.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a losing team, but they've lost 3 of the 4.
And the Dogs destroyed Geelong.
You know.
Took them to the cleaners.
And they complain about the ground down there. I went, hello, it's your home ground, Lingy, and it is a winter sport, and the players. It was Duncan had said, I've never played anything worse in my life. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, didn't he watch TV when he was 6 or 7 and look at the...
Yeah, and it would have been about 2010 or something.
the cricket pitches in the middle and the mud everywhere and this sort of stuff.
Take him down to Ballarat for one of your early games.
Go to Ballarat. Oh, well.
What could the Western Bulldogs be this season? They've started to get on a roll, and Sydney, what a great challenge off the back of Geelong. The other big announcement, Katy Perry is going to sing for the grand final. Do you know who Katy Perry is, Mick?
Yeah, she's an all-rounder for Australia. Is that the one?
That's Elise.
That's Elise Perry.
Oh, sorry.
You got half the name right.
There you go. So that's where I'm at.
So she got the green light. Another international headline act comes to perform in Melbourne. Lee?
Why can't we have an Australian like, say, let's say Kylie?
Kylie
she's knocked them back a few times.
I wonder why. She's fantastic.
Doesn't need to be an Aussie. I'm in that camp because Robbie just absolutely...
No, he was good.
Took apart the
I'm not saying that, but
I
don't know. Look,
don't look for me for Katy Perry songs either, Clenchy. Is it Fireworks or something?
Yeah.
Fireworks, Raw.
Surely if it's Raw, the Brisbane Lions have got to make it. So they're going for 8 straight tomorrow against the Suns.
8 straight?
Could they? I was having a look at it today. I'm prepping for that. Actually, we'll get back to that because the Blues are coming out.
Yeah, just hold fire because the Blues are making their way out onto Docklands. So they're in second spot at the moment. They have a 2-point buffer on third, but a crucial game tonight to make sure they look to try and secure the double chance. The late changes, Harry Mackay is out and Brodie Kemp comes in for the Blues. The subs are Jack Carroll and Quentin Narkle. All of a sudden, it's become a sprint. 5 rounds to go in the home and away season and still so much to play for. It's such an unusual season, which makes it so captivating. We'll bring it all to you on ABC Sport.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, mes amis, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
High stakes Friday night footy to kick off round 20 of the AFL. 5 rounds of the home and away season to go and still so much to play for. The Blues are second on the AFL ladder, but the late out of Harry Mackay with Young to come in for the Blues. So Akers is out, De Koning is out. Is this a golden opportunity for Port Adelaide who are fighting for their spot inside the top 8? They're in the 8 for the moment. With victory today for Port Adelaide, they jump up towards the top 4 for tonight. With a loss, they could be outside the 8 at the end of the weekend's footy. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. A big welcome to our listeners joining us for the first time to call the action alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling are your experts, with Tim Hodges down on the boundary. So the subs tonight, Carroll and Narkle, but the big news, Harry Mackay is out, meaning that Lewis Young comes into the selected side for the Blues. Mick, such an intriguing season. Ken Hinkley has another year to run on his contract, but it feels like for Port Adelaide, they are living on the edge and they're desperate to try and claim a scalp like tonight to prove that they belong in September, and that might have all sorts of ramifications. What's it like being in that position, not just for Ken, but for all coaches coming into this stretch of the home and away season where there is so much to play for, and to sharpen the focus and try and make sure you're bringing your best?
Yeah, you're right, Clinchy. You know, it's an amazing ladder when you consider we're talking about Carlton. I'm so convinced that Carlton will win this game, and yet they're one win more than Port from second to seventh place. So, yes, there's a little bit of a percentage there, but it's only one win. So Ken Hinkley, he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't, because if he wins tonight, it's just, well, so you should. You know, we've been sprucing with the top four side. If they don't win, the likelihood is you're spot on. The two form sides are the Dogs and Hawthorn. Now,
and neither of them are inside the 8.
And they could both, neither of them in the 8, exactly. Neither of them in the 8. So you'd suspect that, well, they've both got tough games anyway. I think Adelaide and Hawthorn is going to be a tough game, and certainly with the Dogs playing Sydney. So they may not win. But it does places, I reckon, Port in a pretty ordinary space if they lose this one, given that they are nearing their better side. They've got their back lines close to being intact. Their midfield is intact, and their forwards, is Marshall's missing, and he will make a bit of a difference, but he hasn't been in great form, so you couldn't say that he's going to be the be-all, end-all. So this is a Port Adelaide side that Ken Hinkley would be... I mean, supporters and the board would be thinking this is an opportunity. They play well on this ground. No Mackay. 5 day... Is it a 5 day or 6 day break by the...
5 day
break.
For the Blues.
If you're going to get them, this is the time to get Carlton, when there's been a little bit of unnecessary news in the paper. So the ramifications. So getting back to it, I think Ken lives with the pressure. He said to me once before that he said you live with the pressure every day, regardless of where you are and all that. He's spot on, and it's high expectations that probably the ones that weigh you down more than anything else. It's not the opposition. The opposition, they're there. You planned on that. You can't. But it's what happens to the family. It's what happens at home, where it's like a dripping tap. It just keeps coming at you and coming at you. In the end, you feel more for what's happening at home than what's happening to yourself.
Port Adelaide have lost their last 3 against Carlton, but they have won 10 of their last 11 here at Docklands. The loss, of course, was to the Blues. So, I mean, with so much speculation around Port Adelaide, how much do you feel like Ken Hinkley's job, Lingy, is linked to the fact of whether Port Adelaide play finals this year? Well, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because he's contracted for next year. So he can choose to go on. And it's funny. We spend so much time analysing coaches, and the buck stops with the coach, and we want to. And I think a lot of fans think, I want to jump off the coach I've got and onto someone else because the grass is greener. I don't know why we choose to do that when you've got a good coach. Now, I'm going to talk about my club here, and I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, get angry, or just stay out of it. I chose to stay out of it. But I saw posted online, somebody collated all the screen grabs from Facebook post Geelong's bad loss to the Western Bulldogs last week. And it was all Geelong supporters saying Chris Scott now needs to be sacked. Chris Scott can't take this group forward. Chris Scott's a joke. Chris Scott this, Chris Scott that. All super negative. And I'm thinking, what? Like I wanted to start swearing or I wanted to cry. I'm thinking, this is a guy who won a flag 2 years ago, has kept them in finals. He's been, coaching for 14 years, I think the number is, and he's been to finals 12 times. He's put them in grand finals. He's put them in top fours. You've got a good coach. Why this urge, 1 or 2 bad losses to jump from that person? I think Port Adelaide have got a good coach. Yeah. You've got a good coach that is trying to do everything he can to be a great coach. So why the urge to jump to something else, the new thing, the grass is greener thing that's over there? I think Ken Hinkley should continue to focus in on, let's keep putting ourselves in a position where we can succeed. Let's keep giving ourselves a chance. He's turned the list over. Remember going back a few years, Clinchy, they were pretty brave with their trading out of players, got themselves positioned in the draft to go and get a Rosie and a Butters. And it's worked. They're back in contention. Now, ultimately, if you don't win the flag, it seems like you've failed miserably.
And there's only one team that win a flag every year, and Lingy, you've been part of it. They are so hard to win. Yes. They're so hard to make. It's hard enough to make the 8. You might say that it was 18 teams, you shouldn't be able to make the 8 if you're a good football side. Well, that doesn't run true, because there's a lot of sides that have won premierships the next year just don't make it, or struggle the following year. You only need 1 or 2 key injuries. I look at now I'll go West Coast, because 2 weeks ago they were highly competitive. They lost a key back, they lost a key forward, and they lost a mid. Now they're all back in tomorrow or this weekend. So that's Yeo, Waterman, and McGovern. So you take 3 players from any side, and the depth in AFL football, believe me, is not that great. So if you lose 3 key players, that's why right now the balance is just slightly tipped. Brisbane would be going, there goes another key forward we don't have to worry about. We'll have to worry about because whoever they bring in, but it's not Mackay anymore, who's 6'5", 6'6", whatever he is, 120 kilos and can take a mark anywhere. That just shuffles around a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Sydney are going to be tested with Papley and Rampy going down. That's their first taste of.
And for a while too.
Yeah.
I mean, Papley's 5 or 6 weeks, and Rampy's done another. He's a player at that age. Yep. So it's the fittest side, believe it or not, is going to be the most probably respected.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with you. Matt Clinch and Kelly Underwood to call the action. The final member of our team is a couple of the superstars of the game. Connor Rosie and Patrick Cripps make their way out to the middle. Is Tim Hodges in the front row tonight? Welcome to you, Hodgie.
Hello, Clinchy. Hello, team. Nice to be with you. It hardly seems fair. The Blues closed round 19 5 nights ago here at the Docklands on Sunday evening, and they open round 20 tonight on Friday. Not a good start for Patrick Cripps. Connor Rosie won the toss. The Power will kick to the Footscray end of the Docklands Stadium. That's at left of your screen if you're at home listening to us. A monster laid out. It's worth backing over. Harry Mackay out with the flu. The club insists he passed all concussion tests all week long. He trained fully on Wednesday. He just woke up unwell this morning. Lewis Young comes into the team. The subs for the Blues, Jack Carroll. For the Power, Quinton Narkle. The Carlton expecting to top 40,000 people tonight, so a bumper crowd still coming into the Docklands. Just worth mentioning, a couple of young fans hanging over the bench. They were getting all sorts of trouble from the security. They wanted to hand something to Michael Voss. He was good enough to come over. Kel, you would know this from the Taylor Swift phenomenon. One of the young girls gave Vossi a bracelet and he put it straight on. So really cool. He's coaching from the boundary alongside his old colleague Ken Hinkley about 3 metres away, and he's wearing a bracelet from one of the fans for this game tonight.
Good on you, Hodgie. As long as it wasn't pitching. He had some stuff stolen from his car during the week, Michael Voss, so he might be happy for a Taylor Swift bracelet.
I'm not a Swiftie. I don't know what Hodgie's talking about.
I'm a Swiftie.
Yeah, and I reckon Mick's a Swiftie as well. He's looked at me like he's got no idea what I'm talking about. Here we go, round 20. ABC Radio. So much to look forward to this weekend, and it's Pitnet and also Sweet. Not their first prime rucks that get it. The clearance will go to Cripps. Their 2 major rucks are out injured, of course, and Cripps has brought it into the forward 50, where it's a free picked out to the Port Adelaide player in Bergman.
Looks like Willem Drew's going to go to Paddy Cripps around the ground.
Drew flares it wide. It's set up here for Boak. Slips through his fingers right in front of the interchange gates. Grabbing it is Ollie Hollands. A little give and go, and then he squares it into the centre. Mark taken by Pitnet, uncontested, on the edge of the centre square.
I'm just watching some really merry-go-round stuff down here. I reckon that Young is trying to go to Alira to break up that tag of Curnow.
Pitnet into the side from Tom de Koning, kicks up towards half forward, but it's the Power through Houston, works into the middle of the ground. Riola's kick is chopped off. Elijah Hollands marks. He moves it in the middle of the ground. Kotra with a hand pass to Chera. He can give the hand pass to McGovern. Back in the lineup. Kicks for Curnow on the lead. And he takes the mark out in front of Alia. He has had a good record, Charlie Curnow, against the Power. 11 goals in his last 3. And a chance to start on the perfect note.
It's funny, Mick. Carlton wanted to give that ball back in the middle of the ground, and Jason Horne-Francis did not want a bar of defending then. No. He was so slow to try and come down and defend, didn't want to chase, and then Carlton able to take it through the corridor, a little token chase from Horne-Francis, and Charlie Curnow said thank you.
The leading Coleman medalist from directly in front, 45 metres out for the dream start. And the Blues are on the board first through 90 seconds. Friday night footy under the roof of Docklands. Carlton 1 straight 6. Port Adelaide yet to score. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport.
Well, again, I'll just go back and say Lewis Young is trying to get to Alira, given the fact that they know that he's going to pick up Curnow. What happens there, as a coach, I've seen this happen time and time again. What will happen is that Curnow, because of the runaround, it'll be Young that'll fall. In this case, it's Curnow's taking the mark. But Young will find himself free because the little wraparound will see Alira not know which way he's going to go to, which player he's going to go to. And that probably was the case just there. He was just a little bit hesitant in his markup of Curnow.
Sweet and Pitnet. In the ruck they go again. This time Sweet dabs it down and then he'll try and pick it up, try and scoop it up at ground level. Still a 50-50 ball. Pouncing on it was Elijah Hollands, a kick though that's gone straight to Port Adelaide and Boats flaring it wide. It was another 50-50 ball before Sard comes in, scoops that handball up to Elijah Hollands, who's had plenty of it. Gets it back to Cripps, has to wait for it to bounce and then wheels around and gets it to the other Hollands. Marking there is Ollie. He's delivered it to Curnow, who's got it at half forward. Is he too far out to score? He just thumps it. There's an unguarded goal square. Which way does it bounce? It was touched. Blues fans thought it bounced through for a goal. But just getting a fingernail on it right there, last line. It was Burgoyne for Port Adelaide scurrying. 1-1-7, Carlton doing all the attacking. Port Adelaide yet to go inside 50, I think.
How was the kick? He half-kicked that.
65 metres.
Power bring the ball back into play. Horn Francis takes the mark and he can go short to Bergman.
Well, they've given the ball up twice, Adelaide. That's the two inside 50s to score have both come from missed kicks by Port.
Bergman looks to the outer wing where he kicks towards Georgiades in a tangle with McGovern. It spills down. Pitnet's in there. The Carlton ruckman trying to get it clear. Hand pass out to Sard. Knocks it to Walsh. Under pressure, releases Chincotta. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Curnow 2-on-1. Alira supports Bergman from behind. Spins out of traffic. Great composure from the defender. Chips it up the wing where Georgiades can take the mark.
Georgiades. Interesting looking kick, really making Butters work for it in front of Sard. He tries to get around him. He loses his balance. He pops back up. He's an Energizer Bunny. Gives it back to Burgoyne. That was brilliant by Butters. Burgoyne goes long over the head of Dixon. And the relieving mark's been taken by Kemp, who moves it quickly. And the Blues are away. This is Elijah Hollands, who's got it still in the defensive 50. Loose players everywhere. He gets to half-back where he gets the kick over to Walsh. Walsh takes off. He says, I'm going in Charlie's direction. Aliir should get there first. Unkind bounce for Aliir. Favours Curnow. Now he's tackled to the turf. And it was the execution of a perfect tackle from Aliir. He made sure when he wrapped both long arms around his waist that he didn't dump him into the turf. And he's been rewarded for holding the ball. It'll be a free kick to Port Adelaide at half-back.
Carlton by 7 points. 5 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. Travis Boat looks to return back inside defensive 50. Links up with Evans. In his first season for the Power to Houston in the back pocket, who looks up the wing. Beautiful kick, finds Farrell. Didn't have to break stride. Centre wing on the outer side. Kicks up towards half forward. Radicalier, Rioli, Dixon, they're all there. Brought down to Horn Francis. Can't take it cleanly. Radicalier inside the forward 50. Hand pass too sharp for Willie Rioli. Newman takes it for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera, chopped off. Rioli wins it back to Burgoyne and then to Rosie. Slipped over at the wrong moment. Tackled by Newman, no whistle. Play on's the call. Still a chance for Butters. Kicks along the deck. Up to half forward, but Chera's on for the Blues. Returns it back up the wing in front of Young and Zerk Thatcher. Zerk Thatcher kept it alive momentarily, but it went over the boundary line. So Lewis Young, the late in for Harry Mackay, starting forward tonight. The Blues by 7 points. 6 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Yeah, they dropped that tag, by the way, Carlton. I guess because Curnow's kicked his first goal and looks pretty much comfortable with Aliir on him.
The ruckman tackle. Cripps got it up to a teammate. Little quick handball before Butters was able to tackle him, and that was Walsh. So it'll be a ball up on the City wing. Flicked down by Pitnet to Cripps. Back to Pitnet. Throws it on the boot. It'll land just in the Curnow direction, and Aliir, what a fascinating duel it's been so far. Aliir had it, Curnow got him, it's holding the ball. No, umpire said play on. So the ball's still alive in the left forward pocket, and rolling onto it was Motlop before it was, it was Motlop. And then he's tackled by Port Adelaide. So now a ball up left forward pocket.
Where Pitnet is up against Sweet. Off hands it goes out of play. And Burgoyne just steps it over the line. No! Up against the left behind post. The umpire said, well, insufficient intent to keep it alive.
Well, he's taken that virtually on the line. He's one step. I reckon that's a bit hot.
Sort of thought the ball was going to go over anyway. Just stepped it over the line. Fogarty opens up the angle. Across his body, he misses to the near side. So all the Blues early. 1-2-8 to Port Adelaide, yet to score. 7 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Port Adelaide can't get any flow going with the game, can they?
No run.
No. And even their ball use appears tentative. The short kicks are really careful. Even that one, like they're just missing things.
Barrel into the back pocket to Burgoyne, who had to get down low. Took it on the bounce and then he wobbles a kick. It's going to be chopped off here by Chera. Handballs to Fogarty. Gives it off to his teammate in Cottrell. Goes into the pocket. Just missed Charlie. Handball from Motlop back to Charlie. Charlie sockers it off the turf. Lacks the fortune. He's given it straight to Cottrell. Right on 50.
Well, you don't get lucky like that. You get your players set up in a really good spot. It may have been a fluke kick type, but Carlton really hugged that 50-metre line.
There was a good little leading lane being opened up there by Carlton. Port Adelaide weren't switched on. It's now covered. So Cottrell, I reckon this is a bit beyond him. Maybe he'll just lay it up to the top of the square late.
Well, he's put the mouth down into the sock. And he's played on. He's almost made a meal of it. He might get it back here with a snap. Cottrell!
That's one way of doing it.
three possessions.
A little bit of shot go, gave it off, got it back, made it as difficult as possible when he puts it through.
Well, Port, for a point. You're saying, they just don't look like they're not switched on, Port.
Yeah, so he's actually missed that. All the razzle-dazzle.
That would have been one of the goals of the season. He looked at Connor Rosie and thought, Brent Harvey, stop, I'll take you on. Almost completed the perfect.
1-3-9 to Port, yet to score.
Farrell kicks Port Adelaide to half back. Radaglia takes the mark. Hand pass to Butters.
Good mark by
Willie Rioli.
Really good mark.
So Willie Rioli between wing and half forward. Carlton leading by 9 points. 9 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide looking to go inside 50 for just the third time so far in this match. The Blues have been inside on 6 occasions. Squares it up to Lockie Jones, who returns after his concussion. Veers out to the right-hand side. Long kick inside 50. Dixon in the pack from the side. Cottrell, it spills down to ground level. Onto a Burgoyne. Great chase. Elijah Holland's got him just before he got boots a ball. And a goal-saving tackle isn't rewarded as it spills out in the right forward pocket.
No, I shouldn't have been holding the ball. He did get a boot to it, but brilliant tackle.
Isn't it?
Outstanding. Certain goal saved there.
Why didn't he just kick it?
He must have thought he'd snuck over the bag. He had one look over his left shoulder. Should have looked over his right.
Toss back in. We're right deep inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Rosie with a quick snap from one side of the goal square to the other where McGovern marks it. And he goes quickly with an absolutely monster kick. Motlop had to get on his bike and get down really low. It was a desperate lunge. He had Farrell for company, and Farrell sees it over.
Yeah, it's good footy by Farrell. He didn't infringe. No. He worked really hard to be up against Motlop. It was going to be an easy exit if Motlop was able to take that on the chest. Well played.
Hollands has had a brilliant start, that match, the goal-saving tackle and the 6 disposals.
Umpires picked out a free kick. It's going Carlton's way. Mark Pitnet in the ruck contest against Jordan Sweet. And the Blues to take it at right half back. Tom de Koning for the end of the home and away season. So Pitnet getting his opportunity up towards half forward. Kennedy caught behind. Bergman did well. Couldn't hang on the mark at the later tackle on Cripps. And the ball goes out of play in front of the two benches. Carlton 1-3-9. Port Adelaide yet to score. 11 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Kelly Underwood call the action. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling in the back row, and Tim Hodges down on the boundary.
So we've got a clear look at some of the matchups here. Chincotta on Butters with a hard tag, and Drew still trying to get to Cripps.
Sweet down to Wines, right in front of the interchange gates. Ollie's been in good form lately. He couldn't quite hit up Evans on the target. But Port have got the numbers at ground level. Rosie, beautiful. Back to Wines. Standing start. Tried to give it over to Evans. Again, it was a risky one. Mead gets involved. Back to Ollie Wines. 3 passages of play and Radaglia marks inside 50.
Well, that's the best I've seen him mark for a while. He's playing forward of the ball. So that's one pack mark, and that one there under real pressure. It was only just a 15-metre kick, but he had...
Brodie Kemp.
It was Kemp all over him.
Yep.
And doing everything right. There's nothing wrong with what Kemp tried to do. But
played most of his early Geelong career as a forward, as we know, and then had that season back. And
Ollie Lord dropped at selection this week. So this is a shock. Ratugolea in the forward line, directly in front. He'll step just inside 50. Can he produce Port Adelaide's opener? Yes, he can. And they all run over to him, to Ratugolea. And that's just his second goal in Port Adelaide colours this year. It's Carlton by 3 points. 139, Port with its first major for the evening.
It's funny how, obviously, the big recruiting drive was to get him as a defender because of that season with the Cats. I've always seen him as better as a forward who can pinch hit in the ruck.
Oh, really?
Oh, absolutely. Without question. And I think the defensive stuff was a little bit of just trying to teach him something at Geelong and a little bit of necessity with a couple of injuries, and he did a really good job of it. But then Port Adelaide grabbed him to be a key defender. I think he's more natural forward of the player in the ruck.
So the second ruck here is Dixon. It's interesting that they're not using Ratugolea as a second ruck. Dixon probably has to do this because he's not really dominating as a forward.
Led the way last week with 4 goals. Charlie Dixon, he's in the ruck here, helping get it to Ollie Wines, who gets the clearance. Port Adelaide's way. Ratugolea in the pack. Flying Georgiades as well. Willie Rioli comes in, lays a good tackle on Wiedering to lock the ball inside 50, 40 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. Carlton holding a 3-point advantage. Dixon wins down the tap against Young and then follows up, tries to knock it to the advantage of Connor Rosie, who comes flying through with Burn Jones as well. The ball spills out. Burns gathers for Port Adelaide, gets the hand pass to Jason Horne-Francis, to Houston out wide. And Burn Jones marks just inside 50, can poke it over the top. Georgiades has 4 or 5 metres of space on Cowan and marks hard against the boundary, 40 metres out from goal.
That's better movement. It's not clinical. It's pretty basic. There's a lot of movement to get the ball there, but they've got the ball there. Ollie Wines has been the bit difference in the last 5 minutes, being able to get a couple of really key possessions.
3 goals last week for Mitch Georgiades, leading the way with 30 goals for the season. The West Australian, having overcome that ACL last year. He'll start in the gutter in the right forward pocket. A chance to put Port Adelaide in front. A slow build-up in front of the Carlton faithful. He fires on goal. It's a good effort. Straight over the goal umpire's head. He liked it. And Port Adelaide take the lead. After Carlton kicked the opening goal of the match, the Power with the next 2 in 2 minutes.
Well, that's an outstanding goal from out there. That's a right foot against the boundary for those that are listening to us, not watching. So he's got it on the right forward pocket. And I would say only a couple of metres in it at best. So to be actually kick a goal from there, and the goal umpire, basically, they take spot of the middle of the ground. So that just went straight over his head. Beautiful kick for goal.
Port Adelaide 2 straight 12 to Carlton 1-3-9. 14 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport on the SMS 0437 774 774. Cheerio to Riley, who's listening to us while he's camping in the sticks with his young son at his granddad's farm in Snake Valley. And Dean in Newborough says, a question for the group: at the AFL are so worried about concussion protocols, why don't they make helmets compulsory?
That won't work.
Dixon and Young in the ruck. Lewis Young, the late inclusion with Harry Mackay out. It's Port Adelaide streaming forward. Jason Burgoyne into that right forward pocket and over the head of Rioli, who's in a tussle with Cowans back there.
Centre clearance is just going Port Adelaide's way the last 5 or 6 minutes.
Dixon, that's been a really pivotal move as well, because he's not jumping, he's just pushing his body into the... And because he's so good at ground level.
Here he goes again with Young. Over the head of both the ruckmen, waiting at the back, firing out a handball was Kennedy, but it's stolen by Rosie. Handball's over his head to Horne-Francis, gives it to Wines, skies the ball to land at the top of the goal square, and in the right place at the right time is Elijah Hollands. He's been in the right place plenty of times so far tonight. This is disposal number 7 for Elijah.
He's working really hard to get deep from that wing, go back and help, and then pushes hard forward. He's playing a really disciplined role.
Leading possession getter on the ground as it kicks out to Chera at right half back. Played across half back last week against North Melbourne, looking to continue that role. Kicks up the wing looking for Charlie Curnow. Little shove on Alir. Can't hang on to the mark. Winds for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Dixon. To Boat. Good side step around Kennedy. Hacks the kick up to half forward. Georgiades got a cruel bounce. It bounces away from him. Sard for the Blues. Hand pass to Wiedering. To Chera at half back. Looks inboard to Fogarty. Had to wait a long time. Horn Francis makes the spoil. Elijah Holland's hand pass straight to Boat. Drives it inside 50. Radically up against 2. Wiedering came across. Made a big fist. It spills out to Burgoyne. His kick is smothered by Cottrell. Chaos ball. Cowan under pressure. Deal with that Cottrell as he's locked up. And Evans lays the tackle.
Cunningham, I think, just got a real big bump and his shoulder sore off the ball.
Has he got that taped up already?
Yeah, I think you're right, Mick. Yeah, he's real sore.
So, tossed up off inside 50 here for Port Adelaide.
He's walking off.
Yeah, that's popped out. I think it was Rioli just flashing across.
Left shoulder, yeah.
Laid a nice little block, but that shoulder's out. That's...
Get down to Tim Hodges shortly on the boundary as Sweet thumps it only into the arms of Chera. He tries the exiting kick. Didn't get out of defensive 50 just yet. It's going to come back to him again. On the left, can he find Owies on the bounce? It favours him. He streams down the city side. They've got the numbers. Newman had it, lost it. Now back to Cripps. He tries to get around to Houston, their best player, and he does, and then he's caught. But he gets the handball away. They've got the numbers there. It's retrieved by Newman. He goes to half forward. Port Adelaide, though, with the intercept. And a kick down the line is going to be stayed in play by Kennedy. Kennedy goes straight back in the same distance. Zerk Thatcher's there. He's tackled by Cripps. Gets the handball away, and then he's set upon a big ball to be won here. Getting involved was Bergman. Now it comes back to Francis. He's twisting and turning. Is Evans, rather. Logan Evans.
Oh, giveaway ball.
And they're under the pump.
Meads kick back to Boat, put him under enormous pressure, using all his composure and experience to link up with Alir. Kicks up the wing to Willie Rioli on the bounce. Hand pass to Georgiades. They try and find a way around Sard. Back to Willie Rioli. Kicks up to Jones. Spoil away by Ollie Hollands, and Fogarty's back in defence. Gets the hand pass to Kemp. Cowan hard against the boundary. Squeezes the kick close to the line. Over it as McGovern tried to keep it alive, but out of bounds on the full. The free kick going the way of Logan Evans, the 18-year-old in front of the Port Adelaide bench. Power by 3 points, 18 gone, opening term.
Evans skies it. It's a high ball. The big pack forms. Georgiades flew too early. Kemp, clean hands over to Hollands. Now this is Elijah. Spearing pass. How good is that? Gives it off to his teammate. A nice little give and go, and away they go. This is Jesse Motlop that's involved to centre half forward. Marking on his chest is Owies. Unguarded goal square. Alir's tracking back there, and he gets his hand to it. Didn't get the bounce he wanted, did Owies from 50 out. It's Port Adelaide leading by 3 points. Let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Kelly, David Cunningham came off for the Blues. Halfway off the ground, the doctor actually stopped him. He was in that much pain to try and put the shoulder back in. It didn't work, so they've taken him off straight down to the room. So it was a left shoulder. It was already heavily strapped, so clearly he's had problems before. So Cunningham in the rooms with that left shoulder out.
Thanks, Hodgie. Port Adelaide by 2 points. Farrell along to the middle of the ground. True under enormous pressure. Gets a kick forward. Knocked on by Sweet. It might work. Winds his hand pass to Dixon. Couldn't take it cleanly. Cowan for the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps on the wing. The Carlton captain releases Eliza Hollands, who kicks up to Charlie Curnow. A couple of metres on Alir. Gave him a little shove. Quickly inside 50 looking for Owies, but Farrell was awake to that. He juggles the mark 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Switches it out to Burgoyne, who at full tilt pulls in the mark in the right back pocket. Port Adelaide by 2 points, 20 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
He kicks it to Drew, and Drew handballs back to Burgoyne. They're going down the city side again. Here's a chance for Francis Evans, the former Cat, making a lot of it for Horn Francis. He got near it, and then it was Motlop. He tripped Motlop. Gee, the Blues fans getting into Horn Francis tonight. Every time he goes near it, and Motlop wins the free kick, shorts it. Centering ball to Newman. Back to McGovern, it is rather, who shanks the kick. That's why Lingy said, oh, yuck. And now Port Adelaide through Wines. He's been good. He emerges with it. Burn Jones, standing start, wobbly old kick. Trapping it well was Kemp. Goes straight back into the centre. Oh, this is like tennis. They're giving it back to each other. Intercept City before Houston, who's usually class. Can he add a bit of class on here? In a one-on-one contest, it was Dixon that went to ground, and it was Cowan that stood his ground. and he tried to clear it up further up the ground. Oh, he's rewarded as it goes over the boundary line.
Callum, I'm glad you clarified I said yuck about that one particular kick because I could have said that about 15 kicks in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
What about the last one trying to kick to Dixon? Oh. Dixon can't. Look, he moves as quick as Joe Biden. So what you've got to do is you've got to put it out right on his head. Otherwise, he's not going to mark it, is he?
It's not quite the Federer Nadal that Chris Fagan made mention of last week. It's more like something out on court 17 at the moment. From the stoppage, no chance of breakaway as Hewitt is locked up. Matt Lynch and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you for Friday Night Footy with Tim Hodges on the boundary. Sweet wins down the tap for the power. It's a Boak. Screws it over his shoulder. Up towards half forward. Bumped off it. In the end was Francis Evans and a chance for the Blues as Elijah Hollands looks to try and clear it. Works it back to Wiedering. Calm and composed. He finds Ollie Hollands at right half back. Port Adelaide by 2 points. 22 minutes gone. Opening term. ABC Sport.
Tim Hodges.
The doctor has returned from the rooms. He shook his head. He's spoken to Jack Carroll, and Jack Carroll's been told to get ready. So I don't think this is good news for David Cunningham with that left shoulder that was out of its place. And it looks like Carroll's going to be put into this game.
Carlton with possession. Pitnet marks right in front of Hodgie on the benches, and he delivers beautifully to Kennedy. Still a couple of kicks out. He's only a step or two in from the boundary line on the dog side. Kennedy, who points towards goal and says, I'm going to set it up.
Charlie.
And he does just that. Where is Charlie in a one-on-one with Aaliyah? Got his hand to it and then tackled over the boundary is Bergman by Motlop. It'll be a boundary throw in. Hodgie.
The paperwork, I don't know if you can see me, Kel, the paperwork is right beside me being processed by the Blues. So unfortunately, David Cunningham, his injury concerns continue with that left shoulder, and Jack Carroll is into the game so early into this match for the Blues.
Had a horrible run last year, was given a 1-year contract extension, David Cunningham. Thanks, Hodgie, as Drew tries to clear, kicks up towards half-back. Francis Evans can't hang on. Ollie Hollands is taken out of play by Butters, and careful not to sling him on the unofficial turf up against the fencing. He's had a few fines, Zach Butters, so he's probably a bit mindful that he doesn't want to pay any more price. Over $30,000 in fines. A lot of money. Thrown back in. Port Adelaide leading by 2 points after the last 2 goals of the match. Pitnet wins down the tap against Sweet. At the back of the pack, it's left for Travis Boak, who gets the hand pass to Drew. Hand pass opens up Mead. Gets a hand pass forward to Horn Francis. They're off here. Port Adelaide through the middle of the ground. Kicks out in front of Radaglia, who hugs the mark to his chest. It was a beautiful kick, as you heard there from Mick. With Kemp caught behind, and Radaglia just protected the space in front.
Yeah, that kick was like it was one of those quarterback throws where you just turn and there's your target running onto it. He took it. He was so comfortable to take the mark on his chest. That's how good the kick was. Kemp was right there. No problem with defence. No problem that he gave 5 or 6 metres. He was right on him. So cracking kick.
Had 1 goal coming into tonight for the season. Has 1 already. A chance for a second and to extend Port Adelaide's lead. 45-degree angle. 45 metres out from goal. Asaba Radaglia misses to the left-hand side. Golden opportunity goes begging. Port Adelaide by 3 points. The Blues an interesting watch given they are coming off the back of a 5-day break. Get the opening goal, but it's been Port Adelaide in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Plenty of news coming into this one. Harry Mackay, late withdrawal sick. Lewis Young in. Aaliyah started on Curnow. Radaglia up forward and has kicked a goal. And the kick-in was from McGovern, and there is that matchup, Aaliyah and Curnow. Aaliyah gives away a free for holding on. Curnow, beautiful field kick. He kicked it from the wing and hit Louis Young, the late inclusion on the chest. And he started up forward. Now, he's too far out to score. He's right on the boundary. He's 70 out. He's just going to put it up to the hot spot. He wants someone in there. The skipper was there, barging his way through his Walsh. Gives it back to Curnow. Throws it on the boot. The right place, the right time was the youngster Logan Evans for Port Adelaide, marked at the top of the defensive goal square for Port.
I could say that Curnow's a great kick for goal. He's as good a kick around the ground as you'd ever see for distance. Unbelievable.
So Zerk Thatcher only just cleared Sam Walsh. Radaglia has to take the contact, turns it over. Kemp's hand pass to Walsh, drives it inside 50, but Bergman getting back. Takes the mark against Paddy Cripps and looks straight down the middle Looking to turn defence into attack. Finds Francis Evans. Hand pass away to Rosie with that famous number 1 on his back. Kicks over the head of Wiedering. Horn Francis after it. Clever topo. Then overran the footy. Wiedering back onto it. Great work from the Carlton defender. Reliable as always. Kicks up the wing. Young's the target. Drew in from the side. Spills off hands to the back of the pack. Jones can't keep it alive. And a boundary throw in front of the 2 benches.
Yeah, well done by Wiedering.
Wiedering.
Yeah, just the ability, because he looked like he was done for all money with speed, but he used his body to hold up.
It's just an old-fashioned one, wasn't it? Hor Francis and Wiedering, and the Blues fans really enjoyed that.
Overran the ball.
So flick back in, right in front of the Blues bench. Taken off, it was Chera. Umpire said play on. Here's a chance for Logan Evans, who was taken high. No, umpire says play on. Fogarty from the side of the pack. Bombs it long. Aaliyah. Oh, he dropped what he should have taken in the end. But Zerkvatch there to help out. And then Houston flicks the kick backwards and retreats all the way to Bergman, top of the defensive goal square. He's got it. So they've repelled well the last few minutes here, Port Adelaide. And it's a lovely kick to hit up Farrell. Wedges the kick over the top to the skipper, Rosie. Marking in front of the Port Adelaide bench. Little indecisive. He's making it really hard work for Logan Evans, who's run down in a monster tackle by Hewitt.
The high contact was there.
It was certainly there, but he actually drew it.
Hewitt got him high. No. Evans is kicked into the middle of the ground.
And Houston had to wait a long time. He's taken high as well by Kennedy. So Port Adelaide get a couple of consecutive free kicks, and Carlton fans make their presence known. As Dan Houston drives it inside 50, in from the side, Georgiades. What a mark as Radaglia came charging out from the goal square, and this will be after the sign of quarter time. The Blues started promisingly, but it's been all Port Adelaide since the 12-minute mark of the opening term, and a chance to make it 3 goals to close the term and extend their lead to 9 points at the first break. The Blues coming off a 5-day break, having played against North Melbourne. On Sunday afternoon, Harry Mackay laid out. No Tom DeConing, no Blake Acres, but the footy in the hands of Mitch Georgiades. Nailed one from the boundary early. This is more stock standard. Georgiades directly in front, 40 metres out to make it count. He misses to the left-hand side. Just the wrong side of the left goalpost, and a chance goes begging for Port Adelaide. They lead by 4 points at the first break. 2-2-14 to Carlton 1-4-10. Now for the Blues kick the opening goal of the match, the Power with the next 2 to lead by 4 at quarter time. So goals to Charlie Curnow, Radaglia and Georgiades for the Power. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just interesting, Clinchy. I was watching Sam Doherty, who works on the Carlton bench, almost said to Michael Voss, don't put Jack Carroll, who has been subbed into this game, into the game yet. I think they wanted him to do a more productive warm-up, which he's now doing out there. So Jack Carroll is into the game. The big news of the first term, David Cunningham has been subbed out with that left shoulder that popped out. I just wanted to ask Lingy a question. We know at this ground they wet it a lot on game days, so it is spongy, so you need to wear the long stops. We saw Connor Rosie in one particular player who slipped over multiple times in that term. But then it's dewy. We know it's deep in winter, so it's slippery as all hell. How difficult is the balancing act that the players have to have with their boots just to stay upright at the moment in the middle of winter here at the Docklands?
It's a good question. It's got so much better over the years, but I reckon if you look through the middle, right down the corridor, Hodgie, it looks like an entire strip down the middle of this ground has been relayed with what looks like new turf, if I had to guess. That's the stuff that becomes slippery. They can shift a little bit. It's had extra water into it because they need it growing. And that's where the tricky bit is. And you're right, there's been a lot of slipping over and a lot of mistakes with the kicking. The kicking's been terrible in this first quarter, and I wonder if the plant foot on the kicking is just shifting a little bit, and that's why so many players are missing their targets. It's a good point you bring up.
Yeah, that hasn't been missed on the SMS. Let us know your name and where you're listening from on 0437 774 774. Rod from Hobart says Port's kicking is atrocious. Harvey here enjoying the coverage on a windy night from Ross in Tasmania. Tom says camping on the Warrego River in Queensland while thunderstorms flashing regardless of who wins tonight. Is this going to be a statement game for either side? Ken in Caulfield says, hi guys, tell the listener who said to make helmets compulsory, that won't help. And the Blues have half a dozen VFL standard players featuring tonight. That's a problem. Great to have your company on Friday Night Footy. Port Adelaide by 4 points at the first break on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Riola's kick is chopped off. Elijah Holland's marks. He moves it in the middle of the ground. Contra with a hand pass to Chera. He can give the hand pass to McGovern. Back in the lineup. Kicks for Curnow on the lead. And he takes the mark out in front of Aaliyah. The leading Coleman medalist from directly in front. 45 metres out for the dream start. And the Blues are on the board first through 90 seconds.
Wines, standing start, tried to give it over to Evans. Again, it was a risky one. Mead gets involved. Back to Ollie Wines. 3 passages of play and Radaglia marks inside 50. So this is a shock. Radaglia in the forward line, directly in front. He'll step just inside 50. Can he produce Port Adelaide's opener? Yes, he can.
Jason Horne-Francis to Houston out wide. And Burne-Jones marks just inside 50. Can poke it over the top. Georgiades has 4 or 5 metres of space on Cowan. And marks hard against the boundary, 40 metres out from goal. A slow build-up in front of the Carlton faithful. He fires on goal. It's a good effort. Straight over the goal umpire's head. He liked it. And Port Adelaide take the lead.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. Friday night footy to start round 20. And it's Port Adelaide who lead Carlton by 4 points. 2-2-14 to the Blues, 1-4-10. The Blues kick the opening goal of the match, and then the Power with the next 2 to hold a slender lead at quarter time. Matt Clutch and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Some expanded thoughts from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Mick, I've got a question for you, and it comes down to player mindset a little bit. Both those huddles there, I wonder if there's a few players thinking, I'm going okay. I've had 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 touches in that quarter. I'm finding the footy. We've had over 200 possessions in that first quarter, both teams combined, for a grand total of 3 goals.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nothing, nowhere possessions and a lot of skill errors, I must add, as well.
Well, even no shots for goal, didn't he?
Yeah.
They've got 30 seconds. That's Radaglia and Georgiades have had shots on goal, 30 seconds to do something about it and miss from relatively in front. And we say that's bad kicking, but the kicking around the ground has been horrendous. Also, the other thing is too, it's okay to be very game, we've got to be game, we've got to get through give the ball back to them, because that's what Port have done time and time again through very, very ordinary decision making to kick the ball into the corridor, which Carlton are a wake up to. But conversely, Carlton get the ball to about the centre of the ground, and they just think that Curnow's going to do everything.
Yeah.
So you're spot on. It's when you've had Carlton kick 1 goal for 99 possessions. 1 goal.
It's crazy.
And inside 50 have gone, I think it's 12.
Big move from Ken to put Radaglia up forward. What did you make of that?
Not really, because they've got to do that's their Achilles heel at the moment. They just can't score enough.
Second quarter set to get underway. Port Adelaide leading by 4 points. The Power had 4 more clearances, 1 more inside 50. The Blues winning the contested possessions by 4. Port Adelaide hold a 4-point lead. Second quarter underway. Hewitt gets the opening clearance, bounces off Horne-Francis, jags it onto his left, kicks up towards Curnow. Can't hang on to the mark in front of Aaliyah. Bergman made the tackle. Careful not to get over the shoulder.
Oh, Curnow was walking back to have a shot, then he thought, I've just got a definite free kick.
He thought he might have had the umpire there, but not paid. 40 metres out from the Blues goal. Pitnet wins down the tap against Sweet. Spills out the way of Kennedy, puts the pressure on Burgoyne. Straight to the boundary, not this time. Even though the Carlton fans leaning over the fence, putting the pressure on the umpire.
Oh, how good is it? Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and Carlton fans are incensed for something different. They don't like the calls that the umpires are making at the moment. Port Adelaide with a slender lead as it's flicked back in. Too shallow. Both ruckmen miss it. Drew puts his head over the footy. So too does Pitnet. Has he dragged that one back in? Yes, he has. Umpire said holding the ball. There's another one that goes against the Blues, but it was the correct decision.
It was.
It'll be a free kick to Ollie Wines, who's in a rich vein of form, and he's taken it from the back pocket. He goes long round the city side. Georgiades with the sit, rather it's Sweet with the sit. And
He's done well. He's done well this
an uncontested mark. No Soldo, of course. Out for a couple more weeks with a knee injury. Sweet bangs it long. The former Dogs ruckman. Radigalia forced to spoil from behind. Sam Walsh on the outside goes the banana to centre half forward. It went over his teammate's head. Here's Charlie getting involved. Curnow lowers the eyes off to Kennedy. He's going to stroll in. Blues have got their second of the night and they kick it right where the end of the Carlton cheer squad is up and about. And Carlton back in front, leader by 2-4-16. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Opening minutes of the second term.
It was a smart decision, Mick, by Kennedy there. There's a time where you say, he's cheated, he snuck forward when he shouldn't have. But he made the decision thinking, it's Charlie Curnow versus someone. Now's the time to get forward because Charlie was always going to win that contest. And all Charlie had to do was half win it and just scramble it forward. And Kennedy was free. Smart forward decision there. Well played.
Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy, just confirmation from the Blues. We appreciate them getting back to us. A full left shoulder dislocation for David Cunningham, why he's been subbed out of this game. So some awkward conversations ahead, whether he plays on in pain and they strap it for the rest of this year or whether he goes for surgery, which would end his 2024.
Thanks, Hodgie. Hewitt's been penalised holding the footy. Just has got away a kick, but too late in the eyes of the umpire.
Well, that's all new, isn't it? You could swing him around 100.
Oh, Sweet took the free kick, quickly gave it to Farrell, dodges and weaves away from Carroll, drives it inside 50, Dix in the goal square, Georgiades at the back, reels in the mark, straight into the middle, into the goal square, and Port Adelaide are taking some towering marks inside 50.
What about the kick from
Farrell?
That's gone. Well, it's probably 60 plus metres, but
in a hurry.
Yeah, it certainly didn't hit the roof. It just got there so quick.
Georgiades had a shot after the quarter time siren, comes in, puts through his second, and Port Adelaide answer straight back and take back the lead. The Blues had it for no more than probably about 90 seconds, and Port Adelaide are back in front. The third lead change of the match, 3-2-20 to Carlton 2-4-16. 3 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse are with you.
I like risks, Lingy, if they're calculated. That hand pass from Sweet to Farrell, it was to Farrell, wasn't it?
Yes,
first up.
Yep.
That could have been intercepted, dragged down, whatever. He was good enough just to. I think because the Carlton players were so surprised that actually the ruckman would hand pass. Mind you, you didn't know what ruckman would do, but that was. I mean, it created the goal, but it could have easily been down the other end.
Yeah.
Drew standing next to Cripps at this centre bounce. Juan Francis next to Walsh. Chera's in there and Wines in the ruck. Pitnet straight down the throat of Walsh. But he's tackled and his handball's gone straight to Mead, who handballs to Drew. Drew driving ball, penetrating inside 50. Charlie goes to ground. Wiedering too strong. Did Wiedering just toss Charlie Dixon aside like a ragdoll?
Yeah, he's so strong.
That is extreme. He gives it off to Kemp. Charlie Dixon dealt with Kemp after Kemp got rid of the ball. Kennedy emerges with the footy. Quick little give, and he got it over to Elijah Hollins, and his kick finds Cripps.
The Carlton captain, centre wing, looks up towards inside 50. Sends it in the direction of
free kick.
Young. They're going to shove out in the marking contest, and he will get a free kick.
Yeah, that's really poor play. We're watching from up here.
Didn't need to do it.
No, two Port players were looking at who was going to mark it as opposed to who's going to go for it.
It was Zirk Thatcher.
Oh, it's terrible.
I mean, he gets so panicked under any sort of high ball. I'm not surprised he did it because he's a liability when the ball comes in high like that.
That's just a giveaway.
Lewis Young, the late inclusion for Harry Mackay, has kicked just 2 goals in his 64 games. Looking to reinvent himself as a forward. 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. Young comes in and nails it straight through the middle. Carlton back in front. And this seesawing match starts to find a rhythm. Both sides are maximising in front of goal. The Blues by 2 points, 3-4-22 to Port Adelaide, 3-2-20. Carlton with 2-1 through the opening 6 minutes of the second term on ABC Sport with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
I always found it an interesting one that Port Adelaide went so hard after him, Mick. I've got to be honest. I thought Zerk Thatcher panicked every time a high ball came in at Essendon, and they were so keen to get him. And you've seen it. That's not a one-off. That's pretty much every week.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly that.
And look, I've coached players like that, and you have to put in every training session where the best course of it is not to. It's almost lock into the player, so therefore you're comfortable knowing where your player is, as opposed to, like, he didn't know where his player was, so he just got his eyes straight off the ball.
Pitnet tried to get it down to Hewitt, and Pitnet had it again, lost it. Rosie, the soccer off the ground in the midfield. It gets down to inside 50. Dixon and Wiedering are in a tussle. Dixon goes in, picks it up one-handed, thinks he's Michael Jordan. Stolen by Walsh to Wiedering. Gets it down low. Oh, he's missed it. Turnover. Boak spins, turns, high ball. Radaglia there, Rioli as well, and it's off the hands of Cowan.
Yeah, I think it was a free kick.
Cowan.
Yeah, there was a bit of manhandling in
by
that.
Rioli.
Well, yes, it was, but it was a double by everyone, really. That everyone took their eyes off the footies, wondering what was going to happen to it.
So Cowan goes the high ball, just trying to clear it out of the defensive 50. The spoil from Sweet straight down to Drew. What a pick up to Jones. Skies it. It'll land in the hot spot. Charlie Dixon is well out of position, caught behind the play. Cowans took the mark. Thought he'd taken it, but it was touched, and they pile on him, the Port Adelaide players. So instead of Cowan emerging with the footy, it'll be a ball up top of the goal square here for Port.
Carlton by 2 points. Pitnet and Sweet tangle. Spills down to Rosie. Squeeze the kick forward. Radaglia, not 15. Mead onto it. Beautifully. Wheels it onto his left, but just can't finish. The wrong side of the left goalpost. And a minor score. Carlton lead by a point. 8 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Well, that's a dangerous stoppage there. That really, the numbers come from everywhere, all running towards goal. Carlton really lucky to get away with that.
So an arm wrestle unfolding under the closed roof here. Oh, Radagalia's given away a 50. McGovern with the kick in.
Yeah, I reckon that's Academy Award stuff.
And the mark was taken by Newman, and Radagalia came in and pushed him. Newman went to ground. A 50 drags Newman up to centre wing on the dock side. There's no man on the mark, so Newman runs another 10 metres, and on that left drives it. Pitnet was the target. Pickenet finds out the handball to Young. Young to Walsh. He's got space. Instead, he gives it back to Newman. Newman started this passage of play from 48 out, and he just misses. He put it on his left boot. He's usually a reliable kick, Nick Newman, having a wonderful 2024, but it just hung out to the left-hand side. 3-5 Carlton, 3-3 Port Adelaide, Blues by 2.
Cal, you're our gun at this. Can you do a little project for me? If it hits the goal umpire's flags and that's the only thing it hits, is it still a behind?
Ooh.
Because that's what happened with that Mead kick. We just saw the replay. It went through, and the only thing it hit, not the post, was the goal umpire's flags that were sticking out from the post. So perhaps should have been a goal.
Oh, that's a good question. One for the Arcers. Lockie Jones tries to clear the half-back line up to the wing. Radaglia couldn't mark. Rosie gets a hand pass forward. Rioli chips it to Dixon. He's got a couple of metres on Kemp. He marks it right half forward. Options are plenty inside 50. And with a bullet pass to the right forward pocket, he finds Mead.
I think it's a point.
You reckon it's a point?
Well, no, it shouldn't be. But anything on the post, anything on the post, goal umpire's flag and anything is deemed
as part of the post.
Well, that's what I've been led to believe for 100 years.
Jackson Mead opens up the angle, kicks on his left. Burn Jones trying to shepherd it, but it's rushed through in the end. Right on the goal line. It's knocked through for a minor score. So Cowan able to spoil there, and the Blues lead by a point. 10 minutes gone, second quarter. Got a challenge from Lingy to Kell. I'm glad he gave it to you, Kel.
Yeah, so I'll also try and check.
Well, I'm not sure why I'm the guru.
Pick your friends.
You have to call the game. Sorry, Kel.
That's all right.
Keep doing that.
That's all right. I'm a woman. I can do two things at once.
Bang, bang.
I'll work out flag drama and call the game. Yeah, the Sharon is currently in the hands of Ollie Hollins, going round the outer side, the city side. Neat little handball. It was, in fact, a little bit too tricky there by Carroll. Tried the underground. Come unstuck. Chincotta gets involved. Tries to barge his way through. He's stripped of it. Rosie. Radaglia. Oh, what a tackle on Radaglia by Newman. I mentioned a few moments ago a much improved player. If you're a Blues fan, you'd love this bloke. He gives everything every week, Nick Newman. And that was a huge tackle on Radaglia, and he's rewarded, and he gets the kick, flares it out wide to Carroll, who came on and started as a sub.
Was that good a tackle? Both the field umpires in the middle of the ground. Pate holding the ball in perfect sync. And Zerk Thatcher's taken an intercepting mark, but it's coming back. Charlie Curnow impeded, and we'll have it out right half forward, just on 50.
I see that again.
I'm sure there was a great deal in it, but...
Well, they say he's shipping it off. I'm not convinced to see it first up. And it won't make any difference here because maybe held out.
Yeah,
this
distance is quite acceptable for him to have a crack at it.
Keep the opening goal of the match. He starts about 75 metres out, kicking from 55, sets flight. What a shot! A dagger from long range, and Charlie Curnow has his second. No Harry Mackay tonight, so Charlie Curnow is taking centre stage and trying to take over. The Blues lead by 7 points with 3-1 so far in this second quarter through 12 minutes. Carlton 4-5-29 to Port Adelaide 3-4-22.
Oh, what a fantastic kick by Charlie Curnow. Just roosted it. Absolutely nailed it there. He is an incredible player. Cal, how are we travelling with my project?
Yeah, I think I've got it officially here from one of our stat mates, who we do love in Josh Kay. That if the flag is part of the post, even if it is behind the line, it's a post.
Wow.
Well, they should get rid of it and put it on the back fence. Honestly, why have it there?
That's a good question, because that's all it hits, so it's a correct
post
decision then by the goal umpire. Well done. See, Cal, I knew you could do it.
Yeah, that's all right. Go back to calling the game now. Thanks, Lee. The important things. Port Adelaide with the clearance, streaming forward. Here's a chance for Boat. He puts it near the top of the goal square, over the head of a couple of teammates. Radaglia tries to barge through. Mead gets it. Horne-Francis doesn't need too much time or space. That kick was smothered. Brilliant hustle by the Blues. And now it's Saad. A little bounce, a little give to Carroll. Delivers downfield. Charlie Curnow's there, but Alir, just playing off him, was able to take the mark. Gobble up that defensive mark across half-back.
I'm not sure he's actually on him, Cal. It just seems to change very regularly that they're trying to keep him away from Curnow. When Curnow's kicked his goals, he hasn't actually been physically on him.
Alir to Burgoyne, works it around the outer wing, and the mark is taken by Bergman. Veers out to the right, drives Port Adelaide long inside 50. Georgiades from the back, crashes the pack, running onto it and dribbling end over end. And shot on goal from Francis Evans. It's the very bottom of the right goal post. He really could have ran it all the way to the goal line, and a golden opportunity goes begging.
Well, he could. Not only that, mate, he could have actually kicked it, gone, got the goal, the flags, waved them, taken the ball back to the centre. That's how much time he had. I mean, that was just a wasted ball.
There's going to be a free kick off the ball here. Charlie Curnow got taken out of that marking contest. I'm sitting next to somebody renowned for not liking those types of kicks in the next commentary box. I can feel the tension.
Well, here's a chance for an intercept for Port Adelaide because the kick from Carlton went sideways. Free kick to Chera.
Gee, they're giving some really silly free kicks. They're all there.
Yeah.
Really silly free kicks. They're just not putting... You're in second, guess what happens? That's what takes place.
It was Radaglia on Chera, so Chera will reset again, and he goes to Curnow, who's got it. Defensive side of this broadcast wing. Curnow, Wiedering will fly from behind. Cripps absolutely crunched the pack. In fact, he crunched Charlie Dixon, who's a little slow to get up. Paddy Cripps with a bit of airtime. And the ball does not come out of there, so... Thrown up in the air. Dixon gets his hand to it in the right. Horne-Francis tries to fend off on 2 players. One of them was Cripps, going nowhere, holding the ball. Blues fans like that one. And it'll be a free kick to Fogarty.
Well, he needs to lift Horne-Francis. He's really down.
He shorts it. All by himself is Cottrell inside 50.
His man was right next to him. 3 metres off him, Kel, on the boundary side. That is... you get a under 10 coach says to you, always push your man to near the boundary, not the other way.
Yep.
Especially inside 50.
The Spoke playing his 364th AFL game. So Cottrell, 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. And we're sitting right behind him here. to extend the Blues lead out to 12 points. On the approach, he makes contact. It's curling back to the right, and that gives Blues fans something to cheer about. It's been an infuriating first quarter and a half here for Carlton fans, but it's the first real opening in the game. It's out by 12 points, 5-5-35. Port Adelaide 3-5-23 with 10 to play before half-time.
Well, they've wasted so many opportunities, Port, but Carlton look better at the moment, Lingy. I don't know how you're seeing it, but there's undisciplined coming in. Free kicks are there. There's no question about that. The block-offs, the blocks, the high tackles, trying to chew off too much with the football. No run, which is interesting. They've got their goals from the run, Port, but that's stopped. And Carlton, conversely, running the ball beautifully, using the ball better, and finishing better.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. The Blues are the last 3 goals of the match, out to a 12-point advantage, the biggest lead of the match. As Wines try to get a hand pass back to Horn Francis. He's consumed and overwhelmed, and Carlton win a free kick. Chincotta in the middle of the ground. Alex Chincotta looks up inside 50. Where's Charlie? He flies from the front. Curnow can't take it. At the back under pressure. Hand pass came out to Francis Evans. Had it lost it. Kennedy shot on goal. Misses to the right-hand side and a minor score. The Blues lead by 13 points. 17 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Just before Kel keeps going, out of the middle right now, Jason Horne-Francis thinks, I'm going to do this all by myself, Mick.
Yeah.
Twice now he's tried to break tackles, and you realise you're playing against a really mature team, a strong midfield. You're not going to break those tackles, so use your teammates. Bring them into the game to then help you get released.
Houston on the kick-in, blasts it to the centre of the ground. Sard to Newman, all by hand. Back to Young, and then his kick flares wide to Cottrell. They've got some run about them now and confidence. He gives it off to Walsh. Walsh was looking for Kennedy, I think, down there in the pocket, but it's intercepted by the power and they're away. Wines' handball puts Farrell under the pump. Well done coming through and stealing it was Newman. And now here's a chance. Kemp, handball, smothered, taken high. Kemp, should be a free kick. Umpire says no. Motlop emerges with the footy. He goes for a dash. He kicks towards Curnow. Couldn't quite.
Free kick.
Oh, it's a free kick to Charlie. Bergman was one out with Charlie Curnow and he panicked.
Curnow is owning this game right now.
Yeah.
Up on the wing if he wants. He's working a Lear over there, then getting back deep, getting a mismatch. And that was just sheer size. Bergman had to grab at anything, got him high.
So he's kicked 1 goal in this game. First goal for the Blues, lining up for his second. This would skip him a few clear at the top of the Coleman. This would be for number 55 for the season. Directly in front. Should be money in the bank every day of the week. And he cashes in. Curnow puffs out his chest. Looks at the crowd. And they can't get enough of Charlie. He's booted 3, in fact. And it's Carlton by 19. 6-6-42. Port 3-5-23.
And really it's the difference, Mick, because you're right. Port Adelaide are winning a little bit of the ball, still turning it over. Some horrible skill errors. Carlton are going okay through the middle of the ground, and some of their stronger players, Cripps and Walsh, and that are starting to build. But they've got Charlie Curnow at one end. Port Adelaide haven't really got anything up the other end of the ground.
No. And look, they've missed 2 absolute sitters.
Yep.
Port, which would close the game up. Carlton making the most of everything. And as you say, Curnow's just exceptional. It just seems a different sort of setup in the middle though. Carlton under pressure, get the ball clear. Port can't get it clear.
Blues with the last 4 goals of the match. Pitnet down to Walsh, kicks up towards half forward, spills down to Fogarty for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera, inside 50. Oh, he's hard against the boundary. Bergman, good spoil. Careful not to fall on his back as it goes out of play in the right forward pocket. Of course, there's no Harry Mackay tonight. Thought that might be an opening for Port Adelaide, but in the end, Charlie Curnow has taken over. 3 goals of the match
Already.
And they can't make a change. Lear's really the only matchup they can have.
Yep.
Charlie will kick 12 if he gets on anyone else.
Leads the Coleman medal by 7 from Jesse Hogan at the moment. From the shallow throw in, Pitnet tries to take it. Sweet dumps him in a tackle. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for Carlton. The Blues by 19 points. 4 goals to 1 in this second quarter.
Drew's tangling with Cripps off the ball. Umpire doesn't see it. Hacked kick out of there by the panicked Port Adelaide defence. Jones, Wines, by hand.
Hilarious.
Thought there was a free, and what about that monster tackle? It was Rosie seeing it over, and McGovern runs him down and gets him in the back. Umpire says he went over the boundary line, so it'll be tossed back in.
They're just too strong at the ball, Carlton.
Blues fans really on top. The Blues players, rather, and the fans are loving it. Sweet palms it down only as far as Cripps. Good mark, paid, yes. Butters marking in front of Chincotta.
Well, it's the obvious one is to say Butters just has to be better. I know he's getting tagged, but they need him so. But Rosie's doing nothing, and Horne-Francis thinks he's doing everything, but nothing.
Butters up to the wing. Radigalia flew for it, couldn't mark it. Now this time Wines tackles McGovern.
Only 6 touches for Butters.
Yeah. He's getting tagged beautifully.
Yep.
And there's a place. This is why I think Carlton got a chance in the finals, because they've got a tagger. You've got to take good players out of the game.
Chincotta alongside Butters, who's trying to get it here. Quick 1-2. Side sets Cottrell. Side sets Chera from 55. Sends it towards the goal mouth. Willie Rioli outnumbered. Getting back. Unable to take the mark. Kemp. He's hemmed in against the boundary line. Exit kick straight out of defence. It might be coming back. Boat gathers. He's tackled by Motlop. And taken out of play at the right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. It's the Blues 6-6-42, leading Port Adelaide 3-5-23. The Power led by 4 points at quarter time, but the Blues with 5 goals to 1 so far in this second quarter through 22 minutes on ABC Sport.
Sweet in front. Sweet dabs it down, straight down the throat of Walsh. Walsh, a tumbler to the wing. Trapped well by Zerk. Thatcher gives it to Jones. Oh, what about the tackle? He just dropped it cold. Motlop pounces. Motlop goes inside 50. Bergman flies. Bergman goes to ground and Owies pounces. A one-on-one. Bergman launched himself horizontally in the air, looked like he'd taken it, and then it slipped through his fingertips, and Owie said, thank you very much. 5 straight for the Blues, and it's Carlton out to a 25-point lead. 7-6-48, Port Adelaide 3-5-23. 23 minutes gone in the second term.
So, Kel, it's okay to be brave. That would have been a magnificent mark. When it's only 2 of you, you have to concede 1 point, and you just put your fist into that, goes through for a point, because you are allowed to spoil.
Yep.
Now, if you drop the mark, that's the inevitable result, because there's only 2 players down there, one's on the ground, and that's what's going to happen.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watching Ken Hinkley, spoke to the runner for a long time. The runner's gone out to Zach Butters, and he's pushed him forward, so maybe to take him out of that midfield where he's just hasn't been able to get his hands on the ball.
Carlton with the last 5 goals in the match. They've kicked 3 in 5 minutes. In the middle of the ground, Horne-Francis can't emerge. Umpire winded up, but he didn't end up paying it, holding the ball.
He dragged it in.
All the Carlton fans were ready to roar. Sweet. Pitnet in the middle of the ground, spills down. Horne-Francis is trying to lift, spills out the way of Boat. The experienced Port Adelaide midfielder, hand pass looking for Horne-Francis, can't reel in the loose footy. Sardin from the side, Motlop the other way. Houston for Port Adelaide, hand pass to Wyans, he's tackled by Motlop. The Blues are lifting. Hand pass to Houston to Burne-Jones at half forward. Travis Boak arches the back. Centering ball looking for Dixon and misses him. A chance for the Blues as Carroll getting back. The sub in for Cunningham. Hand pass to Kemp. Good composure. Chips it out to Cowan in the back pocket.
There's a difference in the delivery.
Yeah.
There's another. So it's just going inside the forward line in the front 50 for Port, but it's just coming straight back from poor disposal.
He kicked short to Wiedering, who kicked long down the line. The spoil by Sweet still stays in play. Looking to sweep on it, was that deliberate or off the boot of the young gun Logan Evans? The umpire said no, it'll be a boundary throw in.
Just off his back heel, or his heel, and rolled over the line. Definitely not deliberate, that one. Yeah, you're right, Mick. It's just come bouncing out straight away. Even Travis Boak then had a free target.
Yeah,
completely missed it. He's such an experienced player. You back him to find those ones.
Twirling ball back into play, but Pitnet just spoils, punches it back over the boundary line, Mick.
Yeah, well, Rioli's another disappointment too. Like, we know he can take the big grab, but he's primarily down there to make sure that he can present and also take the ground ball. He's just, I don't know how many possessions he's had, but it doesn't look like he's not dangerous at all. You've got to become dangerous up there.
The ruckman tangle, Pitnet down to Walsh. It's held to him.
Only 6 for Rioli, Mick.
Yeah, and I can't remember any clean ones.
Ball up, Pitnet.
Goes by foot, he just kicks it to space, edging closer to goal. Kennedy tackles Zerk Thatcher. Gets the handball away down the line. Mead, toe pokes off the turf. Everything they do, Port Adelaide, is under the pump. Rosie, happy just to walk it over with Chera right next to his side. So
there's not a winner. I can't see a Port one winner. Wines did it early in the first quarter, but from there, I know I'm being harsh here, but I cannot see one genuine winner on the ground for Port at this stage.
Wines is winning the ball, but he's also making big skill errors.
Shocking.
Sweet wins down the tap for Port Adelaide, but straight to Walsh, who kicks up towards half forward. Kerno beautifully palms it down against Aaliyah to Kennedy, centering ball, and he finds Motlop in the left forward pocket. So they swung this from the right forward pocket to the left forward pocket, and Dan Houston one-on-one with Jesse Motlop, but the way the ball was delivered was what set Carlton apart.
Watching the replay
between, say, Boak and that, there's the big difference, and it's the same side of the ground.
And that was deliberate by Kerno. He could only get one arm at it because the Lear had used his body really well. So instead of trying to control it to himself, he tapped it into the path of his teammate. Brilliant play.
The Blues are in rhythm, 45-degree angle. Jesse Motlop comes in and makes it a 7-goal second quarter. As the Blues break clear. 5-day break. No Harry Mackay. No worries. Carlton lead by 31 points, nudging towards half-time. 8-6-54 to Port Adelaide, 3-5-23. Throw in David Cunningham's been subbed off. But Carlton in control, 27-minute mark, second quarter. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
It's got a bit of a whiff about it, this one, hasn't it? This could get very ugly for Ken Hinckley.
I don't like to talk about coaches partway through a game, Kel, but the thing is about this, he's been let down badly by his... Lingy said before the game, names, how good are the names in the middle, and we're seduced by them. They have been quite pathetic. Honestly, Rosie, Butters and Horn-Francis have been pathetic, actually. There's no other word for them.
Bounce down in the centre. Pitnet with intensity. Bobbles around in there, pouncing on it. Walsh. Umpire says ball up, so it'll be tossed in the air inside this centre circle.
Did you say there's 7 goals for this quarter for Carlton?
Yep.
They're the team who've kicked the most 7+ goal quarters in this season.
Wow.
So they love a big quarter.
Chincotta, Cripps going nowhere, held to him by Drew.
There's no one spare behind the ball. Kenny's going for it. Russian roulette or...
Sweet bounces off the chest of Cripps. Now Chera, rather it was Hewitt, handballed straight to the opposition. Butters is there. Wines, another turnover. Wines has to go and win the footy again. This is all under the pump, all under pressure. Butters push. It'll be play on advantage for Port Adelaide. And so Houston loops it over the top to Boak. Boak into the pocket. Georgiades just had to take it. Oh, closing hard and giving away a free was Cowan. He took his legs out from under him, Lingy.
Yeah, it had to be paid.
Oh, yeah, he had to pay that.
Clearly an infringement in the marking contest. It was brave by Georgiades, and it was brave by the Carlton defender. He was doing everything he could, Cowan, to come across and spoil. But the free kick's there, and I'm glad the umpire spotted it.
Yeah.
Just coming a bit late, but he had to go.
Did his head hit the ground?
I don't think it
when
did.
It came down? No,
it didn't.
Controlled it enough.
Yep.
So Georgiades, they've kicked 3 for the night, and we're 2 minutes out from half-time. Georgiades kicked 2 of them. He's kicked more goals against Carlton than any other team. He kicked 4 against the Blues when they played in round 12. He loves playing against this team. To stop the rush of goals up the other end, he does. An impressive player who continues to blossom before our very eyes. Georgiades with his 3rd, and that stops a run. What was it, 6 in a row, Matt? Yep. So it's Carlton now by 25 points. Port 4-5-29 trailing the Blues 8-6-54, 2 to play before the main break.
And Kel, just better say about Georgiades coming off a knee as well. Yeah, I mean, that is very brave. That mark.
It is incredibly brave to go up there. Just watching the Port Adelaide doctor, just went up to him because I think he's copped a clip across there because he grabbed at his head when he went to the ground. The Port Adelaide doctor's gone out to him. So again, it's a bit of a quick assessment out on the field. I think Georgiades looks okay, but it's that quick 3-second conversation out on the field. Are we better off having a 5-minute long, 2-minute long conversation on the bench?
22-year-old from WA trying to play a lone hand in the resistance. Cripps gets the clearance, kicks up towards half forward. And well done by Lockie Jones, who worked his way to the front, takes the mark. Cross half back for the power, comes inboard to captain Connor Rosie. He can chip it over the top to Ollie Wines.
Yeah, 3 kicks for probably a gain of 15 to 20 metres. This absolutely Carlton have done their homework on this. Stop the run. You virtually stopped Port.
Leading possession getter on the ground, Wines with 17 disposals, but didn't really go forward. Laterally to Aaliyah. Short to Jones, and they're still hemmed in at half back.
So even Jones taking that ball there, that could have been... There's no urgency about what I'm doing with the football.
In the middle of the ground for Willem Drew in game 100. It's his challenge now to find an avenue forward. He decides to just bang it as long as he can in the Georgiades direction. Sweets there as well, but Kem at the back of the pack takes the mark for Carlton. The Blues by 25 points and a great kick for Sard.
Wobbly handball it was to Sard, and it opened the door and allowed Port Adelaide to enter it.
It's just lazy by Brody Kemp. He took a really good mark, read it in the air well, took the grab, and then simple handball.
Yeah, Francis Evans was able to chop it off, and then it's held up, so tossed in the air, and then eventually Horn Francis and McGovern see it over. It's just crept inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Wouldn't they dearly love a goal in the final minute before half-time?
Well, I reckon they need it.
Trail by 25 points. They need something to get them. They're just lacking confidence. Had no real flow in their play. Spinning ball back into play. Sweet punches into the right forward pocket. Rosie's there. He couldn't control it. Georgiades just tries to rip it clear of Ollie Hollins. And they step over the line. In fact, it'll be a ball up in that right forward pocket as the seconds tick down to half-time.
Carlton with a 7-2 second quarter. Free kick here. It's going Mark Pitton its way against Sweet in the rectangle. And they'll take the free kick in the left back pocket. It's his opportunity with no Tom de Koning for the rest of the home and away season. Having battled on through that fractured foot and a punctured lung last week against North Melbourne. The kick is intercepted by Aaliyah, who marks it right half forward. Looks to send Port Adelaide inside 50. Horn Francis caught behind. A good strong mark from Mitch McGovern, who held his position in front. And that might just about do us. 35 metres out from his defensive goal. A dominant second quarter by the Blues. They put on 7 goals to 2. Having trailed by 4 points at quarter time off the back of a 5-day break, having played the last match of round 19. And Carlton take control in what is a crucial battle in the clash between the top 8 sides. Carlton in second spot on the AFL ladder. Port Adelaide in 7th. The Blues lead by 25 points at the main break. 8-6-54 to Port Adelaide 4-5-29. The goal kickers for the Blues, 3 goals to Charlie Curnow. Individuals to Motlop, Kennedy, Young, Sard and Cottrell. While for Port Adelaide, 3 goals to Mitch Georgiades, 2 of which in that second quarter. And Asava Radaglia is the other goal scorer. Carlton by 25 points at half-time. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, just to highlight one thing from that quarter to maybe what we're talking about with Port Adelaide and the fact that Carlton were able to be really efficient, took the ball forward, and they've got Charlie Curnow. But Port Adelaide, Ollie Wines was their highest possession winner in that quarter, had the 9 disposals, but had minus 11 metres gained for 9 disposals. Lots of handballs that were missing the target, going backwards, going nowhere. Zach Butters ends up with 7 touches, but really not influential. Had one moment where he kind of broke a line. Connor Rosie can't really get going. And once you take out those really high-quality mids, and Horn Francis hasn't been near it this game, Carlton are able to get it going the other way really well. And as I mentioned throughout that quarter, Mick, Charlie Curnow's the one. He's the one who's most dangerous, and the other Carlton forwards are looking dangerous because he draws so much attention to him.
Stats are so overrated. When you look at the inside 50s there, I'm trying to reach my glasses. I have to go and get some new glasses, honestly. But I'm sure, I'm pretty confident it's pretty close.
14-13 that quarter.
And yet, the 50-metre line is the you cross it, okay, there goes a tick. It's how you cross it. Do you mark it? Is it into the open space? And we saw a great contrast. Boak is one of my favourite players. He's just honest. He has been fantastic. He gets the football, runs inside 50, kicks the ball across his body, goes nowhere. Carlton lad on the far side, I can't remember who it was.
Kennedy, I think it was.
Kennedy picks the ball up, runs in the same pocket. It's a direct opposite pocket. He kicks the ball across, Motlop marks it and finishes it off. That probably sums up the way that both sides have entered into the 50. That Carlton have given their players a chance. Port have given their players no chance. In fact, when you look at even that Georgiades' last goal, it come under severe pressure. It was placed only top of his head. And then you've got these wonderful names floating through the middle. Well, they're getting taught a lesson by Walsh and Shearer and Cripps and the ruckman has now swung around too. Sweat was okay, but he's given away too many free kicks, and that to me is all about experience. He's given away really dopey free kicks. Radagalia's gone out of the game, started like a house on fire, he's just dropped right out, can't see him. Quite frankly, I think 4 goals is probably an injustice, really, the way it's gone, and 4 goals is enough. I can't. Port have got to have a complete change around to even get back in the game. 4 goals is a lot to make up in a third quarter.
I've been quite surprised. The players we're highlighting from Port Adelaide, again, those names that we're talking about, they're the ones who, if we've watched closely and seen the interactions between Ken Hinkley and the players, Ken's been put a bit on. He's had words to Zach Butters on the bench. He's had words to Jason Horne-Francis, which is absolutely the right of the coach to say, hey, lock your mind back onto the game and the job that needs to be done. Zach Butters was getting distracted with niggly stuff. Clinchy, you said he's had $30,000 worth of fines. Horne-Francis, you need to be better. He spoke to his midfield group quite strongly last week. The response isn't there, man, which has surprised me. They're finding the footy, but they're not doing it in any real dynamic fashion. I think Ollie Wines, again, he's probably working the hardest and doing everything he can.
But he gives the ball up.
But he's turning the ball over. I expected more of a response through that middle part of the ground, and I love the Carlton midfield, but I thought, we are going to have a blue ribbon battle here between 2 very, very good midfields. And that's the danger for Carlton a bit in a game where I was going to tip them. But, does that Port Adelaide midfield get going? Well, no, they haven't shown anything really in that first half.
And that's nothing. That is absolutely nothing they've shown. Yes,
so that's the only stat they actually lead Port Adelaide. 21-15 the clearances, but every other stat the Blues are comfortably in front. Contested possession 81-67. They've been able to...
sorry, Clinchy, to jump in there. That highlights even the point that we're talking about. So you said that Port Adelaide are leading the clearances, but they are getting destroyed at contested possessions. So clearances count as a contested possession. So they should have a bit of a lead there. Because
they're 10 behind it, though.
But they're 14 behind in contested possession, and there's another 6 in the clearance. So they're post-clearance contested possessions, it means Carlton's winning by 20. So that's the work rate of that midfield group to get across to the next one. It's all beautiful. Life's good when you get on that first one and, oh, wow, I go waltzing out of a stoppage. What are you doing next, though? You're working to the next out number. Are you going to clean up the next ground ball? And unfortunately for Port, that's not happening at the moment.
26 inside 50s apiece, yet the Blues have had 14 scoring shots to Port Adelaide's 9.
Yeah, and it's where you set up. It's where you get the football, so how you have your shots on goal. Just look at their forward. Just look at Port's midfield. We all come away thinking they're such a young, and look they're going to turn sides inside out early in the year when they're fresh and they're running on top of the ground. Zach Butters is 24. Will turn 24 in a couple of months. Horne-Francis is 21, just turned 21. Rosie's 24.
Willem Drew is 25.
Yeah, so it's not 18, 19s and 20s. Some of these players have had 4 or 5 years in the system. Yep. Now, you don't play all the 4 or 5 years, admittedly, in the middle as a young player. You gradually gravitate to it from flanks and so forth. But there's enough there. Ken Hinkley, his career hangs on to how well those young players that he's had such great faith in, awarding them captaincies or leadership positions at the club, they are totally letting him down. I've been a real advocate for giving Horne-Francis a bit of leeway. I reckon he was bad. Look, he was one that walked out of North Melbourne. We understand that, but he was treated very badly by all crowds. Booed him all the time except for home. I've seen him play some absolutely outstanding football, tough, great football. What I'm not liking is his inability to handle the pressure of sound, noise, the opponents. He reacts instead of being an actor. Instead of, when I say that, just get the football as opposed to being reacting to the circumstances. He's slightly undisciplined, and I certainly reckon that when the ball's not near him, he doesn't work hard. No, so there's so much what Carlton are doing is destroying that midfield, and they're destroying it mentally.
The assessments of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with you for Friday night footy. A couple of weeks ago, Charlie Kerner kicked 3 goals, 7 in a loss to the Western Bulldogs. He's kicked 3 tonight with no Harry Mackay, and very much leading the way for the Blues, who lead by 25 points at halftime against Port Adelaide. We'll pause for the moment and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The French Prime Minister says arson attacks on 3 high-speed lines in and out of Paris have resulted in a massive effect on the nation's rail network. French train company SNCF says 800,000 customers have been affected by the attacks, which the company says were aimed at paralysing the network just hours before the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games. The company says delays will last the whole weekend, if not longer, and that thousands of people have been mobilised to fix the issue and help travellers. Australia's Prime Minister is united with counterparts in Canada and New Zealand to increase calls for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza, warning more lives will be lost in the conflict if there's any delay. Lexi Junowick reports from Parliament House.
In a new joint statement, the Prime Ministers call for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza, describing the ongoing conflict between Hezbollah and Israel as unacceptable. The statement says Palestinian civilians cannot be made to pay the price of defeating Hamas. Backing the ceasefire deal outlined by US President Joe Biden, the leaders call on the parties to the conflict to agree to the deal, warning any delay will only see more lives lost. It comes after Mr. Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during his ongoing visit to the US. Post-meeting, Ms. Harris told reporters she will not be silent and called for the war to end.
Australian export companies say they're concerned a new federal agency aiming to protect the environment won't take into account the interests of industry. A Senate inquiry is looking into Labor's plan to introduce a National Environmental Protection Agency to be led by an independent chief executive in a bid to police nature protection laws. Association of Mining and Exploration Companies, Warren Pearce, believes an EPA shouldn't have the power to make decisions independently.
A large amount of responsibility from the Minister of the Environment is being passed to an independent organisation that will make those decisions. Unlike the state or territory models where an EPA is an expert advisory body that makes a recommendation, and ultimately it's up to a minister who's accountable to the Parliament and to the community to make those decisions. So we're somewhat concerned about that.
A West Australian coronial inquest has heard a youth detention centre might not have been opened if it wasn't for the false information given to the relevant minister by the state's Department of Justice. Here's Kian Burke.
The inquest is investigating the case of 16-year-old Cleveland Dodd, who died a week after attempting suicide in his cell in Unit 18 in Casuarina Adult Prison. The court heard from Adam Thomason, the department's former Director General, who was quizzed about a briefing note sent to the then Corrective Services Minister seeking his approval to set up Unit 18. Dr Thomason accepted the document gave a false picture of what would happen at the unit to the extent it misled the minister. He said he was relying on information others gave to him at the time. The inquest continues.
South Australia's government's asked the Crown Solicitor's Office to ensure the CFMEU can't dictate which subcontractors work on state government projects. Both the Victorian and South Australian branches of the union, which are under the same leadership, have been placed into administration following allegations of corruption and criminal activity in the Victorian branch. South Australia's Infrastructure Minister, Tom Koutsotonis, has heard claims the CFMEU in Victoria and Queensland have dictated which subcontractors can work on government projects, and he doesn't want that happening in SA.
I am working now with Crown Law to ensure that we will put measures in contracts to prohibit that practice. The idea of any individual who's not procuring the project to be able to dictate who the contractors are is not fair and not cost competitive for the taxpayer.
Women and children appear to have been specifically targeted in attacks authorities say have killed more than 26 people in the remote Sepik province of Papua New Guinea. With more, here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Chedgetts.
We know that a number of people have been killed. That's according to both police on the ground in PNG as well as the United Nations. What isn't entirely clear is the number. Local police have estimated that at least 26 people have been killed. The UN has suggested that the figure could be higher, perhaps 40 or 50 people. We don't yet have a completely clear picture, but we do know there does seem to have been a really substantial loss of life. And what's particularly horrifying is that it appears that women and children have been targeted particularly.
And the disgraced film executive Harvey Weinstein's been transferred from jail to hospital to undergo treatment for health problems, including COVID-19 and pneumonia. That's the latest from ABC News.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, Mesa me, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sweep bangs it long. The former Dogs ruckman, Radigalia forced to spoil from behind. Sam Walsh on the outside goes the banana to centre half forward. It went over his teammate's head. Here's Charlie getting involved. Curnow lowers the eyes off to Kennedy. He's going to stroll in. Motlop emerges with the footy. He goes for a dash. He kicks towards Curnow. Couldn't quite.
Free kick.
Oh, it's a free kick for Charlie. Bergman was one out with Charlie Curnow and he panicked. Directly in front. Should be money in the bank every day of the week. And he catches in. Curnow. Trapped well by Zerk. Thatcher gives it to Jones. Oh, what about the tackle? He just dropped it cold. Motlop pounces. Motlop goes inside 50. Bergman flies. Bergman goes to ground and he pounces.
Sweet wins down the tap for Port Adelaide, but straight to Walsh, who kicks up towards half forward. Curnow beautifully farms it down against Aaliyah to Kennedy. Centering ball, and he finds Motlop in the left forward pocket. The Blues are in rhythm, 45-degree angle. Jesse Motlop comes in and makes it a 7-goal second quarter.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Docklands as round 20 of the AFL kicks off. It's the Blues who lead by 25 points, 8-6-54 to Port Adelaide, 4-5-29. Port Adelaide led by 4 points at quarter time, and the Blues with 7 goals to 2 in the second quarter, including 6 on the trot to take over control of this match. Matt Clich and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling are your experts on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, as always, are welcome on the SMS 0437 774 774. Tom from Benella says, hi team. I'll agree with Mick's comments on the importance of stats. I believe the only stat that explains the Carlton lead at halftime is the free kicks. All legitimate. And that's coming through loud and clear. Is anyone going to mention how Carlton kicked so many of their goals from free kicks? Please be consistent. 0437 774 774. What was the conversion rate in that second quarter? Looked like the Blues had 7 goals from 14 entries versus Port's 13 entries for 2 goals. That's from Rob in Greensborough. John from Rosanna wondering the amount of times Mick played. He got away with tackling someone over the shoulder or around the neck. It's completely changed the game these days. And Fran from Melbourne, go Port. Loved Lingy's heartfelt thoughts on Cats coach Chris Scott at the top of the broadcast. Supporters hard on teams, especially at certain stages of the season, and the role of a tagger in today's game. Well, we have seen a few taggers in action today, most notably Alex Chincotta, who's gone to Zach Butters. Patrick Cripps had some attention, but was able to get off the chain in that second quarter. Have you seen the tactics of the game so far, Ling, with no Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow really probably the shining light for Carlton fans at half-time?
Yeah, absolutely, Clinchy. And on those tagging questions, it's funny, when a team's playing in unison and playing some really good quality footy and the pressure's up and you're all working together, the role of the tagger, so in this case Alex Chincotta, is much, much easier because not only are you doing your job to take maybe half a dozen or so opportunities off Zach Butters, also Patrick Cripps and Sam Walsh and Kennedy and Chera winning the ball also takes another 6, 8, 10, 12 opportunities off Butters. So working together is the really important part about that. So Cincotta's doing a great job, but with a lot of help from his teammates. On the flip side, part of that Port Adelaide midfield that we've been speaking so much about, they are not working in unison. They are not working well together, and therefore Willem Drew's role is a really difficult one. To try and stop Paddy Cripps one out without any help and without any cohesion with the rest of the midfield, it's almost an impossibility because Cripps is so good. So Drew unable to stop the Carlton skipper, whereas Cincotta has really limited Zach Butters. But it's, I think, on both occasions because of how the team's assisting or not assisting Mick.
Lingy, I hear everything you're saying, and you're absolutely spot on. I'll just throw a couple, I have about figures, so I'll just throw a couple of figures at you. Carlton have scored a quarter of their goal from stoppages, only a quarter.
Yep.
Port, 75% has come from a stoppage. So that is unsustainable to win games of football if you think that that's the only method that you're going to have. There are very few turnovers. Kick-ins are a little bit, there's only 3 ways, and we know the kick-ins rarely go above 5 or 6%. That's right. Centre circle, bounce downs, no score either side. But until Port can put pressure on and turn the ball over to get the ball back off Carlton and score from it, and the only way to score from it is these entrances have got to find targets, or their smaller players, if they're not marking it, their smaller players, i.e. Rioli, have got to get active because the ball's going in there enough. It's not going in there deep enough, but it's going in there enough. So it's really, I just find it so frustrating.
I would say, to back up your stats, the fact that Port Adelaide aren't scoring from turnovers because their defensive pressure and defensive intent right across the ground, especially through the middle, is just not there.
Horrible.
So they're not creating those types of turnovers you can score from. So it's a great point you make up. When you've only got one way of scoring and it's from stoppages, very rare that you kick a winning score.
Especially against this mob.
Yeah, who are very good at
because they're very good at stoppages.
Yeah. Carlton by 25 points in the NRL. The Melbourne Storm lead the Eels 14 points to 8. Coverage available on the ABC Listen app. And don't forget, across regional Australia and some capital cities, coverage of the opening ceremony, ABC Sports coverage of the Olympics. Carlton, second half underway by 25 points. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Rosie tries to fire out the handball to Horn Francis, but it's stolen by the Blues. It was Walsh that got involved. Just gets up a little proper. His handball, though, was turned into a jump ball, so the umpire says, let's toss it up. Edge of the centre circle. Horn Francis tries to kick it out of the air. It ricochets the way of Sam Walsh. Wheels around with intent on the left. Goes over the head of a couple of players. Coming in was Motlop. Houston in there fighting, scrapping, and now he holds it to himself, but the umpire says that's okay. Dan Houston.
So Horn Francis took the centre bounce and a couple of stoppages, now gone forward and is going to go to the deepest forward.
Sweet. And Pitnet, it spills out the way of Walsh. He's locked up and can't break clear. Tim Hodges is on the bench.
Clinchy, just checking out David Cunningham. First time we've seen him since that first quarter injury. He's showered. He's got the left arm in a sling. He looks in a pretty miserable emotion right now.
And to Narkle, the sub for Port Adelaide yet to be used as Walsh gets the clearance up towards half forward for the Blues. Burgoyne over around the footy. Young's hand pass to Ollie Hollands. Had it for a moment, lost it. Walsh trying to get to Motlop, and Houston knocks it out of play where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary. Left half forward for the Blues. Charlie Curnow alongside Asava Radigali in the goal square. And Harry Mackay laid out.
Clinchy, the overrun of the football there, that was knee height. You just cannot overrun a football when it's bouncing around near your knee. You've just got to bend and grab it one hand, and that will both hands rather.
Spinning ball back into play. It bobbles around before Drew picks it up. Gives it off to Mead. Goes back to Drew. Drives it straight through the centre corridor. Sard with a step on his opponent, Horn Francis. Slipped through his fingers, though. Goes back and gets it. Great second effort to Wiedering. His handball puts Chera under the pump. Horn Francis bears down on them. Coming in and offering a little bit of assistance is Newman, though. His handball goes to out to Boak. Radagalia's in there. Sard goes again. The kick was smothered by Rioli. Comes down to Horn Francis, tries the impassable dribble kick from the right forward pocket. And it goes through for a minor score. So Sard went to Horn Francis when Lingy said he started in the centre circle and then went down to full forward. Hasn't had an impact on the game so far. Carlton by 24.
He's got a lot of maturing to do. He's going to be good, Mick. But
well, he's going to be good, but I'm just wondering what. Look, no blame parents, no blame on anyone else, but he's been able to get away with the way he wants to play, and it doesn't work out necessarily at this level. He's got to play more about the team.
Nick Newman straight down the middle to Cripps and Lockie Jones. Jones did well to spoil it away. Drew with a hand pass to Georgiades. Kicks for a Sava radically and nudged underneath it by Newman. And at the back of the pack, Kemp is able to gather. Chips it back to Newman. Left half back for the Blues. They lead by 24 points. 3 minutes gone. Third quarter on ABC Sport. Up the wing. Jones went for the chest mark. He completely made a meal of that. Should have been a comfortable mark. And Louis Young is letting Lockie Jones know all about it as the umpire readies himself to throw it back in. Centre wing on the outer side.
Even that delivery into Rattigali had two players on him. The choice of kicking outside of the method of it's the wrong choice.
Lewis Young, a late inclusion for the ill Harry Mackay. Started up forward and he's kicked a goal. Here goes Port Adelaide from the boundary throw in on the wing on the City side. Rosie, the skipper, puts it out in front of Horn Francis. He's got a couple of metres. Handballs back to Georgiades. Oh, beautiful sidestep on McGovern, and then he steadies and misses to the right-hand side. It was the old-fashioned ankle breaker, they call it in the NBA. But he steadied and he missed.
Yeah, that's a waste.
Yeah,
23 points the margin, the Blues lead.
They call it in junior footy too, and the kids all run around just going, ankles, ankles, ankles. They love it. They all love an ankle break.
Sard brings the Blues back into play. Chips it to Wiedering. You're going to have to check the goal celebrations after the kids' footy tomorrow. Give us a progress report after Jack Ginneman put the Pies fans to sleep. Kick up the wing. Unable to take the mark was Logan Evans, and the first-year power player goes out to play it. Left half forward for the Power. Carlton by 23 points.
Had both hands to that. You just got to take it. If he didn't take it and the hands were grabbed, umpire should have paid the free kick. So I'm not sure what happened, or whatever it was. It's a missed opportunity.
Chin Cotter looks like he's rolled over to Rosie.
Gone to Rosie and Drew, giving a few metres on Cripps as it's thrown back in. Cottrell can't break clear. Tackle is laid by Logan Evans, and the umpire will ball it up. Broadcast side.
I don't know what he saw about Rosie, because he really wasn't doing anything.
Lose by 23. The umpire's gone down. A sweet fends off Walsh for Port Adelaide. Hand pass over the top to Mead. Look away. Hand pass didn't really work. Cottrell worked off it. And in the end, a good tackle laid by Willie Rioli to lock the ball up at left half forward for Port Adelaide.
They're getting a lot of the footy at the moment, and they're trying a lot harder, but it's not showing on the scoreboard because they're not clean, Port.
Butters. Nothing is clean. It's fumbly. It's jittery as Jones is tackled over the shoulder free kick. So, Lockie Jones for Port Adelaide. On the edge of the centre square, his kick to the Houston all by himself into the corridor.
Butters
uncontested mark. And he goes to Butters. Bravely had to go back. Outstretched arms falling backwards. Charging down was Newman, and luckily he missed everything.
Yeah, even that. So that kick, so Houston, almost the kick went over his head. He had to take the stretched mark. And then his kick into Butters, as you called, Cal, very bravely marked, almost killed him with the way that he popped it up over his head. So the kicking's not sharp. No. It's not just bang, hitting a beautiful target. Both of those kicks nearly missed.
Sloppy and panicky at times, but Butters directly in front, 45 metres out. Can he ignite something here, the niggler? Hits the post.
Just didn't kick through the ball, Cal. Poked at it.
And he hits the post. 4-8-32. Carlton 8-6-54. The Blues piled on 7 goals in the second term.
So 2 behinds for Port Adelaide to start this third term, trying to close that margin. As the ball on the wing is taken by Butters, his chip kick inboard, chopped off, and Elijah Hollands takes the mark for Carlton. Lose by 22 points between wing and half-back on the broadcast side. Comes inboard to Chin Cotter. So trying to get the tagger involved as he marks in front of Sweet. Hand pass back to Elijah Hollands. Kicks around the umpire to the outer side. Out in front of Ollie Hollands. Awkward bounce. Chase Burgoyne comes charging in. Lays the tackle. Ball spills away from Mitch McGovern. Horn Francis with a toe blow. Hard against the boundary. Tries to knock it forward. Ollie Hollands overran the footy and Horn Francis knocks it out of play. So Port Adelaide trying to win a bit more of the contested ball, but not able to do any damage with 3 behind so far in this third quarter through 7 minutes on ABC Sport.
But that's a lot better. We've been fast to criticise, but that was exceptional then. They're out of position, Port, but they just kept at it.
So boundary thrown on the outer side. Here's a chance for Horn Francis. Oh, he breaks the tackle of Cottrell. And then the high handball to his teammate in Evans. Put him under the pump. Mead goes without it. Jones applies a tackle. No one controlling the footy. They pile on top of each other. Eventually emerging with it is Hewitt. Gives it off to Hollands. High kick through the corridor it goes. Curnow was there. Missing it was Young. Curnow goes in. He tangles with Aaliyah. No one can control it. Little toe poke off the turf. Houston gathers under the pump just in the defensive 50. An up and down kick that goes out of bounds on the fall. And the closest Carlton player there is Newman. 2 kicks out from home. He wants to move it quickly. Can he find a mark inside 50? Kennedy was there. It was spoilt by Zirk Thatcher over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in 25 metres around from Carlton's goal.
It's the first time inside 50, I reckon. Almost, anyway.
It's been down Port Adelaide's end a fair bit of this quarter so far. They haven't been able to make it count. This would be telling if Carlton can pinch one here. Shallow throw in. Sweet wins down the tap against Pitnet. Ball spills towards Chincotta. Well done in the end by Meader. Gets a hand pass forward. Just lost the fluency though to Georgiades. Carlton take it back. Elijah Holland's kick is smothered. Spills into the hands of McGovern from 45. Fires on goal. It's across the face. And through for a minor score to the left. The Blues by 23 points. 9 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
Port by 4 at quarter time. Carlton by 25 at half time. This match hasn't really reached any great heights yet. It's been scrappy and fumbly, but certainly the Blues have got it on their terms. So the kick into Rosie. The skipper goes long for Radigalia, who started up forward. That's a lovely one-on-one mark over Kemp, and he's hurt himself, Kemp. Man on the mark. Radigalia gives it off to Bergman. Driving, penetrating kick. Dixon was the target. Off hands. Quick fire handball. Georgiades is going to give it back to his teammate, and they've made a meal of it. It was Francis Evans who couldn't control it. And Evans and Dixon have coughed it up, although the exiting kick by the Blues has gone straight down the throat of Radigalia. So he'll reset and go again.
Yeah, it's not without effort now, Port. It's just now unfortunate.
So Radigalia just bombs it long. Sweet's there. Dixon got caught underneath it. Who's at the back? No one. Pitnet. Hollands into free space. Ricochets back to Evans. He was taken high. The umpire said no, holding the ball, in fact.
Wow.
Great tackle by Newman. Great player. Well done.
He'd be up there in Carlton's best and fairest this season. The former Swan as he kicks back across the face of goal. And Wiedering takes the mark.
He's got to chase Wiedering and Cripps down first, though.
That's true. Out to Carroll. Cripps might be chasing the Bond for the Brownlow.
And Curnow.
And Curnow, yes. Into the middle of the ground. Oh, he's a few back. Kennedy. Buster Carroll run down. Willie Rioli got him. An inspirational act from Port Adelaide's small forward, trying to lift them back into this contest. Goes short to Boat. Centre win in front of the 2 benches. The players are waving for players to come to the bench. Boat turns and chips inboard to Willem Drew. Game 100 for him. The nuggety Port Adelaide midfielder veers out to the right with a ginger hair. Kicks inside 50. Dixon's the target. Georgiades was there as well. And he reels in the mark. In fact, it's Sweet who, in the end, in front position, takes the mark. Jordan Sweet, the former Western Bulldog, getting his opportunity in Port Adelaide colours. And a chance to kick just the 5th goal of his career. No, gives it off to Farrell on that left boot. It's offline. Radigalia up against 2 Carlton defenders. He's brought to ground, and Newman can just gather on the behind line. Hand pass to Sard. And Port Adelaide are chasing here, as I'm sure Ken Hinkley will be a bit frustrated as Ollie Hollands comes inboard and the mark is taken by Cowan.
Nearly 12 minutes gone in this third term. We haven't had a major. It's just going back and forth, back and forth. Who can break through first? So the Blues in control. In the back pocket is Wiedering. He goes short to Cowan.
bit of runs non-existent. Look at everyone just walking. Just think, well, let's just kick it long, rely on Charlie, and he gets thrown out of the marking contest.
So always tries to get it at ground level. Cripps handballing out to Carroll, who's tackled. It doesn't go over, so it'll be a ball up. Right in front of the Blues bench, Chera and Cottrell looking to get back on. Cottrell kicked the goal so far tonight. Charlie Curnow has 3 for the Blues, and Georgiades has 3 for the Power. And there's a blood rule. And one of the Hollands is coming off, so that is Ollie Hollands off with the blood rule. Cottrell now comes back on, and into the ruck is Young and Sweet. Sweet straight down to Wines, throws his boot at it, and it favours the Blues. Cowan takes the mark, so it's play on, gives it back to Wiedering. The steadying kick to Young, and closing late was Butters. Had to really stand his ground then, Lewis Young, and he does well considering he was the late inclusion.
Well, the Blues are putting up a wall that Port can't penetrate. They're just absorbing this pressure, and at some stage this thing's going to go right away from them, and Carlton will end up scoring.
5 of Port Adelaide's top leading possession getters on the ground in this third quarter have a kicking efficiency of 0%, including Meader, who's had 4 hand passes for the quarter so far. The Blues work it up to half forward. Elijah Hollands' kick is out of play. So Georgiades 5 disposals, kicking efficiency of 0. Drew with 5 disposals, kicking efficiency of 33. Butters 4 disposals, kicking efficiency of 0. Horn Francis 5 disposals, kicking efficiency of 0. And as the Blues through Lewis Young kicks inside 50. Oh, he gathers, he's run down. Just got a disposal away. Great chase from Wines. It spills out to Bergman and Walsh. Cripps, I should say. And Cripps is taken out of play by Bergman, and a boundary thrown in the left forward pocket for Carlton. Blues by 23 points.
It's almost strange how much time players think they have. Always then just slowed up even.
Yeah.
It's in your forward line. Of course the defender's going to be chasing you down.
So boundary throw in. Deep inside 50 here for Port Adelaide, for the Blues rather, but emerging is Port Adelaide. A long kick and a great mark by McGowan. What am I saying? McGovern.
The wall, this is the Carlton wall. They've got an extra player back there, and they're setting up beautifully. The only way you're going to get past this is to run the ball.
So McGovern drives it towards Curnow, just over his fingertip. Cottrell should get there first. He overruns it. It's picked up by Butters. Handball to Rosie. Rosie then just kicks to half forward into space where there is absolutely no one there. The foot race is on. Wiedering, calm, swoops, delivers down the line beautifully to Carroll, who started as the sub. Wheels around on the left, right in front of the interchange gates. He's looking for Kennedy in a one-on-one with Bergman. Bergman does well, the little toe poke. Charging through is Hewitt. Kennedy back to Fogarty. Into the pocket. And Charlie Curnow puts Aaliyah on his backside and takes the mark and is lining up for number 4.
Well, that was just one-on-one. Aaliyah had him. Curnow's body, he was in front and in board, so he was able to just nudge him out of the play. And quite legal. Nothing wrong with Aaliyah's positioning there. It was just that Curnow was too good.
Brilliant forward craft, wasn't it?
Oh, just brilliant.
So Curnow in the right forward pocket, a step or two in from the boundary line. Only 25 metres out. That is not accurate. That is hitting the post. And it ricochets back into play. So 8-8-56 Carlton. Port 4-8-32. It's a lead of 24 points, and we're still goalless in this third term.
First miss of the match for Charlie Curnow. 3-1 so far tonight. As Farrell runs out of defence, tries to run away from Carroll, kicks up towards the wing. Dixon can't take the mark, brings it down to Rosie. Hand pass to Boak. A couple of the key contributors involved. Up to Radicale, caught behind against Kemp. Almost juggles the mark. Burne-Jones front and centre. Dodges to his left. Kicks on his left. A classy finish as he bounces it through for a goal. Port Adelaide finally kicked the first goal of the third quarter through 16 minutes. 9 inside 50s apiece so far in this third quarter. And having previously kicked 3 behinds, Port Adelaide finally have something to show for it. Carlton's lead is 18 points. 8-8-56 to the Power. 5-8-38.
Now, Matt, we're talking about how you can score. We said stoppages. So the 75% of the come from the stoppage. So 3 goals out of 4.
Yep.
Turnovers, which they got 1. That's a kick-in. This was a kick-in. If beautiful play to run on and then to find the target in the middle and then to find that a crumbing player was going to fall in to make sure that the ball was contested. Yep. So again, no turnover.
Can they snare back-to-back goals? Dixon's with Young in the ruck, and Young wins it at ground level, gives it off to Walsh. He's spun around in a tackle by Mead, and Mead has received the free for holding the ball. So Mead takes off. He runs around Walsh, the man on the mark, and then he wedges the kick out wide to Butters, marking in centre wing, City side. And they give him a fright. Somehow score back-to-back. Flying through was Kemp. And over the shoulder against...
Oh,
no,
wow,
hang on. It's against a Port Adelaide player. McGovern's gone to ground in the marking contest.
Well,
so McGovern is going to win the free kick.
I'll dispute that.
Yeah, so against Georgiades, free kicks the way of Carlton 17-12. They've certainly had the rub of the green tonight as the kick up the wing. And Charlie Curnow takes the mark against Aaliyah. Athletically spins onto his right-hand side, drives it inside 50. Kennedy's outnumbered 2-on-1. Zerk Thatcher provides the knock-on spoil. Gets it down to Bergman, kicks up the wing. Butters takes the mark at right half-back. Looks into the middle of the ground, changed his mind at the last moment, dropped the footy. Now he's tackled by Chincotta. He's tackled, gets a hand pass forward, Mead around the body, end over end up the wing, and Georgiades can't keep it in play. McGovern gets some encouragement from his fellow defenders and a boundary throw in centre wing on the outer side. Carlton by 18 points for as dominant as the Blues have been. 7 goals to 2 in the second quarter. It's just 18 points.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like a game between two sides fighting for the top 4.
And after nearly 20 minutes in the third term, the Blues have kicked just 2 behinds. So goals suddenly hard to come by. As Port Adelaide rush forward again, they get the call. Oh, the launch defensively from Cowan. Rioli stayed down. Rioli was tackled. He goes for goal. He misses.
Had to give the handball.
He had 2 players. Well, mind you, maybe they run into each other, so... No, give them the benefit of the doubt there, Lingy, I think, in the end. That's another opportunity. I reckon they've had 5 opportunities within 20 metres. Now, it's good defence by Carlton, but you've got to sort yourself out through that stuff.
1 goal, 4 for Port Adelaide in this third term. They're doing all the attacking.
They have lifted with their intensity, though. 19-12, the tackles for Port Adelaide. McGovern's long kick up towards half-back. Knocked on by the Blues, it might work. And here's Cripps between wing and half-forward. He just pulls his kick. Chips it to Carroll, veers onto his left, looks up, Kennedy surging inside 50, Zerk Thatcher, Kennedy over the top, what a mark! He just used him as a step ladder. He didn't quite have the aerial ability, but just bulldozed his way to claim the mark.
Yeah, great mark. Great kick, actually.
Yeah, but what a mark.
Yeah.
Off balance with his back to the kicker, was just able to will away to hang on.
That was special, and it was a great kick, you're right. And maybe the slightest element of luck in the mark. It sort of snuck through his arms and just beautifully landed his chest. But his strength and balance when he was in the air to then hug it into his stomach, great grab.
After 17 minutes without a goal, Port Adelaide kick one. Matthew Kennedy with a chance to answer straight back for his second. Goal umpire skates to the right, but it's all clear. And the Blues restore a 23-point advantage. 20 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. Carlton 9-8-62. Port Adelaide 5-9-39. Matthew Kennedy with his second.
And it stemmed from down here in front of us, Mick. The contest where Port Adelaide sort of had it covered defensively. And the old rule, don't let it get over the back. And they all just missed it. It scoots over the back. Paddy Cripps runs onto it. And from there... he was open with options galore. He hit up the little one and then the superb kick into Kennedy. But if they'd just been better controlled here and kept the ball in front of them, a disciplined thing, it probably stops here and we've got a boundary throw in and then they can reset the ground.
Totally agree.
So we're a goal apiece now with 5 to play in the third term. The kick by Pitnet smashed into Wines. Sard gets involved, but he can't break clear. Darcy Byrne-Jones has got him wrapped up. A little bit of a tussle on the ground between the two players. Drew comes in and picks up Byrne-Jones. Drew's got the job on Cripps at the moment. Pitnet straight down to Cripps. His handball went to Byrne-Jones, who was taken high by Walsh. Free kick, Byrne-Jones. Oh, lazy sort of casual kick out wide. Couldn't hit up anyone on the chest. Puts Butters under the pump. He's running backwards and now he's kicking sideways. Zerk Thatcher's marking uncontested at centre half back. Draws the defender, gives it off to Aaliyah. Aaliyah now drives it long to a 2-on-2. No one can take it in the air. Who's there at ground level? Newman fires it out to Kemp. Juggling it as Carroll throws it on the left, but it's smothered and over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in 70 around from Port Adelaide's goal.
Mick, you've been talking a lot about Port Adelaide's inability to score from turnover. That's a great example. Yep. So they get the free kick, they get the ball in the middle of the ground with people scrambling, go direct at it instead, sideways, miss kick, trickles, and the option's gone.
Pitnet straight down to Drew, gets a hand pass to Travis Boak in the right forward pocket, long to the goal mouth. Wietering made the spoil, it's still alive, but Saad cleans it up. There's the Wolf as he kicks up towards half back. Pitnet could have been dragged down, no whistle. Spills out to Farrell in the middle of the ground. Chip kicks a high ball for Port, have a go at that. Bergman's up for it. He takes the mark over the smaller Matt Owies. To the left of the centre circles, Carlton by 23 points. 23 minutes gone, third term. Long inside 50, in from the side. A chance still for Kemp for the Blues. Hand pass away from Burne-Jones towards the boundary line. It's gathered by Francis Evans, dodging and weaving. Still doesn't have a way. Jags back on his left, kicks towards Georgiades. Can't mark Willie Rioli over his shoulder. That'll do. Here's Willie with a bit of magic. And didn't Port Adelaide need that? Just able to jag it through with not much space to execute. And Port Adelaide make it 2-1 in the third term, and the margin is back to 17. 9-8-62 the Blues to Port Adelaide 6-9-45.
The number of opportunities. Now, you've got to give credit to Carlton's pressure, but also the lack of composure in many respects. But maybe I'm just giving, like you look at some of the greater players just have that composure, whereas it just so many balls look like they're rushed and two key players running at the same football, so they bring the Carlton defenders together so they're able to smash it clear. And maybe that's to do with the fact that Radaglia hasn't played up there for so long, and Radaglia and Dixon probably never played next to each other for a start off, so all sorts of things. But anyway, they've through persistence, they've got themselves back in the game.
Yep, it's been over-possessing, hasn't it, Mick? It hasn't been pretty to watch as Cripps been pinged for holding the ball. It'll come back. It'll be a Port Adelaide free kick going to Rosie.
That's zero prior opportunity. Ball spills free in the tackle. That's
right
play
on the edge of the centre circle. Rosie's just going to pump it as long as he possibly can. Radaglia and Dixon with the targets off hands. And Elijah Hollands has it held to him. Ollie Hollands, rather.
That's what exactly I said. Galea and Dixon are in the same contest.
Ball up, Pitnet. Horne-Francis tried to read it off his hands. Dixon went to ground as he was tackled. So another ball up top of the goal square. They're pressing here. It's just 17 points.
Thrown up. Sweet tries to knock it down, but Ollie Hollands gets a clearing kick, but only as far as Farrell, who takes the mark just inside 50, out to the right.
Well,
chance to close the margin once more.
Someone's going to have to go and get this football over the back of the stand.
About 87 rows back.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know if it's going to be straight, but I reckon the ball's going to be stuck in the third tier.
5-3 so far this season for Kane Farrell. He's got that beautiful left boot, but boy, they could do with one here. Trying to make inroads with 2 goals, 4 so far in this third term. Farrell from right on 50, on the left, leans back, sends it 3/4 post high, and straight through it goes. Another one for the Power. 2 goals in 2 minutes, and it's back to an 11-point ball game Carlton's way. 9-8-62 to Port Adelaide 7-9-51. As strange as this game has been, at stages, we could still be in for what could be a thrilling final term.
Close finish.
Your midfielders, Lingy, I'll get you to read the stats out, but you know what we said in the first half, all of a sudden they have come back into the game. And this is where a coach like Kenny Hinkley appeals to those kids that he's given so much to. They've given him a little bit of oomph.
Yeah, they have. Butters with the 9 disposals, Rosie with 6, even Willem Drew as well with 6, and leading disposal winners for Carlton in this quarter. Newman, Wietering, McGovern. So defenders,
Yeah,
whereas Port Adelaide are winning it through the midfield.
So it's turned on its head. I've just noticed now Carlton going much more defensive in the centre.
Power with the last 2 goals. Couple of minutes to play before 3/4 time, and Horne-Francis back into the midfield, and he emerges with it. He kicks out wide. Unable to take the mark was his teammate in Evans. Horne-Francis gets involved again. He takes on Sam Walsh. He goes the fend off. Both of them fell to ground over the boundary line.
That's the rule. I don't agree with the rule. If you find sanctuary in the boundary, he threw himself over the line. Yeah. He knew he was gone. But you got to umpire it the way the rule is.
So it's a boundary throw in.
I always thought the boundary line couldn't save you from holding the ball.
I thought that up until last year.
It's a shallow throw in, Sweet into space. Francis Evans on the bottom of that pack, and then Fogarty has it held to him.
Chincotta's back to Butters now.
Rosie went to Walsh, and Horne-Francis at one stage was alongside Cripps as Rosie gets a kick inside 50. Radicalier in front, can't hang on. Kemp for the Blues, hand pass straight to Willie Rioli. Hard against the boundary, hand pass to Burgoyne. Off the outside of the boot, a centering ball. Who's there? Jones can't get a fly at it. Martin not claimed by Hewitt. Spills down the way of Farrell, who fires on goal. Awkward bouncing ball in which Wiedering... Oh, it's Charlie Curnow who's gone back. Has to deal with. High ball to halfback. It clears Ollie Hollands and a few others, and in the end goes out of play.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Curnow's back. There's only a minute and a half to play. They're trying to hold out so that they can hang on to a couple of goal lead.
Geez, scrappy, isn't it? It's messy. These frantic final minute and a half before three-quarter time. Boundary throw in 70 metres around from Port Adelaide's goal. Sweet in front, assumes front position to Butters. His handball to Jones was tapped down though, and now Jones swung around in a 360. Umpire says that's okay.
Why? They haven't played it all. They've played the other way, Kel, all day.
So it'll be a ball up. Tangle here for the ruck. Sweet knocks it into space. Running onto it is Walsh. Gives it off to Hollands. He's tackled by Burgoyne one side and Rosie the other. So Ollie Hollands hands the Sherrin back. We're creeping closer to Port Adelaide goal.
Thrown up, Sweet over the back. No one there, though, for Port Adelaide. Hewitt for the Blues. Hand pass, Ollie Hollands. Walsh into a dead end. Willem Drew lays the tackle. Butters. Hand pass to Farrell. The fend off from 50. Trying to get on his left-hand side. Hand pass away to Connor Rosie in the left forward pocket. He centres the kick. Looking for Burn Jones or Willie Rioli. It spills down. Was he taken high? Francis Evans. No whistle. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. The Power with 3-4 in this third term. The margin is 11 points Carlton's way.
Can they snare one here and make it the last three goals? Oh, Sweet. Down to Horne-Francis and the snap misses. Oh, he threw it on his right boot. Tried to bury it from that right forward pocket, Horne-Francis. It's just been a little off for most of the night. 2 behinds for the Hornet. And the margin is 10 points with just seconds remaining before three-quarter time.
What he's got to realise, though, is what has been probably a pretty poor night, he can still have an influence on his team winning.
Yep.
If he finds something in this last quarter, a goal or two, a couple of goal assists, he could help drag his team over the line.
Yeah, Manina, Charlie Curnow, who's in defence. That's not a great clearing kick. Burgoyne underneath it. Can't complete the mark. He keeps it alive. Kick is smothered, though, by Walsh. Just as Port Adelaide look like they might get one more inside 50, a boundary throw in front of the two benches. We both have officials holding up signage, so players will know it's in the last minute of the quarter. Port Adelaide with 3-5, 3 goals 5 to Carlton's 1-2 in this third term. The Blues by just 10 points as it's thrown in. Sweet in front position against Pitnet, clears the back. Hewitt's 2 slip for Crisp. Jones tries to get a hand pass forward to Burgoyne. Ollie Hollands behind there, somehow knocked it on to Bogue. Hand pass chopped off by Cripps. He gathers at half-back. Hand pass over the top to Fogarty. Tries to step around Jones, and that'll do us. 3 quarters in the book. And Carlton off the back of a 5-day break, having played the last game of round 19 against North Melbourne. Desperately hanging on to a 10-point lead against a resurgent Port Adelaide after half-time, who are trying desperately to lay their claim. They deserve to be in the top 8 and maybe a little higher than that. Carlton by 10 points at three-quarter time. 9-8-62 to Port Adelaide at 7-10-52. For the Blues, 3 goals to Charlie Curnow, 2 goals to Matt Kennedy, individuals to Motlop, Young, Owies and Cottrell. While for Port Adelaide, 3 goals to Mitch Georgiades, individuals to Farrell, Radaglia and Burn Jones. The Blues by 10 points on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Farrell runs out of defence, tries to run away from Carroll, kicks up towards the wing. Dixon can't take the mark, brings it down to Rosie. Hand pass to Boak, a couple of the key contributors involved. Up to Radicalea, caught behind against Kemp, almost juggles the mark. Burn Jones front and centre, dodges to his left, kicks on his left, a classy finish as he bounces it through for a goal. Cripps between wing and half forward, he just pulls his kick. Chips it to Carroll, veers onto his left, looks up, Kennedy surging inside 50, Zerk Thatcher, Kennedy over the top, what a mark! He just used him as a step ladder. Matthew Kennedy with a chance to answer straight back for his second. Goal up by skates to the right, but it's all clear. Kemp for the Blues, hand pass away from Burn Jones towards the boundary line. It's gathered by Francis Evans, dodging and weaving, still doesn't have a way. Jags back on his left, kicks towards Georgiades, can't mark Willie Rioli over his shoulder. That'll do. Sweet tries to knock it down, but Ollie Hollands gets a clearing kick, but only as far as Farrell, who takes the mark. Just inside 50, out to the right. Farrell from right on 50, on the left, leans back, sends it three-quarter post high, and straight through it goes. Another one for the Power.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Friday night footy, Carlton leading Port Adelaide by 10 points, 9-8-62 to the Power, 7-10-52. Second versus seventh for round 20 of the AFL. Matt Clinch and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Some concern for the Carlton backline.
Clinchy, their biggest star, Jacob Wiedering, spent a lot of time as soon as the three-quarter time siren went with the doctors. He's had a lot of corkies all year long. He was looked sore as hell. And after a while, both the doctors said, we've got to take you down to the room. So he is in the rooms at the moment. So this is a huge concern for the Blues. And I just wanted to ask Mick, how much does this form Ken Hinckley's entire three-quarter time speech that the Blues are banged up? They've had to activate their sub in the opening term. They're coming off a 5-day break. How much do you just harp on the fact that they are probably gettable because they're so sore right now?
Well, Jimmy, like in any sport, 95, if not more percent, is played above the ears or above the shoulders. So what you've got is, if you can convince people, and young players can be convinced pretty easily, that this is their opportunity. It doesn't make them kick the ball better, but I thought Port probably squandered 3 or 4 goals that quarter. But what they've got, and I'm just looking at them now, Kenny Hinckley's got them in, they're all wrapping their arms around each other. We've got to remember, they're only one game behind Carlton. So on the ladder is a different perspective, but for the way that Carlton played part of first and all the second quarter, you'd suspect that they would have been a 5 or 6 goal better side at the moment. But they went to sleep that quarter, and as I pointed out to Lingy, and Lingy's first to say it, the midfield responded. We've got Lingy. We went through those stats at three-quarter time. There's Rosie, Hughes, Butters and Horn-France. I'm not sure where his stats are, but the effort was there, whereas Carlton fell away. Their backline was the main, and inside 50s, I think it's something like 6 to 15, so or stoppages.
Yeah, clearances.
Or clearances. And so it's really falling into place for Port if they can finish their work.
And you're right, Mick. We said that they needed the lift from those A-grade players and midfield-type players. I wonder, Mick, if Michael Voss is going to end up regretting his decision. If this continues and Port Adelaide do run over the top, his decision, Alex Cincotta played on Zach Butters for the first half.
Yeah.
Shut him down. Connor Rosie was going okay.
That's all, though.
But he wasn't setting the world on fire. No. After half-time, I think they thought, well, okay, we've got Butters locked away. Rosie could be a bit of a threat. Let's roll Cincotta onto him. It's a big change for Otago to go a completely different type of player.
Yep.
So Rosie ends up still getting 8 disposals and some pretty good disposals on Cincotta, and Butters is off the rope. He got 10 touches that quarter. He's running around. Now, right at the end of that third quarter, they roll Cincotta back to Butters.
But he's got his confidence up.
Yeah, so he's feeling good. Rosie's saying, well, I don't mind. If you want to come to me, I'll beat you as well. Yeah. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves, and they're probably thinking, as Hodgie asked the question to you, we can run over the top of these guys. We can get them.
Yeah, it's all in the mind now. This is, and the finishing power of Port Adelaide in the 50 will determine the match. Because even if they bludgeon it in there, so Burne-Jones kicked a goal, so we've got one, Willie Rioli kicked a goal, so they've got a couple of medium players kicking goals.
Hodgie, is Wiedering back out there?
Wiedering is back out there, Kelly. It's a knock to the right thigh, which is the one he has with padding on it. So he's very sore, but he's starting this term in the back line for the Blues.
Carlton by 10 points as we enter the final term. What a massive game for both sides. Jason Horne-Francis gets the first kick inside 50. Willie Rioli underneath. Cowan makes the spoil. Sard front and centre. Hand pass to Chera. Kicks the Blues out to the wing. Offering chase is Chincotta and Houston. Houston tries to keep it in front of himself and eventually knocks it out of play in front of Connor Rosie and Travis Spoke. Starting his final term on the bench, the Blues by 10 points.
They've reset it, sorry.
Yeah,
Chincotta's back to Butters, just the way it is.
So what Butters does, no, I thought he might have gone over to Chris. He's not.
Cripps had just the 4 disposals in that third quarter, so that worked for Port Adelaide. Here he is on cue. The tap down to him. He's tackled by Sweet. Hand pass forward. Houston under pressure from Cottrell. Pins an arm. Can he get over the line? He can't. Holding the ball. And Carlton will win the free kick at left half forward through Matt Cottrell.
Yeah, great tackle. And the right decision.
Yeah. But Houston was desperate trying to get to the line.
That's very poor defence.
He shorts it, to Chincotta, who was a little closer to goal. He's 60 out. He rockets that to the top of the goal square. A couple of players go down. Well done by the young gun, Logan Evans, who was able to handle it in the defensive goal square and kick it out. Although the bounce favours Sard. A little tough one here for Walsh to get. It was an awkward half volley. Drew does well. Quick fire handball. Ollie Wines tries to come back inboard. Almost caught, but his kick was lucky. Horne-Francis takes the mark. Right place, right time. He shorts it over to Burgoyne. They're going around the city side. Evans now accepts the handball and then delivers down the line. Another mark taken by Mead. Rosie, surrounded by 3 Blues, gives it off to Georgiades in the corridor. He gets underneath it. It's a horrible kick, but it comes off. He skied it, and Willie Rioli, charging out like a steam train, was able to just cradle that to his tummy. And he's going to go back and have a set shot from right on 50, Willie.
Well, I'm not 100% sure he's good for 50. If he had played on, he had Dixon in the goal square with 2 Carlton players admittedly closing in on him, but they would have had to have faced him. So Willie's really got to finish this one off because I think it's a wasted opportunity.
Premiership player with West Coast. Barely sighted in the first half. Kicked a goal in the third. Oh, he's run around. Cottrell, the man on the mark. He's close to 40. He's kept it low. And he misses. He's missing to the right-hand side. Rioli tried to just... a little piece of magic there, Lingy, that he couldn't pull off, and the margin is now 9 points. Carlton lead.
He knew he didn't have the distance. So, Mick's right. Go to Dixon early.
McGovern brings the Blues back into play. Up to Charlie Curnow in a tackle with Lear. Somehow taps it down. No free kick for a hold. Farrell run down by Cripps. He was legged. And Farrell get the free kick. The Carlton captain throws his hands to his head. And it will be a Port Adelaide free kick on the wing.
He was legged, but how wasn't that a free kick to Charlie Curnow?
Yes. Kane Farrell had a kick to goal in the third quarter with that lethal left boot. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Dixon charging out, can't hang on to it. Still a chance for the Blues deep in defence, although locking it up. Only about 15 metres out from goal is Sweet, as Kemp will slowly get to his feet.
Well, there's another opportunity. That was a perfect kick for Dixon. Just had to wrap... Yeah, he's got the big enough arms or hands, let me tell you.
Bobbles around in there. Rioli's involved, and then it's held to one. So we'll reset. This is top of the goal square for Port Adelaide. They trail by 9 points. Blues got out by as much as 31 late in that second half, in the second quarter rather. Sweet down to Rioli, doesn't need much space, and he's hit the post. He threw it on that right boot and snapped it. Get down to Tim Hodges. I'm just keeping an eye on Patrick Cripps, just that right shoulder that's strapped. Hodgie, keep an eye on that. It looks like it might be annoying him a little bit, but yes.
Lockie Jones is out of this game. Quinton Narkle in, so fresh legs for Port Adelaide. He's going to be injected to run his legs off in this last 30 minutes.
Thanks, Hodgie. McGovern in the pocket for Cowan. Back to McGovern up the wing. Curnow caught behind, and Aaliyah takes the mark. Port Adelaide looking to lock this inside their forward 50 half. They've kicked 3 goals 7 since half-time. To Carlton's 1-2. Alir inside 50. This time Radaglia in front claims the mark. There was a lot of traffic. Georgiades was in there, but Radaglia perfectly placed at the front.
Gee, I like that from Charlie Dixon, though.
Oh, yeah.
He basically blocked the entire pack.
Yes.
It was like a Skittles, wasn't it? Like it just, yeah.
Just held them back.
Yeah, such a big man. And that's the time, if you're going to go together, that you've got to be able to let someone free of.
Set up for Radaglia in the right forward pocket. 35 metres out to close the margin once more. Radaglia puts through his second. And it's a 2-point ball game. 5 minutes gone, final term. Port Adelaide are coming. 9-8-62 the Blues to Port Adelaide 8-12-60. The Power now with the last 3 goals in the match.
It's quite remarkable that it is close. But then when you look at the over the course of the game, the number of opportunities from 15 to let's say from 0 to 15 metres out, they've fluffed, and yet Carlton dominated the second quarter, and the scoreboard shows they dominated, but a progression to get back.
Clingy, you would love this as a tagger. Just watch Butters come off, and Cincotta followed him all the way, and then they got to the boundary line, and Butters faked to go over the boundary line, was waiting for Cincotta to go first, turned, grinned at him, Cincotta stopped, smiled back, waited for Butters to take his seat, and then he went to the bunker.
I like that. Bit of byplay.
Very, very cheeky, and somehow Port Adelaide have found themselves back in this contest, and they're going to win it out of the centre again because it's Sweet with their handball over to his teammate who's been put down, Darcy Byrne-Giants, as he got his kick away to be a downfield free kick.
Silly play.
He was met heavily after he got rid of it and put down, and so it'll be a free kick to Mead.
Nick Newman.
Yeah, it was Nick Newman. He did a little bit of a mini Maynard, didn't he, in the final series last year?
Not much in that. Is there much in that?
Well, he flew to smother. Remember, they've tinkered with that rule.
Oh, he's just
and after he got with it, he bumped him off.
Oh, he put his hands out to brace himself. I reckon he's been hard done by.
So Mead, only 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He puts plenty of air in it, and he celebrates. 4 in a row to Port Adelaide, either side of three-quarter time. And for the first time since late in the first term, the visitors have hit the front. The Power by 4. 9-12-66. Carlton, stage fright suddenly. 9-8-62. Strap yourselves in for the final 15 minutes of play here. It's all happening under the closed roof. Tim Hodges, that big hit off the play. What did you make of it?
Oh, the doctors are so confused down here now. That doctor went out from Port Adelaide to get Darcy Byrne-Jones to bring him off the ground. Darcy Byrne-Jones told him he was okay, so the doctor's sort of stuck out there and has to turn around. He's come back, and now they're watching the vision again. So it's just such a confusing rule right now with concussion and when to take players off to have their HIAs and when not to.
I wonder if Byrne-Jones just said to him, hey, I'll just put a whole lot of mayo on that. I'm actually fine.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, too, both these clubs have been fined or disciplined recently, so they're going to be so nervous.
Fourth lead change of the match. Carlton having led since the 6-minute mark of the second quarter. Port Adelaide back in front, thrown up in the middle of the ground. Pitnet tries to slap it down to Walsh. He's locked up by Drew and Wines, and the umpire will throw it up once more. Rosie alongside Cripps. Now Drew goes to Cripps. Walsh alongside Ollie Wines from the throw-up. Spills down the way of Cincotta. He tries to get a hand pass away to Carroll. Kicks out to the wing. Foot races on. In front, Elijah Hollins tries to tap his advantage. Trying to push away from Dan Houston. He runs out of runway and across the boundary line for a throw-in. Port Adelaide by 4 points. The Power in 7th position at the moment. 11-7. Carlton are in second with a 2-point lead over third. Such a massive result on the line here.
Port win. They could be in the top 4 by the end of this round. Lose it, and they could be out of the 8. So the margin for error is slim as it spins back in play. Cripps does well right up against the boundary line. Just flicks it on all fours down to Walsh, but Walsh is held in right in front of Hodgie.
Kel, you mentioned before that Patrick Cripps is favouring that right shoulder. He absolutely is and barely touched it since you mentioned that he was playing sore and now he's sitting on the bench.
Yep. He's got it strapped. We know how brave he is and what a champion he is, but he's certainly holding it a little bit. Port Adelaide by 4 points. So it's a ball up right in front of the two benches. Good little spoil by Carroll in there, gets a hand, and then it flicks up to Logan Evans, who was tackled. Umpire says gone.
He's stiff.
Rewarded will be Hewitt.
And an arm pinned, and Hewitt was careful not to dump him to win the free kick. Chips it to Carroll between wing and half forward for the Blues, who haven't scored a goal in this final term, just one in the second half. Long towards Curnow, flying in from the side. Motlop, no mark claim. Burgoyne is set upon, and the footy is locked underneath him. The Blues will settle for a forward 50 stoppage in the left forward pocket. Port Adelaide by 4 points. Approaching 10 minutes gone, final term. Thrown aloft. Pitnet tries to do it himself. Hand pass to Hewitt. Fires on goal. He misses to the right-hand side.
What a poor setup by Port. Just to explain that, the ruckman has just opened up the door for Carlton to walk through, and very lucky that they got away with it, the Blues. Port.
Port Adelaide by 3 points.
Houston's on the kick-in duties. 13 minutes and 40 seconds left. He goes bravely down the corridor, waiting at the back. Unable to gobble it up was Charlie Dixon. He can't get down to his bootlaces and then driven into the turf. Sard.
No, it's a good call you make,
Francis
Cal.
Evans.
Charlie Dixon's body is so smashed up, he cannot bend over, can hardly move.
You wonder how many more games he's got left in that giant body. We know how much Ken Hinkley loves him. Always gives his all, but he's struggled here tonight. He's got the match-up on Wiedering at the moment. As it's another ball up on the edge of the centre square. This time Rosie reads it off the ruckman's hands. It's an up and under spoil from Wines over the shoulder of Walsh, and then putting it out of bounds on the full was Newman. Given the pressure that was applied from behind on Francis Evans, Wines will take it, moves it quickly. Rioli's there, had to stand his ground with Wiedering and Charlie Dixon bearing down.
It's going to be a free kick though to Wiedering, because Dixon was trying to protect.
Didn't get away with it for a second time.
No, but he was called for a hold. It was more a use of the body, and you could maybe call him for blocking out of the marking contest. I actually thought it was pretty good.
So Jacob Wiedering, the padding on that right thigh, channeling Paul Roos, he said to us post-game last week. His kick up the wing, though, is marked by Brandon Zerk-Thatcher. Port Adelaide across half-back, hand pass to Houston. Chips it inside the defensive 50 to Burgoyne. Port Adelaide by 3 points. Out to Aliir at left half-back. They're trying to stretch the Carlton defence. Kicks up to Radaglia. Can't hang on to it. Spills down. A free kick chopping in the arms.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Port Adelaide will take it on the wing. Radaglia wastes no time. Hand pass to Burgoyne. Drives the kick inside 50. Dixon's there. He's flying against two. Nick Newman didn't hang on to it. Knuckle can't get a clean hand pass away. It spills to Cottrell. He's locked up by Butters. It's 40 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. The Power by 3. Patrick Cripps is on the bench, and the Blues need a miracle.
Hewitt off the ruckman's hands out to Hollins. Cottrell. He is dumped as he got his kick away by Rosie, and the umpire said it will be a free kick coming back.
Got the ball in.
How is that out on the
Was it out on the full? So Rosie connected with him and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. So the skipper from Port Adelaide's got it. 55 out. He just wedges it up into the air looking for Radaglia. Asks him to run and launch. He does that. He can't take the mark, and then the Carlton defender is tackled to the turf.
Cottrell's kick was from inside the field of play and ended up still inside the field of play.
Yeah.
Dixon straight down to Horn Francis, but he had Blues players hanging off him, so his kick wasn't effective. Evans picks it up, trickles the way of Pitnet, who just throws it on the boot. Won't clear the defensive 50. Bergman, is that it? Did he take enough of it? Umpire says no. He tried to claim it. Motlop picked it up. Bergman picked him up and dumped him into the turf. So the intensity's gone right up. The skill level hasn't been here tonight. It's been an old-fashioned scrap, but the game is in the balance. Port by 3 with 11 minutes to go.
Here's Travis Boak, swings onto his left. It's offline. Georgiades flies against a couple. Newman brought it down. Knuckles there, keeps it alive. Radaglia lunging forward. The push was not in the back, and the umpire will ball it up as Young locks the footy up. Right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Only around 10 metres out from goal. Dixon doing the ruck work against Pitnet. Flicks it over the back looking for Rioli. Cowan's kick is smothered. Carlton players race in and lock the ball up in the right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. The Blues have kicked just one behind in this final term. Port Adelaide 2-2.
So again, it's a scrap. Oh, Charlie Dixon's picked it up off the turf. He's gone the banana, and somehow Lewis Young, the ball was barely moving. It was spinning in the air, Mick, but it wasn't going forward. And Lewis Young was able to desperately launch himself and get a hand to it.
Wasn't overly high either, Kel.
No. It's through from behind. Port by 4.
McGovern up towards Charlie Kerner. There's 3 against him, and in the air, Brandon Burke-Thatcher took them up, but then awkwardly cramped on his right-hand side.
So they equal Port Adelaide their biggest lead of the game so far, which was 4 points at the 28-minute mark of the first term.
The former Bomber kicks Port Adelaide inside 50 once more. Georgiades can't get a run at it. Wiedering makes the spoil. Boak flies against Kennedy. Spills the way of Sam Walsh. High kick in the middle of the ground. Kerno's against 2 once more. And this time he marks the Carlton spearhead.
He's got it at half-back, though. He's right on the edge of the square, and he's going to kick backwards, Charlie Kerno, to Newman. And now the switch is on round the other side to Cottrell, who's got it on the City side. Defensive side of that wing. Port Adelaide has got back and plugged the holes.
Kerno wants it again. He's like, just keep kicking it to me.
Cottrell has a dash. He runs a long way. He goes towards Aaliyah in the end it was. Not sure who his target was, but Aaliyah was able to pick it off with the turnover mark, the intercept mark, and a quick couple of possessions, and Sweet, the ruckman, has got it. Still in the defensive 50.
Not the much smartest. Ruckman shouldn't be calling the ball across the line. Now look at the kick.
And up and under, down the wing, Young in front position, forced to spoil from behind was Georgiades. Butters has got to beat about 5 Blues at ground level, and in the end he doesn't. Hewitt emerges with it, gives it off to Young. Young with the little small handball to Cripps, who went one way, then goes the other. It was the old-fashioned rugby league show and go. And he kept running. He got the kick down to Hollands. He accepted the handball. He's run down. Oh, desperate stuff by Bergman and Port Adelaide's defence. That's brilliant, holding the ball.
Yeah, it is very good call, Cal. And that was 3 or 4 times. Carlton just couldn't move the football at all. Mind you, this is dangerous stuff by Port, the way they're playing.
Bergman back to Burgoyne. Switches across half-back. Logan Evans sends it up the wing, and here's Horne-Francis bounding around the City wing. He can chip it short to Rioli at left half forward. Still 60 metres out from home. Georgiades leads to the pocket. The kick is short of him. Gathers on the half volley. Wiedering tries to corral him. He steps over the boundary line. Umpire says insufficient intent.
That is a very poor decision. He is trying to get. Why would he want to do that 50 metres out? He was trying to get around the Carlton player and try to balk him.
And just ran out of room.
Run out of space. That is.
And right boundary side rather than turning left back into the field of play, and that was enough in the umpire's eyes.
Wiedering, risky kick. He goes from one pocket to the other where Saad takes it and takes off in front of Radagalia. Has a couple of bounces. Hoofs it up the wing. And a great mark taken by Owies in front of Burgoyne.
Well, Burgoyne's effort there was just quite poor.
He's the man on the mark, and he's got his hands rested down on his knees, and as a result Owies gave it to Young, and then he got it back, and then he drives it long into the lap of Aaliyah. So Aaliyah with a couple of important intercept marks in the last few minutes. Wobbly old kick puts his teammates under the pump. Dixon flew in the marking contest. Kennedy gets it out wide and pinpoints a player all by himself right on 50. Although it's a toughish angle, and that's Elijah Hollands.
Well, he kicked one here a couple of weeks ago. I was watching it. It's almost in the identical spot.
We've got to kick it now, because if he'd gone really quickly, you've got Kerno one out. Yeah, against a good opponent, Aaliyah, but actually had Aaliyah out of position.
Yeah.
And you back your star key forward in there.
Well, he's been good. 13 goals, 5 so far this season. Hollands from right on 50. He has kicked that with purpose. It's been touched. Yeah. It's touched on the line.
Carlton, no work done on the line.
He just about celebrated that at the moment that Sherrin left his boot. He knew. Goodness, that could be a big moment. Port by 3 points, 7.5 to play.
Jordan Sweet might be the favourite for the coach on the goal line, doing what he should. There's the long clearing kick out of defence by Farrell. He's intercepted by Kemp. So Kemp has it to the right of the centre circles in the middle of Docklands. Port Adelaide by 3 as the Blues look to surge again. Inside 50, Kennedy rising over the pack. Over Farrell and Horne-Francis to take the mark.
Oh, great mark. In between two players. Neither of them really set themselves to spoil that. Horn Francis went for the mark.
Yeah, didn't want a bar of defending that one, Horn Francis. And Farrell, I think, thought his teammate was going to do the right thing.
Come over, yeah.
But Kennedy's such a threat as a marking player inside that forward 50 as well as a ground level player. Great grab.
So with no Harry Mackay tonight, Matt Kennedy trying to stand up out to the right. 2 already from 50. Set sail from home. It's offline to the left and a minor score. It's the last 2 scores Carlton's way. They've both been behinds. Port Adelaide by 2 points. The Blues have kicked 1 goal in the second half. It was at the 21-minute mark of the third quarter. Meanwhile, Port Adelaide, since then, have kicked 5 goals.
After the Blues kicked 7 goals to get out to a 31-point lead just before half-time. It's been scrappy, unpredictable as Port Adelaide goes towards Dixon. He's got Wiedering for company, so he just slaps it forward into space. Chincotta got an unkind bounce. In the end, he had to tap it in the direction of his captain, who's tackled, holding the ball by Drew. He pinned that sore right shoulder, did Willem Drew, and he did it beautifully.
Drew's second half has been excellent.
Yeah, as ever, really. Carlton, the midfield has stopped.
Drew switches from one side of the square to the other. This is Butters. Kennedy was the man on the mark and he left. Butters playing funny buggers again, but it comes off because he thought about going long and then at the last minute he short the kick to Horn Francis, who's got it directly in front, just 45 metres out.
Yeah, he's generally pretty accurate, Horn Francis, but it's going to take him. Well, you know, we've gone 3.5 quarters, so there is a fatigue factor, but he's right smack bang in front, should make this.
Port by 2 points, 5.5 minutes to play. Horn Francis got the Sherrin spinning in his hands, going to the southern end. Mick Moldhouse at half-time said he needed to lift, and Horn Francis, the Hornet, with a sting in the tail. They're out by 8, Port Adelaide. In front of 40,500. 40,000 would be wearing navy blue. 500 in the teal of Port Adelaide. And it's 10-13-73 Port. Carlton 9-11-65.
Yeah, you can be having a bad night, a bad game. You can still have some really good moments.
Well, he has since half-time.
Yeah.
He hasn't been dominant this quarter. I thought the third quarter, the midfield of Port lifted unbelievable. In fact, it was just a complete flip. They took straight over from Carlton's midfield. This quarter's been a little bit an arm wrestle, but they've made the most of the opportunity where they kicked 2 this quarter to none. So
3 goals to none.
3 goals. Yes.
6 goals to 1 since half-time. Carlton got out by 31 points late in the second quarter. Now the challenge in the Blues' hands off a 5-day break. Clearance the way of Hewitt to Walsh, back to Hewitt, back into the centre square, kicks to Cripps. Between the centre circles at half-forward. He looks up inside 50. Can he go himself? He centres it towards Curnow and Motlop. Jackling mark claimed by Aaliyah.
It's been a great duel.
Yeah.
Curnow's probably won it, but he hasn't dropped his head either. Aaliyah has really taken some very good marks.
15 metres out from his offensive goal, up towards Radical.
Oh, wow.
A push-out, says the umpire. And Asaba Radical will take the free kick. So with no Harry Mackay, Port Adelaide just know where the ball's going. It's a Charlie Colonel every time, so they can play 2-on-1 and Zirk Thatcher supporting Aaliyah.
You don't see those paid when it's a forward who does the pushing.
Radicalia bombs it. In the pack was Dixon. Spills the way of Horn Francis. Pokes the kick into the pocket out in front of Rioli. He's got to beat Chincotta and he can't. The boundary line beats him in the end. So boundary throw in. They're pressing and they're pressing. They've kicked the last 5 goals, Port Adelaide. 6 goals to 1 since half-time. What a significant surge this has been from Ken Hinkley's men.
Thrown in, Sweet tangles with Pitnet, knocked to the front. Horn Francis onto it again. Can he finish? No, Walsh drags him down. Clearing kick. It might be chopped off. Hewitt's onto it. Tries to break away from Sweet. It spills to Ollie Wines towards the goal mat. Hang on. High contact and a Carlton free kick. It's coming back and George Hewitt slowly gets to his feet. He'll get the free kick.
And he wants to give it straight away off to Sard. Sard's kick's gone straight to Port Adelaide. Oh, dropping it was Zirk Thatcher. Dropped it cold. Had no pressure. But they've got the numbers at ground level. Houston gives it off to Bergman. He sprints sprints to half forward, and then he drives it out in front of Dixon. Wiedering got him across the head. Good old-fashioned contest, the umpire said. Wiedering with the spoil, and it'll be a boundary throw-in. Voss and Ken Hinkley are about 3 metres away from each other on the boundary, both coaching from the bench. Voss, once former the assistant coach. Sweet, straight down to Horton Francis. Is this the moment? A high up and under, doesn't make the distance. Going to toe poke was Narkle. He missed it. Burn Jones. Burn Jones doesn't miss it. Now, did it clatter into the bottom of the goalpost or did it go over?
It hit the goal umpire, Cal.
So it's got to be a goal.
Check.
Well, we've clarified if you hit the post, it's a point, Lingy.
No, that's got to be a goal.
Underway.
This hits the goal umpire's leg and doesn't fully cross the line, I reckon, and then because of the leg, clatters into the post.
So
I have.
Oh no! That's
not fully over yet.
No,
it hits his leg.
It's only an inch at the very best. They've got to count this as a goal, Lingy.
Yeah, so the goal umpire then forces it into the post, but it hadn't crossed the line fully when it hit the goal umpire's leg. You right? The next frame.
Oh, that's over. It's over.
Oh, I have no idea what the ruling is here either.
Well, that's
the goal umpire's leg.
It's over. It's over.
Are you sure?
Well, that's not fully over.
Yeah, but it's the
hit
point
it's
of
a back heel. It's a back heel of the
that's
umpire.
Right.
So it's hit his heel straight onto the post.
They cannot give that a point.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. I just don't know what the ruling is for that.
Well, you've got is there a common sense rule or
3 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yeah, felt me.
Port by 8
Why don't we get Laura? If we got her, get her on the phone. What do you reckon, Kel?
Is this the most important decision for the Arc in 2024?
This is the most important thing for Carlton and Port.
We can see a gap between the ball and the post before it makes contact with the goal umpire. Decision on the scoreboard.
That's going to be a goal.
Yes, it is. Who kicked it?
Burn Jones.
Right.
A couple of goes at soccering it off the turf. It was just desperate stuff.
It's got to be a goal.
And that is the right decision.
Absolutely.
What common sense is.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure the way it's treated.
Well, but we've got to read it somewhere to say it. I mean, you can't just pluck it out. Common sense rules don't count, as we know. I mean, as you say.
So the scene now, 3 minutes, 24 seconds to go. Oh, as I look out the window, the Blues fans are leaving. They're leaving, and it's Port Adelaide by 14 points, 11-13-79. Carlton 9-11-65. Are they going too early?
Well, yeah.
Probably. 3.5 to play.
Yeah. There's a player named Charlie Curnow on your team.
14 points the difference.
Yeah, it's not much.
7 goals to 1, though, in the second half.
What a turnaround.
Port Adelaide have got Radaglia now up on the wing, who's going to run straight away as that extra defensive player.
But it's still going to bring a half forward up.
Back in the middle. Sweet and Pitnet. Free kick Port Adelaide's way. Ollie Wines takes the advantage. Kicks out to both. They might soak the clock now.
Well, they'd be silly to do backward stuff. They've got to go forward.
That's right.
Call to play on. Travis Boak drives them inside 50. Dixon and Wiedering. Dixon tries to palm it down. Narkle front and centre. The sub can't gather. Walsh scraps for it. Spills out the way of Young. Hand pass over his shoulder to Hewitt. Down to Sard. Back to Hewitt. They run across half back the Blues. Here's Cripps into the middle of the ground. Got to roll the dice now. Curnow was the impeded he was. He'll get the free kick in the middle of the ground for the Blues.
Problem is they need him up forward as well. They need two of him. Harry Mackay not out there tonight, a late withdrawal because of illness. Curnow, just the short kick to Hewitt. Oh, Hewitt absolutely shanks it. Drew rather. Radaglia, Horn Francis, all by hand. They work it across half back to Boak. And his kick is timed beautifully to Narkle, who was the sub. Started as the sub tonight. And Jones was subbed out. So Narkle, fresh set of legs. He's got it defensive side of the Docklands wing. Goes down to a one-on-one. Wiedering and also Dixon. Dixon in the end forced to spoil it over the line, and he can barely break out of a little jog, Charlie Dixon.
And Wiedering's got a thigh pad on, fair dinkum, it stretches 6 inches across his thigh. So if you're half smart with Port, you get someone under Dixon's feet because Port, he's got to spoil all the time.
By 14 points, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Thrown in, Sweet wins the tap for Port Adelaide, but Cripps is onto it, hand pass to Fogarty, into the middle of the ground looking for Motlop. Bergman pushes him underneath it, takes the mark for Port Adelaide, no whistle.
If that was a free kick earlier, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, that one had to be a free kick.
It's a double. You push and then you double. What do they call it?
Double motion.
Double motion.
Port Adelaide have booted 4 goals, 3 to Carlton's 3 behinds in the final term. Out to Boku, takes the mark. Comes inboard to Bergman. The Blues off the back of a 5-day break. Harry Mackay laid out. Port Adelaide on the verge of recording one of their biggest wins of the season. Up towards Dixon, has to spoil from behind. Jim Cotter tries to get it forward. Fogarty runs into a dead end. Mead lays the tackle. And the umpire will board up at right half forward for Port Adelaide. 29 minutes gone, final term. Port Adelaide by 14 points.
A trickle of Blues fans leaving has turned into a stream of them. A free kick, though, going Carlton's way. It'll be Cripps who's got it at halfback. He's looking for Curnow, who marks it in the centre of the ground. He goes straight down the corridor. Inside 50. Only target down there was Kennedy, surrounded by Port Adelaide players. Bergman pounces on it, gives it to Aaliyah. Aaliyah waits for it to bounce, traps it, handballs to Rosie. Rosie to Drew, who's been brilliant tonight. Drew down the line. Dixon and Wiedering tangle. Wiedering almost a one-hander. Gets up. Tackled by Horne-Francis. Big ball to be won here. They're fighting it out, Port Adelaide, right to the end. Boak sees it over right in front of Ken Hinkley, who's up on his feet and applauding. He is enjoying every moment now. He's turned to his runner. He's given him a high five, and he knows that he's home. They lead it by 14 points, Port Adelaide.
What a massive win this is going to be. Holding Carlton goalless in the final term. Sweet wins down the tap. Fogarty into the middle of the ground. It bounces in front of Farrell and Chera at the back of the pack. It's Houston who gathers, takes a bounce, looking to soak seconds off the clock. He kicks wide for Horne-Francis, who takes the mark. In front of Ken Hinkley, the coach, with so much to play for this season. He's spitting distance from Jason Horne-Francis as he tells him just to kick it down the line to Charlie. Dixon and Wiedering. Wiedering almost pulls in the mark. McGovern flew from the side. Dixon's hand pass to Mead. He's tackled by Ollie Hollands and the ball up 50 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal.
Yeah, they've played this last couple of minutes perfectly, Port.
Oh,
just
absolutely.
locked it right down. Chewed 2.5 minutes off the clock. Well played.
31 points down, Port Adelaide, just before half-time. And they lead it by 14 points after keeping Carlton to just 1 goal in this last half. Well, Francis has lifted. Wines has been terrific. Drew's been brilliant in the second half. Spinning ball back into play. Sweet dabs it down. Cripps with a fumble. And Ken's men continue to cling on in 2024. They had to grind it out, but their never say die attitude gets them over the line just. They prevail by 14 points, and finals still alive and well for Port Adelaide.
We've got the power to win, power to roll, come on. Port Adelaide aggression, we are the power from Port. It's more than a sport, it's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, 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 till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We've got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
So Port Adelaide led by 4 points at quarter time. Carlton by 25 after 7 goals to 2. The Blues got out by 31 points before half time. And then the Blues by 10 points at three-quarter time. 3 goals to 1 Port Adelaide's way in the third term. And the Power hold the Blues goalless in the final term. 4 goals to none for Port Adelaide to record their 12th win of the season. 11-13-79 to Carlton 9-11-65. And the Power, they jumped to third on the AFL ladder, just behind the Blues.
It's more than a sport, it's the true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, 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 till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We have the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
Port Adelaide by 14 points in front of 40,500 fans to start round 20 of the AFL. the Power with an important victory for their finals chances. They stay in the race for the top 4, while for the Blues it's a dent to their top 2 chances. Their gap over the rest of the field may have evaporated tonight, and the race heats up for Carlton fans. Port Adelaide by 14 points. They put it 4 goals to none in the final term. They kicked 7 goals to 1 after half-time. For the winners, 3 goals to Mitch Georgiades, 2 goals to Darcy Byrne-Jones, individuals to Farrell, Horn, Francis, 2 to Radaglia, I should say, and Mead, the other individual goal kicker. While for the Blues, no Harry Mackay, Charlie Curnow booted 3, 2 goals to Matt Kennedy, individuals to Motlop, Young, Owies and Cottrell. Port Adelaide winners by 14 points.
I know we've got to talk about Port Adelaide, but who are the flag favourites with 4 rounds to go after this? I mean, talk about a season of twists and turns.
Who's the second best team again?
Well, we'll get back to that shortly. But Port Adelaide, I mean, it was scrappy, wasn't it?
It was 2 teams.
That's how they had to do it, though. They had to do it that way, scrappiness.
It was 2 teams out of form.
Yep.
And then it became who could just be cleaner in the important moments by the end of the game. And that was Port Adelaide through willpower. But, gee,
7 goals to 1 after half-time, Lingy.
It's funny, you on a Friday night, Mick, give me the task of doing the votes. It would have been pretty much all Carlton in the first half.
Yeah.
And it's going to be pretty much all Port Adelaide in the second half. But some of the vote getters maybe for Port Adelaide from the second half were pretty awful in the first half. So it was definitely the old tale of 2 halves.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I'm not trying to say who's going to get the votes or anything, but it's who is consistent. Like, Curnow's kicked his 3 goals up to half-time and still looked dangerous.
Yeah.
Alira, real credit to him. I'm not sure what his stats were overall, but he got back in the game and he took a couple of really important marks. He kicked the football well. The ruck drills are interesting. I thought...
Alir took 6 intercept marks.
6 intercept marks, and that's pretty good. Given,
but Charlie's taken 10 marks, had 19 kicks and
really without him, they would have been shot. The interesting thing was Paddy Cripps, Walsh, Chira. Where were they? Where were they when Port started to come at them in the third quarter? Yeah. And not only come at them in the second quarter, kept on going in at the second quarter.
I think Drew's job on Cripps, in particular in that third quarter and probably half the last quarter, was just excellent.
And there's another thing of a tagger who brings the game back to a level where Port then can get back in the game, and that's done totally through a tagging player.
Yeah, and Butters and Rosie got going in the third quarter, and we touched on it at half-time how much Michael Voss might regret the decision to move Chincotta, who had Butters locked away, onto Rosie. Butters then got going. Yeah. Rosie handled the tag right, because it's often hard to move to a different type of player, and you had Butters and Rosie up and about then.
Yeah.
Credit to Jason Horn-Francis, who we thought was having a pretty dirty night for a period of time, had a big last quarter and a really influential last quarter. So I've been saying throughout the call, he's signs he needs to mature. I think he could be anything incredible when he gets it, but he needs to mature. He didn't handle moments well, a couple of broken tackles, all that. Well, to have a last quarter like he did, given he was having a poor night.
Put him in front too, was it? The goal, regardless of what it was a really important shot.
It was.
45 metres out.
Yeah, it was to make it 5 in a row. Put them in front? I think it did.
It's quite concerning for Carlton.
Yeah, that's a concerning loss for Carlton and a really important win for Port Adelaide. Yeah. I don't watch this game and think, oh, well, one of the teams, the winning team, found incredible form and look out, here they come. It was scrappy, but they got the win in such a tight season to be away from home, away from the Adelaide Oval, and get a win against a team who was placed second on the ladder. That is a huge victory.
And be dominated to half-time.
Yes.
To fight back from that. The thing is about it too, Lingy, is it's going to get down. Again, I'm not going to name them, and I know you won't name them. The last 5 or 6 players from both these sides leave a lot to be desired, because looking at them today, the fundamental errors, the lack of awareness, the pace and the delivery was, and I've got to say this, second class.
Yep. Port Adelaide winners by 14 points. They have a tough run home, Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide and Fremantle, but a crucial 4 points to jump up to third on the AFL ladder.
Mick, it was Radagalia's goal at the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter that
was
put them in by 2.
Yeah.
And then he got them out by 8 points, Horn Francis.
Yeah. Well, Radagalia didn't do much in the second and third, but just gave him enough worry.
Port Adelaide have now won 4 of their last 5, while Carlton have lost 3 of their last 4. Let's join the winners with Tim Hodges.
Jason Horn-Francis will join us. He's going to be the last in the song. Oh, no, we're still waiting for 2 more, he said. You guys can probably see the 2 out on the ground if they're being interviewed. Here they come, Ollie Wines, Willie Rioli. They are going to belt this out. This is a very happy team. It was ugly, but they've got the job done. How was that for a rendition? Now, we're just waiting to see. Normally, Port Adelaide has a meeting with Ken Hinkley. Channel 7 requests that they don't do that on a Friday night, so we're just waiting to see who wins, whether it's Hinkley or the broadcaster. I think it might be the broadcaster, which means I'll have Jason Horn-Francis for you very soon, guys.
All right, Hodgie, just yell out and we'll come straight back to you. Willem Drew in his 100th game was the player they're all getting around, but you can always tell from the team song some wins just carry a little extra weight, and it feels like for Port Adelaide that was a massive win on the road.
Oh, without doubt. And Mick's right too, to come back from where they were at half time, and yes, there would be disappointment around conceding 7 goals in a quarter, and half time would have been hard, but to then reverse all of that and peg back that lead and to finish it off the way they did on the road, and again to reiterate how tight this season is. A win like that is so crucial. And just to think as a group, and you know that as a group, you know you're playing a team that's sitting above you on the ladder. You know you're playing a team that's on their home deck in front of their home crowds. And if you can knock them off, it does feel pretty special. You always sing certain songs a little bit louder.
Lingy, just on the 2 teams. So next week, now we know the level and the percentages just in Carlton's favour. Next week, you've got Collingwood-Carlton. That's not going to fill up the stadium, is it?
Is that Pendle's 400?
That's Saturday night, yeah. It's not Pendlebury's 400.
Port plays Sydney at home.
Oof,
so the next
game.
Yeah. So the next one, and I'll come back to the 5-day breaks. The next one is Melbourne-Port. So Melbourne.
Where's that at?
That's in MCG.
Okay.
And we have Melbourne-Port. So we have Carlton-Hawthorn, and the way the Hawks are going.
I'm just scared to hold fire there, Mick, because I think we can head straight down to the Port Adelaide rooms, winners by 14 points. Back to Tim Hodges.
Jason Horn-Francis has been good enough to come straight over. Sorry we interrupted your partner catching up with her. Can you believe you won that game?
Oh, I mean, we've got a lot of belief within the group. We're a fair way down. I think we've been in them positions before, so we still had that belief there. It's just good to get a win against a good side.
But when it was all going so wrong, especially in that second term, it's hard to not lose hope in that stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think we knew what we were doing wrong. I think they scored 6 goals, 4 maybe off turnover in the first half, so that's a big number. So we knew it was, most of it was our mistakes, and if we clean that up, we were going pretty well. So, yeah.
And Lingy just said upstairs that some wins mean more than others, and you can tell with the singing of the song. Was that one of the best belting out of a team song that you've ever done?
It was. I think Walsh screamed the loudest he screamed ever. But yeah, no, it was a good win. To do it in Drew's 100th was amazing to get it over the line for him. But like I said, just that belief that we can beat a really good side.
Unbelievable win. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Jason's got the cans on.
Jason, congratulations on the win and the performance. Can you take us in as best you can to half-time? I think in the middle of the ground, they were in control and really beating your midfield. But the third quarter, yourself, Connor Rosie, Zach Butters, Willem Drew just took over through the middle of the ground. What needed to be fixed up in there for you to get control?
Look, I think, we were trying to, nullify Cripps as much as we could, and I thought we were doing a good job of that. And then I think Walsh got off the chain in the second quarter. So I just think our balance around the stoppage and, us bursting out and getting out of stoppage needed to be a bit better. And I think that's what we did. We started getting the ball our way a bit more, taking some territory. I think we were overusing it in the first half a little bit. So I love the group of boys, how we can take a bit of adversity and come back from it like we did at half-time, so that was unreal to see.
And how do you personally, individually, fight through that? You were finding it harder to get into the game, but then we were incredibly impressed with your last quarter in particular to have such a huge influence to finish off the game and drag your team over the line. How do you personally make sure you still stay engaged in the game when things aren't quite working?
Yeah, I've been working on it so much. That's probably, the biggest thing I've been working on this year is just staying engaged when things aren't going my way individually. And I think, it's probably a growth for our team as well. When things aren't going our way, we really need to knuckle down. And I think that's what we did tonight. So it's a good just confidence booster knowing we can do that. We're all working hard at it. We've all got flaws in our game. And, mine's probably just staying engaged when things aren't going my way. And I thought I did that pretty well tonight, which is really pleasing.
Jason, just on... I know Lingy asked you about half-time, and sometimes it's hard to remember exactly what the coach said, but just the pressure that's been on Ken Hinkley, and looking at the first half, I thought, and be very, very honest, the midfield for Carlton were right on top. You guys were getting tagged out of the game. There seemed to be no defence. The scrappy disposal was not giving the forwards anything. When you see Ken Hinkley at half-time, does it mean, when you guys love him, so... what does it bring out of you to find that extra? Well, what you guys did, it was quite remarkable. You flipped the coin right over to an outstanding win. So, just the mindset of what Ken Hinkley means to you.
Oh, I think what he means to us is he's a father figure, and he's just so supportive of us all. And we all go out there. We all go out there to try, and we're not going out there to not try. So we're trying to do our best, and sometimes we're not doing enough. So. We spoke about what us midfielders need, I guess, at half-time and stuff, and sometimes that's a kick up the arse. So, we got that, and we got it last week as well. So maybe not wait for the kick up the arse to actually start doing something, but I think at that point in time, Kenny and Kari especially, they just know, I think, when we need it and when we need to be pumped up a little bit. And, we don't want to be, I guess, a highlight reel throughout the game. We want to be consistent, but I guess it's good to come back from a bit of adversity.
Yeah, and just on... what's left of the year. You've got 4 games left. They're all difficult games. You've got Sydney next week. But just getting, again, back today, was there any sort of switch that in the middle that you thought Carlton, that you could get Carlton? Because, as I said, they were on top. Did you rearrange your setup? Because you certainly started to dominate the stoppages. And full credit to your ruckman. I mean, Jordan Sweet, he did a terrific job. I thought... again, it just looked like a really energetic group in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. I think we try to just even out the stoppage a bit more. We know that they're really, really good inside, and we think we could have just got them a bit maybe on that play away. And I thought once in the second half, once we did that and got the ball forward a bit and got out, and we could really try to test their midfield, and I thought we did that well. And, for Sweetie to come out and have the second half he did, he was... in the second half, best on ground for me. I love the way he come out. He got a bit of a kick up the arse at half-time and at quarter time, so it was really good to see him just bounce back, and I love the way he played.
And Radley Galea going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty well, didn't it? So I think he might be staying down there. He was kicking straight. So
did he drop it? Did that happen because Mackay was out of the side, or is it because it was set up beforehand?
I'm really not sure. I'm not sure on where he was going to play or anything like that, but... I guess we were happy to see Mackay not playing. That helped.
Jason Kelly Underwood upstairs while Mick's asking you the hard ones. I want to ask you, is it Malcolm Blight's in your street? Is that right? He's a next-door neighbour?
Definitely, yeah. I thought he was right next door to me, but he's just across the road on the corner. But I met his partner at the shops, but I still haven't happened to come across him out the front of his house. But
oh, you haven't? I thought he might have wandered over and given you some tips.
No, I spoke to his partner, and they said they just wanted to give me some space for a bit while I'm just settling in. But
so he's waiting.
Yeah, I think so. I'm hopefully see him soon and catch up and have a chat.
Good one.
Won't be too long before Patsy and Malcolm have you around for dinner. Jason, how different did it feel tonight since round 12? Obviously, you lost the Blues on that occasion, and you mentioned you were able to get on top in the clearances and the stoppages half time. But the thing we noticed the most is that how predictable Carlton's movement inside their forward 50 became. So to keep them to their equal lowest score for the season, just 65 points. I mean, that must be incredible credit for the way in which you're able to set up and execute after half-time.
Yeah, definitely. I thought our backs did a tremendous job. They were unreal down there. Leah, Zach Thatcher, Miles Bergman was unreal down there. So it's good to keep them to a low score. We've been working on our defence a lot. I think, most teams value that the most, and we do. value that at the top. So it was really good for them, I guess, to keep them to a low score. And, I guess from last time we played, I thought we were in the game most of the game last time. It was just that fourth quarter that I guess they got on top of us a bit. So I think we made it a bit of a focus going into that last quarter, knowing we had the chase a little bit, but just to not let them get on top like they did last time.
And that final goal from Darcy Byrne-Jones, as it hit the goal umpire, did you know what the rule was there?
No, I'm not sure. I was actually speaking to Sam Walsh down there, and it looked like it was going in, but Walshy said if it hits the umpire, it hits the umpire and then it hits the post, it's still behind, which I was a bit rattled about. But no, I'm not sure of the rule.
And just one last one before we let you go, Jason. The Blues fans are a bit spicy towards you. I'm not sure why. How do you go with it?
Oh, I think I go all right. I think, I guess it's a good thing if you're getting a bit of the ball and they're having a say a bit when you get it, so which is good. But I think that's just footy, and that's what fans bring to the game. And, we love fans at the game. Our game wouldn't be the same without them. So to cop anything that I do, I guess it's fine on my behalf.
9 disposals and a goal in the final term. I think you had the last say. Jason, always great to catch up. Thanks so much for your time. Well done on the win on what's going to be an exciting end to the home and away season.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on. Jason
Horne-Francis joining us from Port Adelaide, winners by 14 points in front of 40,500 fans. 11-13-79 to Carlton 9-11-65. It opens the possibility for Port Adelaide. They're inside the top 4 for now. A tough finish to the home and away season. The challenge to stay there. And there's a lot of questions to the Blues, so we'll get to them in just a moment. But I guess heading into this weekend, not too many people are believers in Port Adelaide. A gritty win on the road. They've had a great record here at Docklands. That's 11 of their last 12. Does it move you any closer to feeling like this side could be a serious contender?
I mean, I have my doubts about them, but I probably have some doubts about each and every team. Maybe except the Sydney Swans, who are pretty special. And, the Lions are a bit more of a proven commodity, and they're charging the Giants. I love them. But, I've got questions on most of the teams at the moment, but a lot of strengths and a lot of good stuff about all those teams as well. I suppose that's why we spend, 24 weeks now trying to qualify, trying to get yourself inside the top 8, and then a team like Port Adelaide, if they were to put it together, be healthy, get their midfield really rolling, get a sound defensive performance, get a forward line that maybe just gets a little bit more efficient, they're in with a chance. I don't sit here thinking, mark them down for a grand final or a premiership. But we've seen it in the past. If you can hit the finals healthy and you can hit the finals in form, you give yourself an opportunity. And wins like tonight give Port Adelaide more of an opportunity.
So the Swans have lost 3 of their last 4, and they've got the Dogs at the SCG. Wait, hang on. And then Carlton have lost 3 of their last 4.
Yeah.
You've got Brisbane going for 8 in a row tomorrow against the Suns. Mm-hmm. That game's played at Carrara. Could they do what the Cats did? Your Cats did in 2022, which was they won 16 straight to win the flag that year. So they would have to win. They could win 15 straight to win the flag, and come from 13th at the bye. They haven't lost since the bye, Brisbane.
Yeah. To answer your question, yes, they possibly could. They are good enough to, and now that they've hit the form, I think it's probably a little hard. They've got the Suns. They probably win that. The Saints, they probably win that. Giants is their really, really tough one. It's at the Gabba, though. Then they got the Pies at the G.
Yeah.
Could be a tough one, or the Pies could be out of the 8.
All in surgery.
Yeah, and Essendon to finish
at the Gabba.
Off.
So they could win them all.
So they could, yes. I do have my suspicions about Sydney. See, I think Sydney, because of all the wins they had to start the year, I believe they went through a hard training block. They loaded their players and they risked dropping a few games. And they've only just dropped them, but they've dropped them. And I think they're completely comfortable with that to then taper them into finals. I think they went through a block where they were prepared to accept losing a couple of games.
So they're acting like Olympic swimmers.
Yeah. They were. They're trying to peak in September, not in July.
Now, this is what you did during your premiership season.
Absolutely. And
Can you talk us through for the listeners out there what exactly that means, tapering?
Well, first of all, you got to have the hard block. So often you do your hard load of training through pre-season, and then by the time you get to game mode, the home and away season, you are so busy recovering from games and then just getting into some sort of sharpness of preparation to play. You don't get any big training load, big block of training, super high intensity or super hard in order to try and get fitter or stronger or anything like that, because you're so intent on being ready for the following weekend's game. So if you get those early wins and you lock them away, and Sydney did that, you can then afford to say, let's call it a month, 5-week block, where those players, instead of just doing recovery in a short, sharp session in order to get ready for the following weekend's game, you go, we're going to risk some of these players going in a bit sore and a bit fatigued and not at their absolute best the following weekend, because we're going to make the main training session be longer, harder, higher intensity than we normally would in the home and away season. And you do that over a month block, you're actually making them slightly fitter. You might, in the gym, they might be lifting heavier weights than you normally would during the home and away season, so you're getting slightly stronger. But what it risks is, on the weekend, you are not as fresh, you are not as
sharp.
Not as sharp. You're not as able to perform at your absolute peak on the weekend, and you risk dropping a couple. But then once you've gone through that hard block, as we now come into the last 4 weeks, you can drop that training load right back, and it can be all about freshening, because you've actually improved in some areas rather than just maintained like you normally would through the season. So that's the plan, but you can only do that, Cal, if you've got massive wins under your belt by the halfway mark, the 14-game mark, which the Swans did.
And not getting injured. Papley's out now for 5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah, great.
Rampy's out for, and as I've always called it, it's money in the back pocket for winning games. Tonight's game, I reckon, is almost a reckoning for Brisbane now to do what you've just said, because if Carlton held up today, Brisbane would have to play I'm suspecting that they would have played a final away, which means that they are highly vulnerable. By Carlton losing,
that's right,
all of a sudden you're going to find Brisbane in second place.
Yep.
Now, there's the danger to the competition for Brisbane to get to the grand final and perform miserably again, or just get beaten again. So,
and all the golden opportunities that come with that, Sydney on top, potentially Brisbane second, that if you win your first final, then you get a home prelim. And
well, can I just go back to finals there? And this is concerning Geelong's now. I know Geelong are not, well, they'll finish in the 8. They've got to have if they finish in a position to have a home final, they've got to be able to play down at Geelong.
Yeah, the general feeling is would depend on the opponent. But
if GWS win and they're playing Collingwood, or Carlton, they'll still have it at GWS. And
they only have one home game, the Giants. One home ground. Sorry.
The argument is they don't play it at the SCG.
They could play it at the SCG if it was
a bigger ground.
Yeah, but they never ever play there as their home ground, do they?
No, they don't.
Whereas Geelong play the MCG twice as their home ground.
If you gave Geelong an opportunity to say, MCG or Canadian Park,
yeah, of course.
Who do you think they're going to choose?
Not against the Giants, though.
No, because they do knock them off there regularly, don't they? Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting question for the Cats. We'll head down to Tim Hodges in just a moment. So a couple of quick questions. Asava Radigalera as a forward, yes or no?
I like it. It doesn't have to be locked in, and that's where he's going to play every single week. And horses for courses, is that the phrase?
Yeah.
But it's something, absolutely can be used.
Obviously, Charlie Dixon down there, he's trying to battle his way through just the 8 disposals, but he wrestles physically.
He was important in that last quarter. He just had to wrestle and fight with Wiedering to not let Wiedering mark the ball. Now, fortunately, Jacob was sore as well. You could tell. It was 2 very sore, strong beasts just going at it, and Charlie just had to bring it to ground. He fought as hard as he could. He looked so sore.
I think they've almost got 2 goals from that.
Yeah.
From that, which they did in the first 3 quarters. So his contribution is more about... in fact, there was one stage there, right in front of us here, I thought, this is a late Emma's here, he's going to mark this. Didn't even go for it. Hit it over the back. then the next play hit it over the back, and it ended up being in the front 50, and they kept it in there for about 2 or 3 minutes. So they're the little things that he's going to be useful for.
The mobile key forwards, Georgiades.
Absolutely.
For that. And and if Dixon can just be that beast and not let intercept marks occur, then Georgiades can be the one who can get things going.
Marshall coming back, but Marshall is, he's unreliable. Clearly, he's probably going to play, and Radaglia can go back.
Yep.
But they can swing that around. If Dixon needs a breather, then Radaglia plays there and Marshall plays there. The thing is, forward line craft, you need weeks and weeks and weeks to play together. Because you have a look at Mackay and Curnow. There's Curnow, there's Mackay. There's Curnow, there's Mackay. They're 20, 30 metres away from each other. Tonight, time and time again, Dixon, Radaglia, Charlie Dixon, Radaglia, fighting for the same ball. One defender goes up and smashes the hell of it. It was in the end that Dixon said, no, I'm not even going to go for this. I'm just going to knock 6 or 7 blokes around away from the ball so that Radaglia can take the mark.
Well, he struggled to pick the ball up below his knees, but he did fight in the air as gallantly as he could. And Charlie Curnow kicked 3 goals in the first half against Aliir.
And marked everything around the ground.
Who took the points in the end of the game? Because Port Adelaide supported him better after half-time.
Yeah, and Aliir was coming off too, wasn't always Curnow in the second half, and Aliir was very good. I'm still probably going to slip Curnow into the votes. I still thought he was the most dominant key forward on the ground. He didn't get the goals in the second half. I understand that. I mean, we saw Carlton clearly missing Harry Mackay and also Tom de Koning. That's the other one, is him not playing. Pitnet was pretty good. But
so was Street.
Sweet. Tom de Koning, I think, better and more of a threat forward and all of that. And it just meant either one of those two play. Aliir can't come off Curnow and take an intercept mark because they're second tall. So Carlton missed those guys.
One that was a little surprising is they didn't throw Patrick Cripps forward, given he played in the ruck a little bit the week before when Tom de Koning did go down. So
you don't know what this is like, though.
Yeah,
the shoulder. If he's got a crook shoulder, you don't want to be in the ruck, and you don't want to be key forward, putting your arm up, getting smashed either.
Good point. Let's get a temperature test from down in the Blues rooms. Port Adelaide winners by 14 points. Tim Hodges has been waiting for us down there. Hodgie, what's the mood like?
Oh, she's pretty flat. And I think there's a bit of shell shock down here that they've actually lost that game from the position they were in midway through the second term, up to half-time, into the third quarter, and then to come off losers. So I'd love to say I can bring you a player. I'm not sure if we're going to get a player. Some players are leaving. I can see David Cunningham right in front of me. He's walking off. That left shoulder is strapped up after the dislocation during the opening term. But, that's the word that comes to mind here, is that it's shell shock. But I think Carlton thought they were going to win this game. They were in the position where it was almost going to be difficult to lose the game, and then they walk out without the 4 points. So what it does do is, sorry guys, I haven't been listening to all your conversation, but I'm sure you've been. How big is next Saturday night now for Collingwood and Carlton in what looms as Scott Pendlebury's 400th? So one of the most significant nights in the history of the Magpies with their first 400 gamer. And now with the high stakes for Carlton, like if they were to lose next week, they almost drop out of the 8 completely, which is hard to believe from where they were heading into this weekend in second. So, yeah, the stakes just ramp up, especially after a game that I just feel they'll rue that 30 minutes of the third term. So, look, I'll stay here. We've still got, 11 minutes, Matty? I'll hang around to see if I can bring you a player. I'm not making any promises, to be perfectly frank, but it is a very, very, very flat rooms.
Timmy, can I just ask one question, mate? There's a few blokes you said about the players that were injured. We saw the captain come off with a bit of a shoulder. Cunningham, you said, just walking out. Wiedering's got a thigh that you can see the tape. As you said, it's about an inch thick around the top end of his thigh. If he gets another whack on that, you don't know what sort of calcification it might get. Can you see what those blokes are doing? Are they getting treatment, or are they rushing out to get back to the club?
Wiedering has been dealing with that all year. I can just see him now coming out of the locker room. He's got the trackies on, so he seems to be walking okay, but that's something he's been managing pretty much the entire season, right? Cunningham that's the difficult one. Do they push on with that shoulder, or do they go for surgery and end his season? probably just depends on how much they want him to be in the mix in September. Obviously, they'll get Harry Mackay back next week, who was the late out with flu, was the official word from the club. So he returns next weekend, and gee, don't they need him? So, yeah, they're a beaten and battered bunch. It's got to be said, like really, and we spoke about this before the game, like really difficult, the scenario they were put in to play the final game of round 19 on Sunday night, and then 5 nights later be back here at the Docklands to open round 20. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to be sore, but no, they do now have a long 8-day break before taking on the Pies next Saturday night, which you would think is going to be 90,000 plus if Pendlebury does get through Sunday's game against the Tigers and is okay to play his 400th.
Thanks, Hodgie. Yell out if you get any reaction from the Carlton rooms, but great work again tonight. Port Adelaide winners by 14 points. So the Blues have won just one of their last 4. And as Hodgie beautifully let us in, they play Collingwood next week. They have Hawthorn the following week, West Coast and St Kilda to close out. So you wouldn't have thought their spot in the finals is in jeopardy.
No, I think
but their chance to finish top 2 is probably now in jeopardy. And Collingwood would love the opportunity to potentially, if they can do their part of the deal and beat Richmond on Sunday, keep their season alive, and then it all continues on for another week. But it does show the stakes just continue to rise throughout this season.
Yeah, and it's why we love this season and the fact it's going to be so tight to finish, and it's going to come down to that last round potentially for not just positions in the 8, but if teams make the 8. I think we said in the pre-game that probably the 2 form teams of the competition are the Bulldogs and the Hawks for the way they're playing, and they sit outside the 8 right now and playing great football. So do they find a way in, or do they just miss? It's going to be a brilliant finish. Carlton are going to...
How genuine are your concerns around them at the moment, Carlton?
I think they've... So I do take in the factor that they have just had a 5-day break, and then they lost Cunningham really early. So that's impacted their ability to finish the game off. But I think they've got themselves to blame for their third quarter in they almost went into really slow the game down mode early. It's like they were worried about their ability to run the game out, so they've said, hey, let's just go into control of the possession a little bit. And it's not the way they play. They play more on the contest and then get it out and get it forward, and that's when they play their best footy. The move of Chincotta swapping over from Butters to Rosie was a poor one, and it got both those players going in the game. I think they made a lot of mistakes with the way they played, with some personnel and some matchups, and then you do have to factor in that quick turnaround. But if you're a mature club, though, you've got to handle that.
You do, Lingy, but we've got... You're spot on. I mean, I don't think you can use an excuse, but we've got 7 days a week. Surely to goodness we can... If it's all about the money, how many people you can get through the gate, I just think we're doing it the wrong way. There's no doubt you can get a 6 or 7 day break if you do it properly and forget about how many people are going to go and what sort of money we're going to make. The AFL make money, so they fall over it. They couldn't jump how much they make. So there's little things that just don't make sense. I've just written an article, in fact it appeared today. It's about Fremantle. They've played Melbourne twice in the last 6 or 7 weeks. They've still got 3 games left. They haven't played sides. They haven't played them all year.
They belted them. Justin Longmire would love to play Melbourne every week at the moment.
Yeah. So, but how does that work? So you go. I know fairness doesn't enter into the AFL's psyche in regard to who ends up there in September, but there's got to be some system that gives teams. I have no doubt the 5 day break had an impact. How much it had an impact? Was it psychological? Was it when like Port didn't exactly come out of the blocks in that third quarter and look like they're going to stone them. They come out and they played tough, hard football, but it wasn't. They didn't just run. They didn't outrun Carlton. What they did, they outmuscled them.
The midfield eventually got
on top. Got on top. Yeah, but that's no excuse for blokes like Walsh, who is he could run all day. In fact, I reckon he's going to knock you off in the marathon. It's only 3 months before you're doing it.
He's in a heavy training phrase. Frank from WA. Hopefully we've answered your question with mixed comments around Carlton playing the last game of round 19 and the first of round 20. Steve from Ballarat says, I still insist the Giants tore Carlton's self-confidence to shreds in 2 quarters. The Giants win over the Blues.
Yeah, that second half. Yeah. I don't... Oh, gee, it's hard to say I don't know because they've been really super scrappy or poor since then. So I won't dismiss it. I think they're well and truly out of form. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And a number of players are either out of form or not quite up to it. I think their bottom couple just are well off it. The
Is
Blues
it concerning when their stars can't run the show? When Patrick Cripps, Sam Walsh, Charlie Kenner in the second half, when they can't have dominant impacts on the match?
Yeah, and Wiedering taking lots of intercept marks. Am I being unfair and wanting... Because I think Chera was pretty good, but when Cripps and Walsh are playing okay, but
Hewitt's
dominant,
going okay.
I kind of want... I don't know. I want Chera to be better.
And also remember, obviously, there's no Akers, no Tom de Koning, and there's no Harry Mackay tonight.
Yeah, they're big outs.
Yeah. So Collingwood we've talked about for next week, then Hawthorn, then West Coast away.
Win.
And then St Kilda.
Should win.
Right.
Is it here? That's here? Or...
Yes, it's here at Docklands.
Well, see, that's where St Kilda can lock the game up.
I know.
And the Saints...
You'd be nervous if you're blue. I mean, they've pretty much... We could look back at tonight and say this is where they've coughed up their second spot.
Yeah.
Because a home qualifying final, it's opened the door for Brisbane to win tomorrow and take second spot from them.
And Fremantle.
I hope they haven't coughed up their top 4 spot.
Well,
and Fremantle.
And if they drop another, that could be a top 4 spot and suddenly they could be hosting an elimination final.
Look, they could be 5th as at Monday.
Having spent so much of the season in the top 2.
Yeah, they
and at times flag favourites.
In fact, when you look at the Brisbane could and should win.
Yep.
Fremantle should win. The Giants against Melbourne's tough, but I think it's in Giantville, isn't it?
Yep.
So
no, that's at the MCG. Giants
okay.
Melbourne.
So that's a big game. Geelong should win down in Hobart. Should, depending how cold it is. And wet. They don't like playing in wet, muddy conditions, apparently. So 1, 2, 3. So that places Carlton 5th, 6th, probably not 7th because I don't think the percentage is big enough. But that's how delicate it is there. With
so they slide from 2nd to 6th.
Could very well. Yep. And as Lingy said pre-match, the Dogs and Hawthorn are the form sides. No doubt the form sides. And at the moment, I've been lucky enough to watch both sides. Their bottom 5 or 6 players are unidentifiable. So they're blending in. So they're not being exposed like tonight. We saw players from both clubs really exposed at the bottom end. If they make it intact, that game at the end of the year where they say no one's playing, the bye weekend, all of a sudden those bottom 4 are a realistic chance because it's a form thing now.
And a health, isn't it?
And health and form. Health and form. And, you know, I've never seen sides that get belted rarely win a premiership. Sides that, like Sydney, just don't get over the line in 3 or 4 of the matches. You'd almost excuse that for being so far in front.
11 weeks in the top 4. The Blues have been in the top 2 since round 14. The votes...
I was just going to say they're feeling the pressure as well because poor old Tim Hodges down in the rooms.
Nothing.
They wouldn't give him any player to talk to. You know, you're feeling the pressure, Mick. I was in those Collingwood rooms for many, many, many
years. You were
years.
winning games, I hope.
Oh, when you're winning games, you go speak to whoever you want to speak to.
Happy days. The votes for the ABC Football of the Year, Cameron Ling.
All right, I'm still going to give a vote to Charlie. I just think 19 kicks, 9 marks, 3 goals. He did his best. I'm going to give 2 votes to Willem Drew for his performance on Cripps, just to really change the game. He had 22 touches himself. I think he had 12 tackles.
Yeah, that's good choice. I'm glad you did that, Lingy.
Yeah, I'm going to give 3 votes. I found this one hard. I'm going to go with Ollie Wines. I was really critical of him in the first half, turning the ball over, but he was the only Port Adelaide mid who was actually finding the ball in the first half and working away. 26 touches. He had 10 tackles, but Mick, he also had 10 clearances. So he was the hard worker. He was fierce in the contest. So I'll give Wines the 3, but it was tough to give votes.
Meters gained? What do you have?
Yeah, not many.
3 to Wines, 2 to Drew, 1 to Charlie Kerner. We've run out of time. Mick, see you tomorrow for AFL Saturday.
Look forward to it.
Lingy, chat to you for AFL Sunday. Kelly, always a pleasure.
Thank you, Clinchy. It
We'll
was
do it
good to
again
work
next
with
week.
you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And thanks to Tim Hodges, to Craig at the back of the base, and to Stu Hollywood-Baker. Port Adelaide, what a road win. 14-point winners.
Set the alarm. 3:23, 4:23, something like that. Opening ceremony, Lady Gaga, Celine Dion.
Coverage from the ABC for ABC regional listeners. And, of course, Roy and HG will bring you all the key moments. Good night from Docklands. Port Adelaide, what a win.
Want to immerse yourself in sport and stories of athletes from across the Pacific? Well, join me, Bobby McCumber, alongside some of the most talented journalists and sports commentators from across the region for Fresh Off the Field. Each week, we'll bring you interviews with Pacific athletes leaving their mark on the international stage and those aspiring to do the same. From cricket to netball, athletics to rugby, and everything in between.
Fresh Off the Field, Thursdays from 4 p.m. on ABC Sport Digital.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of BBC Stumped.